Joining me now to talk about the Republican agenda in the House, where there will soon be 2 new Republican members, Congressman Louis Gohmert. He's a member of the House Judiciary Committee, former judge, and great American. Still, after all these years in Washington. What's your reaction?
Thanks for bringing up Steve. It is a miracle, and he was on death's door, and prayers have made all the difference. The doctor's saying it's out of our hands, and so the prayers have made a difference. They just have.
And he's got to be a pretty tough fella.
Oh, man, are you kidding? It's Steve. He's from South Louisiana. He knows how to fight.
You better believe it. And
good guy.
And we're delighted that there's so much good news for him and his family and for everybody. Let's turn to those special elections last night, Judge. The idea that this president is animating the Republican Party, that he is a gift to the Republican Party. It's starting to dawn. I saw it dawn on Karen Handel. She stood there. I wasn't entirely sure she was thrilled with that idea, but I'll tell you what, it's occurring to people that, guess what? They've got the secret sauce, the magic weapon, whatever you want to call it, and his name is President Donald J. Trump.
Well, yeah, and a lot of people were thinking that, and I think she was giving some advice, that you need to run as far away from the president as you possibly can, and the Democrats were saying, oh, we're going to make mincemeat, we're going to hang Trump around her neck, and I think they figured out that really wasn't a good strategy for the Democrats.
Well, she had time to turn. I mean, she changed it. She was,
she did.
She was following the nonsense, and then she decided to follow her intellect and the facts. Today, former Jay Johnson, the Health and the Department of Homeland Security, is saying that the DNC turned down the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI their help when the DNC was informed by the FBI they had been hacked by the Russians.
Well, you know, isn't that interesting? I know in my days as a prosecutor and as a judge and Chief Justice, normally when someone had a crime, they were the victim of a crime, they wanted law enforcement to come in and help them, with few exceptions.
Especially when it's a national security issue.
Yeah, and especially when we're talking about, you know, their whole essence on through the internet, and especially when we know, as we do now, that the head of the CCC had hired, or the DNC had hired one of the Awan brothers from Pakistan, and apparently they're under investigation. They have been working with her, and the last episode here not that long ago that
why is anybody, Congressman, I got to just ask you, why is anybody taking any one of these lying son of a guns at the DNC seriously? And why would the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security not insist that they get into those servers and start acting in the national interest and protecting the country?
I don't know, but I think the better question is, why would they not invite them in? And I'm really interested in their excuse, but just from my own experience in all those years, usually the reason somebody didn't want to invite law enforcement in to investigate is because they knew they would find that they had committed crimes if they came in and started investigating. So I don't know why the DNC didn't want them in, but that's the only reason that I've found in the past. So I'd be interested to know why they didn't. But
well, you would have thought that Bernie Sanders was a little upset with the crimes of the DNC since they colluded. We know how Democrats react when they hear the word collusion. Colluded to deny him their party's nomination.
Exactly. But now the collusion is mainly has been in the Department of Justice is where we're finding the most collusion.
Hi, this is Ed. Welcome to The Outer Light. Well, before I go on, of course, I want to thank my patrons for your continued support of my channel and just help keeping it running. So thank you very much for that. Well, just over here, I've seen this on A.J. Goodman's channel, as a matter of fact, and of course I've already subscribed to Jamal, as a matter of fact, but really great interview on here about Seth Rich with the former DC homicide detective Rod Wheeler, who was a private investigator for the family. He'd done an investigation into suspects for Seth Rich, but he had these assailants put in place. Part of the actual his investigation meant that he wasn't allowed to look into a connection with WikiLeaks. Now, Rod Wheeler has stated that in the past, which was extremely odd to have an investigation where you weren't allowed to look into WikiLeaks. Of course, that's according to WND journalists, and that clip can be found on the Hagman and Hadman report in regards to Alicia Powell, on the Hagman and Hagman report, if you want to find that clip. But in the meantime, this is an interview with Rob Wheeler, the former the private investigator, former DC homicide detective, talking about the Seth Rich investigation. And there's a lot of things he can't talk about because he wrote a report, and the family has stopped him from actually making that report public. And I believe that the family, just looking at them, are very good people, but I believe they're being managed by a very, very powerful and dangerous organization. So, i.e. the DNC crisis manager, in my opinion, is handling the family. And, you know, I don't know if he's doing it in a villainous way. Let's just be real. I don't know. Maybe who knows what his intentions are. But why do you install a DC crisis manager into a family like that? It's extremely expensive, and he's been there a year and not let go. Very unusual. So, just want to look at a couple of scenes from this, and then I've got another video coming up after this on a separate topic. Pardon me, I've just had lunch, as a matter of fact, so I just wanted to go into this very quickly. Some key details about this interview were very good. Link will be placed, of course, into the comments section, so you can check that out for yourselves. The entire interview is full of rich information. I just want to have a look at a couple of little key details here. Now, one part here is to check out is 822. Just for a start, I'm not going to play this and this, but that's where Rob Wheeler states that he did not retract his statements, but it's been fed to the media that way, but he did not backtrack on his statements. Okay, it was just arranged. There was an arrangement in order there to make it look like that. But let's go have a look at some really key details here, which I think are very interesting. One thing is at 39 here, you can see all the times codes on the screen, of course. I'll just catch a clip here. So here we are over at 39.41. Let's listen to this little part about the laptop. And this is a very interesting question. I think it's a really great question from Jamal here. Very good. So let's have a listen to this, just a few seconds.
Okay, she's asking, why did they take the laptop in the first place? It wasn't an attack. If they're saying that this was a botched robbery, all right, fair enough, it's a botched robbery. What the hell does the laptop have to do with the robbery?
I think that's a good question. I don't have the answer to that. I have no idea why. What do you need the laptop for if it's a botched robbery?
Yeah, that's a damn good question. That is a damn good question. I wish I would have thought of that one myself.
Sorry, that question was by one of Jamal's subscribers there, but it was a really great question. But that's the question, isn't it? If you're familiar with the Seth Rich case, and let me just run down all of this after I have a look at this, but if it was a botched robbery like the police department say, where nothing was taken from Seth Rich, remember he still had his jewelry on, he still had his watch, all of these very expensive, still had his cell phone, etc. But if they say it's a botched robbery but nothing was taken, he was just shot 3 times. The question about this is, why is his laptop, which it wasn't on his person, if it's a botched robbery, why is his laptop in FBI or police custody? Why hasn't that been released, and why is that such a big deal? Of course, who knows? What did they need his laptop for? Well, that is an excellent question. Let's just have a look at another little detail here. Here we are, and this question is really good. This is regarding the architecture, where Seth Rich was found in forms of, did he walk to the locations? Because there's no surveillance footage. Actually, there's no evidence that supports him walking anywhere. I mean, there's no witnesses that came forward. There's no videotape of him passing a scene that's been released. But he was just found in that location. So what does that mean? Does that mean he was shot beforehand and placed there? Well, let's have a look what the detective says.
PMA. Is it true there was no blood at the scene? Because I guess the question they're trying to get at, was the body dropped, or did it happen at the scene itself? Because if it was dropped, then that gets rid of the botched robbery thing.
I could not. No one would tell me.
What? This is amazing.
Can't give me that information.
You're the private investigator for the family, and in one instance after the next of information that's required that you need in order to solve this particular investigation, or at the very least get to the bottom of something. They get some information back to the family at every turn.
Yeah. There was something that happened, and again, I got to be careful what I say, but there was something that happened earlier in the day that Seth was shot, and I tried to get information on it, and I was told, can't tell you. I mean, all right.
That's a very interesting statement. Rob Wheeler stops talking there, but he said there was something earlier in the day that happened he was trying to get information on, but he couldn't get any information on it. And also note there what Rob Wheeler said is there was no information really about blood at the scene. Very interesting, because if there's no evidence of something, you can't just say that, you can't go with the theory that happened. If they say there's no blood at the scene, that there's no footage of him walking to the scene, then you have to keep the idea open that he could have been dropped off at the scene. These things could, totally be possible. Or he could have been dropped off a little bit further away, let's say. Okay, and the surveillance footage is removed because it doesn't want the perpetrators to be implicated in anything. Perhaps, for instance, and now this is a crazy wild theory, but the FBI car, there was only 11 minutes or so, I believe, drive away from the scene where Seth Rich was found, was reported to be broken into 2 hours before Seth Rich was murdered. Okay, and some weapon systems were stolen, a handgun, etc. Now, I know that's wild speculation, but just who knows how this plot is made up. That's the point. Now, of course, these black frames happen now and again. That's just because Rob Wheeler is switching between Google Plus, Google Groups or Talks or whatever it's called, and Jamal there. And because Rob Wheeler's not on video, it just holds a black screen. I guess he's talking just over the line there. So just a very interesting thing about that. Let's just head over to another clip. This is a very telling piece of information. Remember, Rob Wheeler is a respected DC homicide detective, and even by his actions, you can tell he has a lot of integrity and honor. Even though he's tied up in the legal where he can never release his report, but he has this desire to do so, he's still trying to give people clues to follow at least the trail. So let's have a look at this here. This is where Rob Wheeler is asked, or Jamal asked a question from his subscribers about whether the DC department, the police department, were told to stand down. Let's take a look at this clip.
Did DC police really tell you that they were told to stand down?
There was a police investigator that I know, and he shared with me that the police department was told to back off this investigation. I promised him I would go to my grave not telling anyone who told me that.
So Rob Wheeler just goes on about that, but he doesn't reveal, of course, that individual who told him that. Now, what does that mean? That the police department were told to back off the investigation. Why were they told to back off the investigation? By who were they told to back off the investigation? And why is this, if it's a botched robbery, why is the laptop in the hands of the FBI, or was in the hands of the FBI and the police department, etc.? I don't know. Maybe it's been returned to the family since then. But why did they look at it? What was in it, and why did they want to look at it in regards to a botched robbery? A botched robbery is, of course, a singular event, just evolving about someone that just shoots someone in order to take something. If you're adding conspiracy to that, you're starting to look much further. You're starting to look at the laptop, perhaps emails, things of that nature. If there was evidence of a conspiracy, they would look further. But then again, they haven't actually said anything. So let's have a look at another clip here. Just back here with another little clip. And this is regarding the lookout. Now, what the police do is that when someone's been shot, as Rob Wheeler goes on to explain, that if the person's alive and they didn't know the person, the police will ask what the person looked like. So in essence, what they can do is they can throw that over the radios, and a number of patrol cars can keep a lookout or do what they call a lookout and keep an eye on the suspects. But let's have a look what Rob Wheeler said about this and his investigation over trying to get information.
Victim, and again, this isn't just Seth Rich. This is any shooting situation. We teach police officers when you arrive on the scene, there's two questions, Jamal, that you ask a victim if they're still alive, okay? Right. Number one, do you know, man, who shot you? That's the first question you always ask the victim, because, see, you don't know if the victim's going to live or not. So you always, when you roll up on the scene, you say, do you know who shot you, right? And if they know, believe it or not, a lot of times they'll say, yeah, he such and such shot me. You know, we've been beefing for a while. That's normal, right? If they don't know who shot them, then you say, what did they look like? And the reason you ask them on the scene that is so that you can immediately get what we call a lookout out on the air, because you got units in the area. So you want the first officer on the scene, get that lookout and broadcast it on the air so the officers in the area can start looking for the suspects. I mean, that's just 101, police investigation 101. That information was never released to us in terms of that lookout.
So there you go. More information that wasn't released. And remember, Rob Wheeler has a relationship with the DC Police Department. He was a private investigator for the family. But they wouldn't release any of this information about the murder. They wouldn't release the fact, the description of the lookout, or the description for the patrol cars that Seth Rich would have no doubt given if he was conscious and breathing like Rob Wheeler said he was. They wouldn't have taken the laptop. They wouldn't have secured all the video footage from around. They wouldn't have taken the footage from the police officers. Remember, Rob Wheeler's also said in the past that the actual footage on the police officers that came to the scene, the actual body cam footage, is nowhere to be seen, and Rob Wheeler couldn't access that as well. So in essence, you just have Seth Rich. We know that he was shot. We haven't seen the autopsy report, know nothing about the gun ballistics or anything like that. Don't even know what the suspects look like, have no description of the suspect. There's no footage around there, even though that's a heavily surveilled area. There's also neighborhood cameras and things like that. The neighborhood cameras, of course, part of that incentive program. And you've got all of these things here. And of course, you've got Wikileaks. Wikileaks is stating that they were, in fact, they stated, I think, they gave a reward for it, but Julian Assange kind of alluded to the fact that Seth Rich might be a leaker. Of course, he didn't say directly. Wikileaks never gives up its sources, rightfully so. Although in this case, it must be difficult. So you've got all of this kinds of stuff. Rob Wheeler, as part of his contract into investigating Seth Rich, wasn't allowed to also look into Wikileaks, according to WND, the news outlet, WorldNet Daily, etc. That, of course, as I stated, you can check that out on the Hagman and Hagman report with Alicia Powell and Liz Corcoran for that interview where that is stated a couple of weeks back now. Now, great interview here by Jamal. Rich, these are only some little bits of snippets of stuff. They go into a lot of things here. So a very good interview there by Jamal. Check out the whole thing. It's over an hour. Probably cited only about a couple minutes here and there to talk about. But that is a very big interview with a lot of information in it. A link to which will be placed, of course, in the comment section. Now, I just want to go on to something else which jumps off this. Now, remember what Rob Wheeler stated about earlier in the day. There was something that happened with Seth Rich. He got some information from a police detective, I believe. And what happened is he just can't talk about it, and they wouldn't tell him a lot about it. But something happened to Seth Rich earlier in the day. Now, if something happened to Seth Rich earlier in the day, it's probably something, maybe the family might be aware of it. In interviews in the past, the families alluded to the fact that there were two suspects. Two suspects involved really if you look into that, that is a coordinated arrangement there. If it's a robbery, I don't know. I lean towards assassination, like you had the report from George Washington University, which I reported on yesterday, looked into the forensic investigators made up of graduate students and things like that, and people associated with the forensics department, or just kind of like looking at the overall scene, not crime scene forensics and aspect, not just that. But they concluded that it wasn't a botch, that it was unlikely it was a robbery, etc., and it was most likely the work of a hired killer. It could be the work of a hired killer or a serial killer, which revolves around different terminology, not the serial killer you're thinking of from the movies, but a serial killer in a different term, meaning just someone that's killed before and repeatedly, i.e. an assassin. A hired killer would have, of course, been more professional, well, not professional, but you'd have to chain it back to them being paid for it. The lack of course, bullets at the crime scene, they didn't go into this that much. I don't think they even mentioned this, but what you do, of course, everyone who's watched any movies or has looked at any history around how these assassins work is you put a plastic bag over the gun. It's a very simple way of putting your hand over the plastic gun in order to cover up gun residue and also catch the actual shells themselves, which are could be ejected from the handgun, depending on what kind of handgun was used. Now, let's have a look at this video from Jared Beck. Now, Jared Beck is the lawyer for the DNC fraud lawsuit. He said that Seth Rich could have been a potential witness could have called on Seth Rich, for testimony within the lawsuit into the DNC. And Seth Rich, of course, worked for the DNC in voting, in the voting arena, and there's video out of there, him questioning the actual nature of the voting, how the voting records are kept, etc. So that provides evidence that he had concern about something to do with the voting databases. So Jared Beck has a lawsuit which directly is connected to that. Really could have been called in. For instance, it's about Bernie Sanders, how Bernie Sanders was taken out of the election cycle via conspiracy. Of course, that was revealed again by WikiLeaks. Now, Jared Beck, of course, is here, hashtag Seth Rich. Jared Beck being one of the lawyers, he and his wife, of course, Elizabeth Lee Beck, leading this lawsuit itself. Here you can see some hashtags here: Justice for Seth Rich, DNC fraud lawsuit, RIP, Sean Lucas, rest in peace. Sean Lucas was the process server in regards to the DNC fraud lawsuit. He passed away with a high dosage of tranquilizers in his system. Of course, tranquilization and things like that are used, of course, within these clandestine operations. If the university is correct, probably by assassins or hired killers, who knows. But that's beside the point. What we are here is looking at Seth Rich. Now, he posted this very interesting video, which I'm going to play here in a moment. But before I do that, I just want to say that I believe the family, of course the family love their son, no doubt about that. And the family look like very kind and loving people. You can just pick that up from their soul. But they might have one breadcrumb of information. And they'll have to excuse me, at least, or excuse people for looking so closely sometimes when we're so eager to try to, with the world looking at this. That's all I want to say. Because it's the video of the father talking. So maybe Seth Rich called his dad or father earlier in the day or earlier in the week. It's known that he did call his family around the time of the murder. He was talking about something, as they've expressed before. But let's have a look at this little bit of video here by this channel right here. A link to this will be placed in the comment section along with the other video to Jamal's channel, so you can check out the full versions. But I just want to go through this very quickly. What they've done is there's a conversation involving his father. This is one of the press conferences, type of press conferences, I guess, where they're speaking about their son. You've got subtitles there at the beginning. But this individual's slowed down one certain part of the statement, okay? And it had something in it. Let's have a listen to this. And again, they have to excuse us for jumping pretty deep down the a conspiracy rabbit hole. Like I said, I think the father and their mum, of course, they're good people. They want to see justice. So we're just looking very carefully at the language here. Let's have a listen. This is about the phone call his father received.
She heard some voices or something. Seth said, she asked, are you home?
So, in essence, what happened here is he said, some voices or something said, I've got heat. This is the voices in the background that his father was hearing while Seth was on the phone. I've got heat. And then he kind of breaks, and then he changes to I, and then stops, and then goes, she asked, are you home? And he jumps over that part. I've got heat implies something. It implies like there's someone following him. Let's have a listen to it just a little bit back here, right about there.
Or something. Seth said, I've got heat. She asked, are you home? He was a block away.
Seth, now you might say that that's a misstep. Maybe it is, to be fair. But if someone says, because of the way the language is put together, they're two really opposite, directions is what I mean. So if you're going into one direction saying, Seth, excuse this line here from YouTube. I mean, there's not much I can do about it. I mean, you pause it and it's got that thing up it, but so you can't really see the wording there. But to read it out for you, it says, this is from this conversation, say, some voices or something said, I've got heat. Then he breaks, fumbles for a little moment and changes direction. I, and then it was like he was still going to refer to Seth Rich, said, I've got heat. Some voices or something said, I've got heat. And then and then she asked, are you home? Now, of course, this could be just a little mistake. There's no doubt about it. It could mean nothing, but it could also mean that there's something in the background there and he heard the word, I've got heat, or maybe Seth said, I've got heat, which would imply people were following him or someone's following him. But it also would imply a language variation, which would mean that of prior conversations with the father, you know, for instance, I might get some heat about this, etc. in the past, or something like that, which would imply when he later stated it, his father already knew what it was. Now, I apologize. I know this is looking for breadcrumbs in the ether, and it's probably not fair to dissect someone's language like this, but it is what it is. So let's have another listen.
Some voices or something. Seth said, I've got heat. She asked, are you home? He was a block away, so yeah, I'm home.
Exactly. This person makes a good point. So I'd look in the direction of the language, since it's really is going left, and then it's going right. Do you know what I mean? He's moving in thought along one train of direction, and then he stops and interrupts in order to recreate it. Let's have another listen to this, okay? And you can get this interview is on the net if you want to listen to the whole thing. It's all around the place. Let's have another listen to it. This is Seth Rich's father's audio at different speeds. So let's have a look at this.
Voices or something. Seth said, I've got heat. She asked, are you home? He was a block away, so yeah, I'm home. Asked, are you home? He was a block away, so yeah, I'm home.
Listen to one more.
Seth said, I've got heat. She asked, are you home?
Seth said, I've got heat. You can hear it there. Now, this individual slowed it right down, as we can have over here, which is a great catch. Let's have a listen.
Said, I've got heat. Seth said, I've got heat.
Now, of course, this could just be a normal mistake. There's no doubt about that. Of course it could be. But, you know, in a world where no one will tell anybody anything, where there's no footage, there's no description of the suspects, there's just someone shot to death which may or may not have connection to WikiLeaks, where no one knows anything, where it was supposed to be a botched robbery where nothing was taken, you have to cling on to these little bits of information. That's all I'm saying. Let's have a listen.
You heard some voices or something. Seth said, she asked, are you home? She asked, are you home?
So just a little interesting thing there that might not or might not mean anything. Again, this was tweeted by Jared Beck, who is a lawyer on the DNC fraud lawsuit, and has also expressed concern about his safety. In the past, he asked the judge, in fact, to grant a protection order for the witnesses involved in the DNC fraud lawsuit. Of course, now the tally of strange deaths within Miami, a number of them, including a high-profile lawyer handling million-dollar cases, a federal prosecutor who was found dead on the beach with blunt trauma to his head. These are all in very recent times. Happens to be from the same district as the actual judge in the DNC lawsuit. So, influenced by emotion, you top people off, so to speak, from all directions, and let the emotionality of that fall back in abstract to the individuals you want to target, of course. This is what it is. Who knows what will happen? I'm just reporting as information comes in now and then. There's not a lot of information out there, apart from, of course, what everyone on my channel is already aware of. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, and everyone there is an expert in this area, so I don't really have anything else apart from that great interview by Jamal. So I'll put a link to the interview by Jamal in the comments section. I'll also put a link to that video itself, or Jared Beck's tweet. I'll put a link to Jared Beck's tweet, and then you can go straight to this channel and check out that great work by that individual. In the meantime, this is Ed from The Outer Light. Stay safe. Go and do your own research, decide for yourselves, and come to your own conclusions. In the meantime, this is Ed from The Outer Light. Stay safe, and I'll see you all later.
President Donald Trump responded to "lock her up" chants at a rally Wednesday by saying he understands, quote, after listening to that testimony, close quote. Trump spoke at a Cedar Rapids, Iowa rally promoted by his 2020 re-election campaign. After speaking about President Bill Clinton's failure to achieve health care reform, the audience at the U.S. Cellular Center broke out in the familiar chant of "lock her up." This chant is in regards to Hillary Clinton, who then-candidate Trump said would be in jail if he won. President Trump stayed silent throughout the chant and then said, quote, after listening to that testimony, I fully understand, close quote. This is likely in reference to testimony from former FBI Director James Comey, who said that Lynch allowed him to investigate Clinton's use of a private email server as Secretary of State, but told him to call it a, quote, matter, close quote. The former FBI director went on to say that this concerned him, as it sounded like language the Clinton campaign was using. Trump mentioned this in a tweet last week in which he wrote, quote, A.G. Lynch made law enforcement decisions for political purposes, gave Hillary Clinton a free pass and protection, totally illegal, close quote.
Well, a troubling Obama-era scandal is now back in the spotlight, but details may remain in the dark for years. One America's Thomas Chessie has more on the move that's infuriating government watchdog groups.
Documents relating to former National Security Advisor Susan Rice's surveillance of the Trump transition team are now sealed away at the Obama Library. Rice admits that surveillance took place, but denies that it was politically motivated.
There were occasions when I would receive a report in which a U.S. person was referred to, name not provided, just U.S. person. And sometimes in that context, in order to understand the importance of the report and assess its significance, it was necessary to find out or request the information as to who that U.S. official was.
Watchdog group Judicial Watch requested documents relating to the surveillance last April, but received a surprising response from the NSC stating, quote, "You should be aware that under the Presidential Records Act, presidential records remain closed to the public for 5 years after an administration has left office. Reasons for the information's transfer to the library are unclear, but the move comes shortly after House Intelligence Committee Chairman Devin Nunes subpoenaed the documents earlier this month. President Trump has said that he thinks the Susan Rice controversy is a massive story, bigger than anyone knows. Conspicuously, the documents will spend the next 5 years in the library, including the entirety of the president's first term." Thomas Chessie, One America News.
Nancy Pelosi does have one supporter who believes she should stay. Donald Trump tweets, quote, "I certainly hope the Democrats do not force Nancy P. out. That would be very bad for the Republican Party, and please let crying Chuck stay," close quote. Democrats' embarrassing special election loss in Georgia after the liberal media built up unrealistic expectations has provoked a wave of bitter blowback that targets House Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi. As Axios notes, it's part of a generational argument that's also driving the party's 2020 conversation. Sean Clegg, a Democratic strategist in San Francisco, added he was personally a big fan of hers. Quote, "It was a very rough night for Nancy Pelosi. Republican messaging attacking Pelosi appeared to be more effective than Democratic messaging against Trump. That's a problem going forward, and it's going to be a challenge in the House races particularly," close quote. Representative Bill Pascrell, New Jersey Democrat, said, quote, "I think the problem is we have not come up with an agenda, and then we need a strategy to communicate it. We can't just be against something," close quote. On Wednesday, some Democratic members of Congress publicly voiced concerns about Pelosi, raising the specter of a leadership challenge. Representative Philemon Villa, a Texas Democrat, told Politico, quote, "I think you've got to be an idiot to think we could win the House with Pelosi at the top. Nancy Pelosi is not the only reason that Ossoff lost, but she certainly is one of the reasons," close quote. Representative Ben Ray Lujan of New Mexico, the chairman of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, reportedly met Wednesday morning with a group of lawmakers who have been conferring about economic messaging, according to several people present who spoke on the condition of anonymity. Mr. Lujan told the group that his committee would examine the Georgia results for lessons, but he urged the lawmakers to portray the race in positive terms in their public comments, stressing that Democrats have consistently exceeded their historical performance in a series of special elections fought in solidly Republican territory. It was in the meeting with Mr. Lujan that Mr. Cardenas, a member of the Democratic leadership, brought up Ms. Pelosi's role in the Georgia race, calling it, quote, "the elephant in the room," close quote. Ms. Pelosi was not present. On the front page of liberal heartland Silicon Valley's paper, the Mercury News of San Jose, the headline read, "Question, is Nancy Pelosi the problem?" Quote, "Some of the toughest ads against the 30-year-old Georgia Democrat candidate Jon Ossoff were those tying him to Pelosi, whose approval ratings are underwater outside California," close quote. Furthermore, as the New York Times reports in a possible omen, the first Democratic candidate to announce his campaign after the Georgia defeat immediately vowed not to support Ms. Pelosi for leader. Joe Cunningham, a South Carolina lawyer challenging Representative Mark Sanford, said Democrats need a new leadership now. Even Democrats who are not openly antagonistic towards Ms. Pelosi acknowledged that a decade of Republican attacks had taken a toll. Quote, "It's pretty difficult to undo the demonization of anyone," close quote, said Representative Bill Pascrell Jr. of New Jersey. To read the rest of this article, please click on the link below.
We've got Tom Fitton on the line with us. He's the president of Judicial Watch and author of the New York Times bestseller Clean House, that you can get now on Amazon. Judicialwatch.org is the website you can go to check out everything he's doing. And Tom, there's so many topics to get to today, and I know we have limited time, but let's start with Judicial Watch broke really what is the most shocking story of the week, probably much more shocking than the election result in Georgia. The National Security Council cannot hand over records related to the former National Security Advisor Susan Rice's surveillance of Americans because they've been moved to the Obama Presidential Library and may be sealed for as many as 5 years. I was actually shocked for once, and I'm really shocked. This is crazy.
Well, you know, it shows you that even in the Trump White House organization, the National Security Council is just moving information and evidence that the seemingly public and the president would want out from right under his nose to the National Archives, the Obama Presidential Library, under the Presidential Records Act, when documents from the prior president get archived and cataloged and eventually made available, as you say, you know, beginning 5 years or so after the president leaves office. But there are ways around that restricted access, and one of them is the president needs them, he can have them. And so the question now for the White House is whether they're going to get some records like these back. We had asked for the Rice unmasking records, the DNC hacking information that the White House may have had, and you know, the so-called Russia collusion issue. And the National Security Council helpfully told us to go to the Obama Presidential Library, and they actually gave us the address and the email and the phone number of the library as well, which is, of course, a big help.
And Tom Fitton, why would the National Security Council do this? I'm just completely baffled by that.
Well, they would tell you that it's, you know, when a new White House comes in, an old one goes out, the prior administration's records are archived. But did they tell the White House? Well, the big question is, when did this take place? Did it take place on the last day of the Obama administration or during the Trump administration? If it took place during the Trump administration, was anyone told that, look, we're sending these records away, is there anything that you want to keep in terms of copies or original records for the use of this president? Because that's what the law allows for, and that's what I thought caution would have indicated, but evidently it wasn't done.
So the only way to reconcile this would be if President Trump himself specifically requests these documents.
Yeah, that's the easiest way. The other way is through subpoenas from a prosecutor who might be investigating unmasking. I don't think one exists right now. Special Counsel Mueller's doing it. It's a big secret. And then, of course, Congress can issue subpoenas, and then litigants who have reason to get records, both you know, in terms of civil lawsuits, can try to get subpoenas as well. There are other things we're trying to think about in terms of seeing if we can get the records in the meantime.
Again, we have Tom Fitton on the line, president of Judicial Watch, one of the most important organizations out there. Another story, this is Senate Republicans are eyeing a possibility of seeking testimony from former Attorney General Loretta Lynch, and the testimony would be over possible wrongdoing with regards to the FBI's criminal investigation into Hillary Clinton. So the FBI which is, you know, investigating Trump, actually could then potentially be investigating Barack Obama and Loretta Lynch for criminal investigation here. So what's the story on this one?
Well, it's long overdue. They were kind of forced into it by Comey's testimony, where he not only talked a little bit about that exchange, but more importantly, said it was just the tip of the iceberg in terms of his concerns about what was going on in the Justice Department. And of course, his response was, well, if the Attorney General can't be trusted, I'll be the Attorney General and issue my ruling more or less through a press conference as to what Mrs. Clinton did wrong and why she shouldn't be prosecuted, aggrandizing onto himself power that he didn't have, and for which, in part, he was fired for doing. And so the investigation's long overdue. And frankly, I think the president ought to order the Justice Department to investigate that issue, or in terms of a criminal investigation, in terms of possible obstruction of justice, but in the least audit the prior handling by the Justice Department of the Clinton email matters and related issues, and see if things were handled appropriately. There are three pending issues, or three issues with Mrs. Clinton that supposedly had been or are under investigation. One was the classified information mishandling issue, and that has been ended, as best I can tell. What has happened with the perjury investigation that was referred to by the Justice Department by Congress? What has happened to the numerous investigations reported on by FBI and U.S. attorneys into the foundation and the pay-to-play aspects? What's happening there? I think we deserve to know if it's still going on. If they aren't, we want to know why they were all shut down, and if the audit shows they were shut down for improper purposes, then they should be reopened.
All right, so we've got Tom Fitton on the line, and we're talking about a wide variety of stories, including the possibility of investigating Loretta Lynch and her attempts to influence the FBI's investigation, or her attempts to influence FBI's investigations. And one thing I just said a moment ago, Tom Fitton, that I might have misspoke on is I said that Trump was under investigation. Now, we don't really know if he's under investigation or not, do we? Everyone's saying something different on this. Do you know the truth?
Oh, I don't know what's going on. I think you can presume he's under investigation. I think you can presume the establishment types, the holdovers in the Justice Department and the FBI want to jail him and remove him from office. And if not, they'll go after his family. And so we should act accordingly in terms of, preparing a defense and responding accordingly to the lawless attempts to remove him from office. Recall this investigation that the Washington Post is to be believed. The investigation into President Trump for obstruction began not with Mr. Mueller, but with Mr. Comey's buddies at the FBI, who initiated an obstruction of justice investigation after he was fired. So the corrupted leadership at the FBI under Mr. Comey, he left, but it was still his buddies, initiated a criminal investigation into the president for firing him. So only in Washington does an employment dispute turn into a special counsel investigation.
Lifting the fake but very graphic severed head of Donald Trump with blood dripping off of it. We go, what is she doing? What's the purpose of this? WTF? When we see that there's a play backed by corporate sponsors, including Time Warner, CNN's parent, called Shakespeare in the Park, which is a, quote, modern-day version of Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, and Donald Trump is the one getting stabbed on stage. We go, these people have lost their minds. WTF? Let me tell you what the WTF is behind the curtain. It's their business model. Whether it's Madonna or Kathy Griffin or Snoop Dogg or the creators of Shakespeare in the Park, they're all puppets of the globalists. They are all front people for the globalists because they are trying to deliver the message and the business model of abuse, harassment, intimidation, and inducing fear. Look, Kathy Griffin holding this head up. Come on, what's it meant? What's behind that? That's to say to you, look, we don't care who you are. We're ISIS because here is the leader of the United States, and this is what we've done to him or want to do to him. It was all about their business model. Don't think that that was just some spontaneous event that occurred, because if you watch the B-roll of Kathy Griffin afterwards, she's speaking with the guy, the photographer who did this, saying, oh, well, boy, we're going to get in a lot of trouble for this. And wow, we might have to move to Mexico. And oh, this could be the end of my career. So why would she have done that? It's not conspiratorial. The globalists have their puppets to implement their business plan and model. Some of the political puppets they've had have been the last presidents of the United States. I'm convinced, based on the interactions I've had in Washington, both Bushes, the Clintons, and Obama are all owned and operated by the criminal international banking syndicate, New World Order crowd, globalist crowd. They're puppets. Not in the entertainment industry like Griffin or Madonna or Snoop Dogg or the creators of Shakespeare in the Park, but the political version of it. And lest we think this is just a Democrat issue, not so much, folks. Because I mentioned the Bushes. And there are individuals that I believe are part of the globalist syndicate, and all you have to do is look at their affiliations. John McCain, Lindsey Graham, to name a few. I mean, it just came out yesterday that McCain has this foundation that's backed by who? Soros, who I believe is not at the top end of the pyramid of the globalist structure. He's a middle-level manager. Yeah, a middle-level manager. You see, they use their puppets, whether they're in the media or in politics or government or business, to accomplish their business model. Abuse, intimidation, harassment, fear. Ultimate result, more power, control, and money for them, for the elite. Just look at how Obama and his administration used the IRS to target innocent Americans that had a divergent opinion than the globalists. As I mentioned before, I'm one of those individuals that was targeted by the IRS. And I know I was targeted because of what they told our accountants when the audit was occurring on several occasions. As I mentioned before, when our auditors and our accountants walked in to talk to the IRS auditors and say, why are the Jandas being audited? They don't have any offshore investments. They invest in their kids' education. They pay a lot of money. The IRS auditor looked directly at our accountants and said, quote, it starts with his radio show, end quote. You see, that was a message delivered to me. Shut the hell up. If you shut the heck up, audit goes away. Keep talking? It continued. And I kept talking. And they continued for another 9 months. 9 months of pure harassment. On our show, Operation Freedom, which I host every Sunday from 2 to 5 Eastern out of the People's Republic of Ann Arbor, Wham Talk 1600 studios. And you can stream the show live every Sunday from 2 to 5 Eastern at davejanda.com. I encourage you to do that. I encourage you to call in. It's a live show. We have great guests, great analysis. It's a weapon of mass instruction. We expose the globalist agenda and business model every week, just as John B. does every day here at Caravan to Midnight. On that show, Operation Freedom, in particular on March 19th, 2017, one of my friends and a guest that was on the show, General Tom McInerney, blew open this entire issue on surveillance of not only Trump, but millions of Americans. You see, on that show, General McInerney presented information from another friend, General Admiral Lyons, that he had received. And that was under the Obama administration, the then director of the CIA, Brennan, and the then director of the NSA, Clapper, hired an individual by the name of Dennis Montgomery to create a platform called The Hammer. And the purpose of The Hammer was to not only monitor Trump, but millions of Americans, phone calls, emails, financial activity, internet activity, and to document it and to use that information to abuse, harass, intimidate, and institute fear, to paralyze those that opposed the globalist agenda, overseen, if you will, or covered, fronted by their puppet, Obama. Dennis Montgomery realized what he was doing. And I believe it ended up, he took 46 hard drive with 600 million documents documented on who he was told to surveil. And he approached a friend of mine who has been on Operation Freedom as well, Larry Klayman. Larry is the toughest legal gun I know, and actually the most courageous. Larry took that, along with Dennis Montgomery, to the FBI 2 years ago. And Larry asked that a video deposition be done at FBI, under FBI guidance, of Dennis Montgomery about what was done, about what the Obama administration did. And that occurred 2 years ago. What it involves is a violation of not only Donald Trump's, but millions of Americans' Fourth Amendment rights. It was illegal. It was criminal. And many believe that Clapper and Brennan did not act on their own. This was directed from the West Wing of the White House, including Obama and Valerie Jarrett. So where's the investigation on that? We want it. Everybody's big into congressional hearings. Where is it? WTF. WTF. Yet, that saint, as the lamestream fake media wants to characterize, James Comey, the former head of the FBI, recently went in front of Congress and said, I have no idea, and I believe the United States public and Donald Trump was never surveilled by our government. Yet for 2 years, Comey knew that there were video depositions of Dennis Montgomery, and they tried to cover it up. James Comey committed a criminal offense when he lied to Congress and should be held accountable. But it's all part of their business model. Abuse, harassment, intimidation, with the goal of inducing fear and to paralyzing folks. That's what the IRS was all about, the IRS harassment issues. And that's what the violation of the Fourth Amendment issues were about, led by Brennan, Clapper, I believe Obama, and Jarrett, based on what I've been told. But here's the bottom line. When abuse, harassment, intimidation, and the goal of inducing fear doesn't work, they turn to something else. They kill. Conspiracy theory? His name was Seth Rich. There was no Russian hacking of our election or the DNC. We know that because when the FBI tried to get the servers from the DNC, they refused to provide them. It was a leak. And one, if not the only leaker, to Wikileaks, to Julian Assange, was Seth Rich. He was a Bernie Sanders supporter. He was in charge of voter issues. And he saw what was happening, essentially a double set of books. And he saw how the election was stolen, the primaries, for Hillary Clinton from Bernie Sanders. And he put being an American patriot above the globalists he was working for at the DNC. It's been reported by a private investigator that's working for the Rich family that on his laptop, of which the Washington, D.C. police reportedly have, there are over 44,000 emails on Seth Rich's computer that he had leaked, taken from the DNC with linkage to WikiLeaks. Also, the private investigator has stated that he's been told by officers within the Washington, D.C. Police Department that they have been told to stand down on the investigation of Seth Rich's murder, to let the case go cold. There was a recent analysis that came out of Washington, it just came out yesterday. It says that this was not a robbery, that Seth Rich was assassinated. The question is, who did it? My guess? It was the people that were being outed in the emails were ultimately behind it. You see, when they get desperate, they kill. Which brings me to what happened on that baseball field in Washington, D.C. last week. A disgruntled individual who was a, quote, Bernie Sanders supporter showed up at the field and asked some congressmen that were leaving, who's practicing today, Republicans or Democrats? Now, first of all, how would he know that these congressional, because they have this annual benefit baseball game that was going to occur the next day, that did occur, but how would he know that these are Congress? Why would he ask, are these Republicans or Democrats? I mean, he obviously had some foreknowledge that this practice was occurring and there were politicians involved. And what's interesting, and to some of you it might sound conspiratorial, but this is what I do in prevention, is looking at events and then walking them backwards and analyzing them. The gunman was just north of the third base dugout. Now, if his ultimate goal was to take as many people down as possible, he would have sprayed the dugout where everybody was sitting. But he didn't. And there was a third baseman right in front of him. He didn't mortally wound them. Or the shortstop, or the left fielder, the pitcher, all of whom were closer to where one particular member of the House, Stephen Scalise, was, who was playing second base. And he's the one, and there were two other victims, but he's the one who got it the worst. Now, he was shot in the hip, reportedly in the left hip, and then it went to this right hip. Now, if you think about it, if the shooter's on the third base side, you're going to get the bullet initially on your right side. But it hit him on the left side. So I don't know if he was running, but many people say, well, it's a hip wound. It's not a big deal. I can tell you as an orthopedic surgeon, it is a big deal because that bullet didn't stop at the left hip. It went into his pelvis, where the bladder and where the intestines are. Penetration of the bladder and the intestines can ultimately lead to an infection, a very serious infection, a life-threatening infection. And there are significant, not only nerve structures, but blood vessel structures, and you could easily bleed to death. It's a significant injury that's going to carry with it significant long-term ramifications if we can get Congressman Scalise through the next week or two, because it's going to be touch and go for the next week or two. So in my mind, I started to question, wait a minute, when other people were closer and he could have annihilated everybody in the dugout where he was closest to, why Scalise? Well, did a little digging. May 25th of this year, Congressman Scalise put out an articulate video on human trafficking. Read that as the pedophile network. That's the code in Washington for the pedophile network, human trafficking. Donald Trump, Jeff Sessions, the Attorney General, have been adamant in going after the pedophile network around our country, and Scalise was their guy in Congress to get legislation through. And in this May 25th video, he talked about introducing legislation as it relates to human trafficking, the pedophile network. You see, folks, I was taught early on the globalists behind the curtain, what they do, the third rail in Washington, is related to human trafficking, pedophilia. That's what they use to entrap people in Washington, both parties. And once they entrap them, they own them. And that's how the globalists get their agenda through. I believe it could well be that the reason why Scalise took it the worst is because he was the main target on that day. And he was the main target because of his persistence in pursuing the human trafficking issue that's occurring around our country and around the world. You see, these people will stop at nothing. Let me take you to a conversation I had with the former chairman of the Republican National Committee in 1989. In 1989, I was asked to testify in front of a congressional committee on healthcare policy. And I did that, and the testimony went well. An individual came up to me after my testimony and said, Dr. Janda, Lee Atwater, the chairman of the Republican Party, would like to speak with you. He was impressed with your testimony. He was watching it on C-SPAN in his office, and he asked me to come here and see if you could come meet with him. I was fairly naive in 1989. I followed this individual. This is not something I would do today. I followed this individual and got in a car, and he drove me to the Republican National Committee headquarters, nice white building, beautiful. Went up the elevator and walked in, and there was Lee Atwater sitting at his desk, strumming a guitar, boots on his desk, C-SPAN TV over his head. He looked at me, he said, Dr. Janda, have a seat, have a seat. So I did. He said, I really enjoyed your testimony. You took on, actually, Congressman Natcher in your testimony, who is not only the oldest member of Congress, he's been there for about 60 years, but he's also one of the meanest, if not the meanest. And you took him on. And he actually obviously enjoyed you taking him on because he seemed really positive on your testimony. But you delivered the message about cost containment and prevention. You did a great job. You communicate extremely well, to the point where I believe somewhere along the line you're going to be asked to run for the House of Representatives or the Senate or governor's race in your state. He goes, Dr. Janda, while you were speaking in front of Congress, I did a little background research on you. I know you're married, and I know you have a little girl at home, a little red-haired girl. Well, that was kind of creepy, but he was right. He said, I'm telling you this as a friend. When they approach you to run for public office, don't do it. And this is a direct quote, all of this. Quote, you are honest. You can't be bought. There's nothing in your background that indicates that. You are an albino in a sea of black. End quote. Now, this is one of those conversations in life that you remember the rest of your life. And this is one of the things I think about almost every day and have since 1989. And he went on. He said, listen, don't run for public office because they will kill you. He went on, I don't mean that figuratively. I mean it literally. Honest people don't survive in this city. What do you say? I looked at him and I said, sir, Was that friendly advice or was that a threat? He looked at me and he said, no, that's friendly advice. I like you. I suggest that you keep taking care of people, do your interviews, focus on your prevention. But if you expect your wife not to be a widow, and if you expect your baby daughter to know who her daddy is, you'll never run for public office. You know, folks, at the beginning of John B. Wells' show, all of his 760 episodes, and the beginning of the one episode that I co-hosted the other day, and hopefully, as I do my shows on Monday and Thursday, if that continues, the introduction is John Kennedy arriving in Dallas in November of 1963. You see, folks, Lee Atwater was telling me the globalist formula back in 1989. They will kill you if you're honest and not bought off and not compromised. Since 1988, when I went to Washington to work on healthcare policy with Ronald Reagan, I've met a lot of different people from a lot of different agencies. And on my Operation Freedom show, on several folks that work for one of our intelligence agencies, I asked them the same question. How many people in Washington, what percent have control files where they are controlled, bribed, or being blackmailed? The answer given to me by both of them was roughly 99%. WTF. You see, what happens in Washington, the legislation, what happens on Wall Street with all the pilfering of your finances is not an accident. It's a business model. What we're going to do today is we're going to explore with our guests geopolitics. We're going to explore economics and finances. After the break, I assure you, we will provide you information that will make your life better because it will empower you. And as I always end every segment, dream big and dare to fail.
I think healthcare is going to happen and infrastructure is going to happen. You're going to have a lot of exciting things over the next few months. And I look forward to being able to produce it. Let's see what happens. If we had even a little Democrat support, just a little, like a couple of votes, you'd have everything. But again, they just want to stop. They just want to obstruct. And their plan isn't working because they thought they were going to win last night in Atlanta. And they've been unbelievably nasty, really nasty. And they thought they spent close to $30 million on this kid who forgot to live in the community that he was in. I mean, you know, I am making it a little bit hard to get their support, but who cares? And if Karen Handel had lost, they would have blamed it on me, which is fine. But if she had lost, they would have been there for weeks talking about this. This would have been the greatest defeat in the history of American politics. When she won, when they said, projected winner is Karen Handel. Then they said, we switch to another program, right? So it was so short. They couldn't get out of there fast enough. This happened in Montana, right? In Kansas. Last night, South Carolina. with Ralph, who was expected to win and he won. California. So, but it's been incredible. So we're 5-0. We're 5-0. And
of course, he was talking about the race, the special election in the congressional 6th district of Georgia, which once upon a time was held by the former Speaker of the House and former 2012 GOP presidential candidate. Of course, we're talking about Newt Gingrich, whose book, Understanding Trump, just hit #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to you.
Well, thank you.
All right.
Thank you to everybody at Fox who helped us do such a good job with Understanding Trump.
Well, it's a really good book. So, we heard before the election this was going to be a referendum on Donald Trump. At least that's what the mainstream media wanted us to think. We also saw the early polls. No way she could win, but she did. What happened?
It was a referendum on Donald Trump.
That was easy.
You know Georgia.
Was right.
You know that district, and you know too that he spent $20 million more.
Largest Republican turnout ever in a Georgia special election. People said, "Oh, this is really a resident of this." And Karen Handel is a good candidate. She got better and better as the campaign went on. Ossoff's not living in the district, as President Trump pointed out, just became a huge weight on him. They had a debate, and each got to ask one question. She turned and said, "So who are you going to vote for in the election?" He couldn't answer because he wasn't allowed to vote in his own election. Yeah. And I think all that stuff came together. But in the end, I think the margin of victory were people who were determined not to allow the news media and Nancy Pelosi and Hollywood liberals to defeat Donald Trump in their district. And I think that was probably the margin of victory. So the news media had it right. This was a referendum on Trump. He won. The problem for the news media is they can't come to grips with the fact that in 5 different specials, the Republicans have won. And that sort of says maybe Trump's doing a lot better in America than he is in the news media.
Mr. Speaker, there's questions about Nancy Pelosi's future coming from both parties, obviously. Now we're hearing from Democrats, some of them not really willing to speak out on that. But still, Democrats are having their issues. Is it time for some soul searching? Is it time for some changes, possibly at the top with Nancy Pelosi?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, you want to keep her?
I hope they keep Nancy for 10 more years. I want her there for at least another decade. I mean, we have all the ads done. They work perfectly in Georgia. We know exactly how to run against the Nancy Pelosi-led party. We'd love to have the question be in 2018, Nancy Pelosi versus Paul Ryan. And I hope that the Democrats keep her right where she is for a long, long time, at least a decade.
One thing is clear, Mr. Speaker, even from the week you were here when your book rolled out, is that I sense that the Russia thing has hit a brick wall, and that the Democrats, after these 4 straight losses, are going to let him be president and go at him on health care, North Korea policy, and things like that, because even they can't get a show through with collusion.
Well, let me draw a distinction. I think you're right, and I think, frankly, we were not very smart. Jay Johnson put it right yesterday. Remember, for Jay Johnson to say the Russians had successfully done something, he had to say he failed as Homeland Security Chief. And so we should have turned it back on the Obama administration from day one and said, are you telling us that you were so incompetent that for 6 months the Russians were doing something and you didn't know it? I think they would have to have said, oh, no, we're not that incompetent. Mm-hmm. So I think Jay Johnson was one, and he was a very competent guy. I think he's one more brick, if you'll put it, in that wall. Here's the problem. Mueller, who's hiring liberal Democrats as the lawyers, who came from a law firm which gave, think about this number, gave 0.19%, 0.19 of 1% of its donations went to Trump. 99.81% went to Hillary. That's where Mueller's from.
Right.
Mueller's now going to drop Russia, go to obstruction. If he can't make obstruction work, he's going to drop obstruction and go to finances. But he is out there trying to find a way to get either Trump or somebody close to Trump. I think it is disgraceful. I think it's a disaster. And people need to understand. Mueller's running a left-wing Democratic group The lawyers he's hired have terrible records. One of them was employed by the Clinton administration specifically to stop Freedom of Information Act requests. Now, how's that for transparency?
Yeah.
One of them was repudiated 9-0 by the Supreme Court after they destroyed a company with 85,000 jobs. So, I mean, you look carefully at Mueller, because now it's not going to be Russia. Now it's going to be a personal vendetta by Robert Mueller against the President of the United States.
Well, you know what's interesting, Mr. Speaker? We had Mark Penn on the program about 20 minutes ago, and he said he's got a new Harris-Harvard poll that's going to be coming out, he said, Monday in the Hill newspaper. And one of the findings is, and he was reluctant to give us the full depth of it, but the headline is, regarding Russia, the American people think that all this Russia talk and how they're promoting it on the Democratic side is hurting America.
Yeah, well, it does. I mean, but look, the Democrats have made it very clear that they are, and we'll see what happens as they digest the defeat in Georgia, because that may have been sort of the unlocking event that gets them to come to grips with reality. But up until now, since election night, they have been so traumatized by losing and so traumatized by Donald J. Trump winning that they have literally been incapable of cooperating on almost anything. And I hope the president's right. I think, for example, in the Senate, I wouldn't be shocked, because Mitch McConnell's such a great leader, to see 2 or 3 Democrats from very heavily Trump states, a North Dakota, a Missouri, a Montana,
West
and
Virginia.
Indiana, maybe make a decision they're going to vote for West Virginia. That some of those may decide they want to vote for the health bill because they don't want to go home as an anti-Trump, bitter end liberal.
It would be stunning.
Because they won't get reelected. If that's
it would
what
be
they do.
stunning, because we haven't seen that in 9 years.
But it's possible.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Speaker, thanks for coming on with us this morning. Good to see you.
And stay number 1, okay, Mr. Speaker? Let's do it 2 weeks in a row.
And welcome to Newsmax Now. I'm your host, Miranda Kahn. We want to go ahead and bring in our political panel. It's a packed house today. Joining me now on the National Anchor Desk, we have Freedom Watch founder and former prosecutor Larry Klayman. Also joining us, the president of Tripp Scott Law Firm, Ed Pasquale. Ed is also the former co-chairman of Jeb Bush for governor, as well as a former member of the Bush-Cheney legal team during the 2000 presidential recount. Thank you both for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
You. And last but certainly not least, joining us now via Skype, we have the lovely Liz Peek. She's a columnist at the Fiscal Times. Liz, thanks for joining us today. All right, let's take a look. Hopefully, we may be having some audio issue there, so let's see if we can fix that. Now let's take a look at what's on our agenda for today. We're going to be talking about that stabbing at an airport in Michigan and why it may be related to terrorism. There's supposed to be a press conference that's going to be updating us on the situation there. We'll try to take it live as soon as we can. We'll also give you an update on the condition of Congressman Steve Scalise. Plus, we'll take a look at the Senate health care bill that's set to be revealed, the big reveal tomorrow. We've all been waiting for this, but some Republicans are a little upset over all the hush-hush around it. And we'll talk about the impact of the Georgia special election and what it means for both parties moving forward. All right, let's get to our big story of the day, and that is the attack in Flint, Michigan. The FBI now says the stabbing may have been a terror attack. Officials evacuated Bishop International Airport after a man stabbed a police officer in the neck. According to NBC News, the man shouted Allah Akbar before he attacked Lieutenant Jeff Neville. Now, Neville is reportedly in stable condition following surgery. Meanwhile, police have the suspect in custody. He's apparently from Quebec and was carrying a Canadian passport. That's according to authorities. Of course, this latest event comes after police foiled an apparent attack yesterday. This one happened in Belgium. A Brussels train station was evacuated following a small explosion, but it could have been much bigger, much worse. Police shot and killed the suspect, who was wearing this suicide-type vest. A prosecutor identified the 36-year-old man only by his initials, OZ, and says that he was a Moroccan citizen. Now, he's from an area in Brussels that's been linked to an Islamic terror cell. That's the same cell that was responsible for the 2015 attacks in Brussels and Paris. Now, witnesses say the man also shouted Allah Akbar as the bomb went off at the station, but thankfully no one else was injured or killed. All right, guys, so it's been less than a week, and as I mentioned, we have had terrorist attacks and Paris again, and Brussels. It's like deja vu, and now maybe, we don't know yet, but an apparent attack in Flint, Michigan. You know, how concerned, let's start with you, how concerned are you that some of these attacks are becoming more and more frequent?
Well, of course, Miranda, we know that ISIS sent out an appeal. This is supposed to be in retaliation for what happened in London the other day when a white man attacked Muslims and killed them, regrettably. And it's probably going to escalate. I mean, it's going to escalate more and more, and it underscores why we do need a better vetting system for immigration. We need better border control. This guy came from Canada, obviously. It can come from Canada, it can come from Mexico, it can come from anywhere. So it's very troubling, it's scary. And of course, it's occurring during the holiday season and the summer season. It's really going to have a big impact on tourism, not just in Europe, but I think in here as well.
You hit on something, and that was going to be my next question, and I want to ask you, Ed. It does appear that these attacks are becoming more and more frequent. Like I said, less than a week.
Well, for
how concerned are you?
I'm concerned in that I'm concerned for our friends in Europe, particularly, because they have kind of left the barn door open for so long. And what they now have is, so this latest person in Brussels was connected to the neighborhood where a lot of terror activity is alleged to have occurred and organized. And so this is what happens when you are not diligent and consistent about protecting, one, your border, and two, the security of your citizens, essentially above all else. And the federal government has the primary obligation to protect us from those who want to harm us from the outside.
And that's the big question, is the government doing enough? Liz, let's go to you. Do you think more needs to be done to weed out these radical groups?
Well, I think our law enforcement and security groups have done a bang-up job in the last several years of warding off a lot of these kinds of incidents, but you cannot possibly protect against the lone wolf attacker. And as someone earlier said, that's what ISIS is calling upon people to do. So my guess is we're going to see more of this. But I have to say, I was speaking to someone who had just come back from Paris. And to give you an idea of how much farther ahead we are than even now the French are, she was at Charles de Gaulle Airport. A Turkish gentleman came up and asked her to take something to a friend of his in the United States, a package on the plane. She said no, and then looked around for someone, anyone to report this to. And it was sort of like all the gendarmes had gone off to lunch. I mean, there was literally nobody guarding the airport, nobody there to report this to. She was absolutely horrified. And I think it's just a really stark reminder that our cops, particularly here in New York, I've got to say, have just been incredibly good at ramping up our security networks, our intelligence gathering, all the things that have so far kept us safe, and by the way, limiting the number of people coming into the United States. Just by sort of definition, we have fewer people than Europe obviously has had in the last several years, and that's a huge variable. But look, you know, the guy in, I think it was the head of, or the equivalent of Homeland Security in London said, we didn't track this Manchester bomber because we're looking at 2,000 or 3,000 people. Well, so are our security services. They can't track everybody. And the important thing is to limit the number of people who are questionable, who are in this country.
I want to take a look at a recent poll measuring Americans' confidence when it comes to being protected from terror attacks. According to this Gallup survey, which was taken prior to these recent attacks, 70% of Americans say they feel a great deal or a fair amount of confidence in the government to protect them from future attacks of terror. Now, the poll is the first measurement of American trust in the federal government since the president took office. Meanwhile, I want to update. The FBI gave us an update earlier today. Actually, let's talk about Congressman Steve Scalise, because this is great news. This is just so happy to hear this. He's now been upgraded to fair condition and is beginning rehab just a week after he was shot while practicing during that congressional baseball game. Meanwhile, the FBI gave us an update today on its investigation into the shooter. James Hodgkinson was killed by Capitol Police during that shootout. The FBI says that he was actually carrying a hit list with the names of 6 members of Congress.
If you look at his pattern of life and what he was doing on his laptop and social media accounts, there's no indication that that was a list to target or there was any threats associated with those names on the list.
Officials also say Hodgkinson acted alone in the shooting at a GOP baseball practice wasn't an act of terror. Ed, do you agree with the FBI's sentiment that this was not an act of terrorism? Is this some kind of like legal definition? What actually constitutes as terror?
Well, obviously it caused terror to those who are on the baseball field.
Right.
So by that definition, it's terror. But let's not overplay this. So I've heard both Republicans get on the, and talk about some of the Democrats causing this kind of stir and, causing something like. But let's put this in perspective. This still is somebody who is obviously deranged, somebody who is mentally ill, because who carries a list of potential targets other than a psychopath? So let's understand that piece of it. We'd like to put it up against a backdrop because it makes a good story about politics or the political environment in today's world. But there are still psychopaths out there, and there have been before any of this brew between Republicans and Democrats has reached a boil.
Well, Larry, I see you nodding your head because he's one of those who actually might disagree with you a little bit. But
well, maybe the guy is a psychopath, but here's the reality of the situation is that we have a Democratic Congress which is doing everything it can to destroy President Trump, vilifying him, disparaging him, basically saying he's less than human. Then you've got a left-wing media, which is run by CNN and MSNBC and others, who's whipping it up every single night. You've got Hollywood, leftist Hollywood, that is hanging the president in effigy and holding shrunken heads of the president, suggesting that he should have his head cut off like ISIS. And then last but not least, you have these leftist judges, some of which are writing decisions which get published widely, that the president's a racist, and so are the Republicans. So you put all that together, and that's inciting violence. And interestingly enough, there was a judge in Kentucky recently that let a case go forward claiming that President Trump had incited violence at a protest.
I'm going to have to interrupt you, Larry. I'm sorry, we're not going to go to that press conference about that stabbing at a Michigan airport earlier today. The FBI is speaking right now. Let's take a listen.
The airport public safety department. So there'll be a lot of information that we'll have for all of you in just a few minutes. And again, I appreciate your patience, your emails and all of your correspondence and getting the most accurate information out to each one of your viewers. That means a lot. So just a few more minutes and we'll have this going for you. All right, thank you. Thanks, man.
Apparently, we thought we were going to be going to the press conference, but as you just heard, a few more minutes. This was supposed to start at 4 o'clock, so we've just been kind of on standby. If it does start up again during the show, we'll, of course, go back to it. But sorry to interrupt our train of thought.
My final thought is that all of this is inciting violence, and it doesn't come as any surprise that people are going to take matters into their own hands. And it is terrorism. I agree with that. It's terrorism, but it's political terrorism, and it's intended to get members of Congress, Republicans, conservatives, libertarians, and others to be afraid to not push forward with Trump's agenda. I think it was calculated, and it wasn't crazy. He may be crazy, but it's a logical consequence of what's happening.
And this, put aside the judges for a second, because we can talk about that, because some of those judges clearly don't understand their role as a judge and
don't want to.
And they don't want to. And they want to be legislators or they want to be the president. But putting that aside for a second, the other point you made, look, we've got to be able to protect free speech. Mm-hmm. And so you and I should be able to disagree without becoming violent. We can disagree without being disagreeable. I understand that Democrats have fully attacked President Trump full on, and I called it on this program a week ago what I thought was today's McCarthyism. And so without any evidence except innuendo and accusation, they've accused a whole set of people for being less than human and being anti-American.
Deplorables.
I got it.
We're going to have to leave it there, gentlemen. Stick around, though. Liz, please stick around. We still have a lot more to talk about later in the show. Joining us now on the National Anchor Desk again, we have with us Freedom Watch founder Larry Klayman. Larry, thank you for sticking around. We also have Ed Pasquale. He is the president of Tripp Scott Law Firm. He was also the former co-chairman of Jeb Bush for governor and the former member of the Bush-Cheney legal team during the 2000 presidential recount. And again with us, Liz Peek. She's a columnist at the Fiscal Times. Liz, let's start with you. I know we were only able to air some of that, but just your reaction. They are calling this now an act of terror.
Well, I don't really know how you could interpret it any other way. It was an unprovoked attack. Again, one of these lone wolf incidents, which are so very hard to defend against. I think it's going to be very interesting to find out what was in the bags the guy left in the restroom. That sounds like that could have been trouble. We don't know what was in that. And also, obviously, why he went to Flynn. You know, there's a lot we don't know about this guy. I'm sure the FBI will be looking at his social media presence and whatever, maybe he was traveling with someone. We really don't know a great deal at this point. But again, this is the kind of thing that ISIS has called for. And unfortunately, it's pretty darn hard to prevent it. So everyone is going to have to kind of be looking over their shoulder a little bit this summer, particularly in these areas like airports where an awful lot of people are coming and going. And there's just the security simply cannot be perfect.
All right. I also want to talk about the very latest with that Senate election that happened in Georgia. That's been all the talk, been dominating the news cycle for several days, and probably so. We're actually going to get to that in a moment. But first, we want to talk about a health care bill. It's very, very secret. Okay, the Senate Majority Leader. No laughs, no laughs. Remember, I got a little chuckle.
We will. We're just holding back.
We're holding back. All right. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says the GOP will reveal the legislation to replace Obamacare tomorrow, and they plan to vote on the bill next week.
I wouldn't want to compare it to the House bill. It'll speak for itself. It'll be different and take a different approach based upon these endless discussions we've had with the only people interested in changing the law, which is Republican senators. Everybody will have an adequate time to take a look at it. I think this will be about as transparent as it could be. No transparency would have been added by having hearings in which Democrats offered endless single-payer system amendments. That is not what this Republican Senate was sent here to do.
All right, well, despite Senator McConnell's talks of transparency, some Republicans, they're not happy. They're complaining a little bit, and that includes Utah Senator Mike Lee. He says he hasn't even seen a draft of the bill, despite being a member of the working group that put it together.
It has become increasingly apparent in the last few days that even though we thought we were going to be in charge of writing a bill within this working group, it's not being written by us. It's apparently being written by a small handful of staffers for members of the Republican leadership in the Senate. So if you're frustrated by the lack of transparency in this process, I share your frustration. I share it wholeheartedly.
And he shares it with Senator Lee, who's also frustrated. Ohio Senator Rob Portman, also a member of that same working group, told reporters yesterday he hasn't seen a draft either. So all of this secrecy surrounding the bill has prompted some to make a few jokes out of it, including this satirical news site, The Onion. You've heard of that, right? It put out this picture of Mitch McConnell, along with the caption, "Panicking Mitch McConnell shoves entire Senate healthcare bill into mouth as a Democrat walked by." First of all, Larry, why is there all this secrecy among even Republicans? Is that normal?
Well, it is, because this Republican Party is no friend of President Trump. Basically, the establishment's trying to stab him in the back. Senator McCain made a comment yesterday, his usual nasty self, saying, well, I don't know what's in it, but maybe the Russians can find out, okay? I mean, that kind of stuff is obviously why McConnell's doing this. I think he's doing the right thing. Frankly, I haven't always been a fan of McConnell, but they're going to have time to look at it. And to get it bouncing around Capitol Hill, if they want to draft, they can go to a bar on Pennsylvania Avenue.
They get to read the bill before? They get to read the bill before they vote on it?
I think they actually will.
Oh, okay.
You think?
No. Compared to Obamacare, I mean,
they didn't need to read it.
That's my joke too. I said if they want to draft, they can go to a bar in Pennsylvania.
That's it. There you go. I'm sorry.
Liz, do you think they're going to actually have enough time, though? I mean, I just really want to know, how confident are you that this will actually get passed before? That's the key.
I know. Look,
before the July 4th break.
most of us know the essential arguments that are taking place, and most of us know what issues are going to be raised and dealt with in this bill. I think there's a lot of whining about transparency. The Democrats I just completely disregard, because let's remember back to the Cornhusker Compromise and the Louisiana Purchase and all those darkroom deals that were made to pass Obamacare on, I think it was Christmas Eve at midnight or something. So please, let's not even compare the two programs. But McConnell's doing the right thing, because the minute this thing emerges, everyone is going to be taking pot shots at it. It's going to be fair game for the media, for dissonant Republicans and everything else. It'll be torn apart. And the truth is, the longer it's sort of worked on and they try to answer some of the issues that are going to be provocative or difficult for senators who have to vote on it, the better. So they're going to have plenty of time to look at it. Again, we all know what the main arguments are and issues are. So it's not like they're going to spend 4 months really debating again what Medicaid should look like state by state. That's just not necessary. So yes, I think we need to get on with it, because tax reform waits upon health care reform. I think McConnell's doing totally the right thing. I hope it gets done.
Ed, I see you nodding your head. Last word to you on this.
Listen, I'm disappointed in Republicans breaking ranks and saying they're disappointed with the leadership who I think is doing the right thing. On the other hand, I don't give any credibility to Democrats complaining about transparency, because all they're going to do is rip apart the bill and talk about the same talking points that they'll talk about whatever, and kind of demonize the bill for, it'll kill this many people and whatever else. We don't even need to hear that. If you really want input into it, then you have to earn it. And in a certain sense, you want the right. With that right comes a corresponding responsibility to actually give real input. And no Democrat has credibility on that in the Senate.
I bet you're a strict parent. That's what it sounds like. You've got to earn that. You've got to earn that. All right, let's talk about the possible implications of that Georgia special election last night. As I mentioned, everyone keeps talking about it, but for good reason. Republican Karen Handel took on the Democrat Jon Ossoff and won. And what was the most expensive congressional race in history? About $50 million spent on that. Handel is against providing federal funding to Planned Parenthood. And according to our very own John Gizzi, her views on that group were largely the reason why she won. So she defeated Ossoff by more than 5 points. Handel will take the seat vacated by Health and Human Services Secretary Tom Price. That seat was once held by former House Speaker Newt Gingrich. I mean, it's pretty much been a Republican stronghold since Jimmy Carter was president. But President Trump took credit for that win. He tweeted his congratulations to Handel. Trump also wrote that the GOP hasn't lost a special congressional election yet. Of course, some were not so happy about Handel's win. President Trump's son, Donald Jr., retweeted a meme of CNN host and commentators during their coverage of the election last night. I'm sure you're going to like this, Larry. The picture of the anchors looking pretty sad. Sorry. After realizing Ossoff was going to lose, it just went viral. Look at that. Political pundits and commentators poked fun at CNN. Howie Carr, who simulcasts his radio show right here on Newsmax TV, also reacted, tweeting, "Sad, CNN is the best screen grab we've seen in a while."
Yeah, well, you know what? CNN, if they don't do that, they could get fired. Okay, the head of CNN hates Trump. They used to work together, in terms of the Apprentice, and they toe the line. There are a number of other commentators like Jake Tapper, who used to be a pretty reasonable guy, who's going over the edge. But they got to toe the line over there if they want their jobs.
I haven't seen that sad a face since the night Trump won. I mean, if you look at it, honestly, as a conservative Republican, I looked at that. I watched the reports from CNN, and honestly, I sort of laughed my ass off.
Oh, that was good. That was good.
That's a good one.
I'm going to give you points for that.
Think that up to that?
Yeah. Well, various theories have been thrown around as to why Handel beat Ossoff. Her experience, maybe the fact that she lives in the district, her stance on Planned Parenthood. I mean, she's heavily against it. But let's go to Liz. I want to bring you in. Why do you think Handel won?
I think it's very easy. It's the message and the messenger. Once again, and just, going back to the 2016 presidential election, really Ossoff had no message, except now the new message from Democrats is oppose Trump. Well, You remember Republicans were told that wasn't very effective when Obama was president. I don't think it's very effective when Trump is president. They thought it would be in this district because he carried it by only 1.5 percentage points. So clearly it wasn't a really strong Trump district. But the truth is he just didn't have enough to say. After kind of getting off that message, he had sort of a very milquetoast campaign, didn't really, kind of portrayed himself as a centrist. So he really had nothing to say. And by the way, he's a 30-year-old guy, used to be a congressional aide and a documentary film producer who puffed up his resume talking about how he had security clearances when he didn't live in the district. I mean, forgive me, but this was not a serious contender in my view. If Democrats want to start winning elections, they've got to put forward some adults, and I don't mean octogenarians necessarily, but people with some, credentials. And I don't think he passed the test.
But, and I'm going to debate with you for a second, that all the reasons you gave probably are valid, but still, look at all the money that was pouring this guy's way. Clearly, they had confidence in him. Was that a mistake, Larry?
No, look at all the money that poured Hillary's way compared to Trump. Yeah. I think this was two things. I think Ossoff is a little weird, to begin with. He comes off...
He's just weird?
As Liz was saying, I think he's weird.
What's weird about him?
For the South? I don't think... He doesn't play in the South. I went to school at Duke University and Emory Law School, so I have a little feeling for Georgia.
So like a carpetbagger, or are you going to make...
You got to have a Southern accent.
Emory's in that district, too.
You got to be able to say Emory and Duke, in a Southern style.
Okay.
But the other thing is that I believe that it is a pushback against all this negative publicity and hatred towards Trump. I believe it's more than that. And the voters of that district were showing that we're fed up with this. We're sick of this. We don't want this establishment coming in here telling us how to vote, particularly the leftist establishment.
Right, because a lot of these donations were coming outside of Georgia.
All of that doesn't, in my view, it matters in this respect. Voters in that district paid attention, and they agree essentially with the issues that have been raised by President Trump, and you cannot run against him, even if you don't like him, but you can't run against his ideas. And Handel ran basically a Trump-style campaign, doesn't have the same personality, and clearly is well known to those voters because she was an elected official statewide. But the bottom line is that the ideas won out, and that's where I think the Democrats fail. You cannot run on this leftist idea or no ideas and win. I don't care whether you have all the money in the world, it doesn't matter.
Well, and that's kind of what the reason why people say Hillary Clinton lost, that there was no clear message, that it was just about resist, I'm not Trump.
And they didn't like her.
Right. Liz,
she's not likable.
So really the big question now is, what does all of this mean going forward when it comes to the 28 midterm elections, when it comes to Republicans, when it comes to the president's agenda?
Well, I think it's really incumbent on Congress to pass some legislation. I don't know if you looked at the polling on Congress lately. It's pretty dismal, and it's certainly a lot worse than it is on Trump. So as people go to run for re-election, they're going to have to show voters that giving Republicans the House, giving them the Senate and the White House actually has meant something. So I think there's a tremendous pressure on Congress to produce. I think if they come forward with a health care bill that's acceptable and tax reform, which is welcome, particularly for small and medium-sized businesses that are really being crushed today, I think Congress will be I think Republicans will do just fine. I think one of the things that's come up, again, is why is the polling so bad? The polling showed Ossoff winning or tying right up till Election Day. And of course he didn't. So I think people are now looking at all those approval ratings of Donald Trump and saying, do we trust those ratings?
I don't trust polls at all. Ever since President Trump won, I don't trust polls at all. Liz Peek, we're going to have to leave it there, but we really do appreciate your time. Thanks so much. Larry Klayman, Ed Pasquale, pleasure to have you, gentlemen. This has been a fun panel.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 1313A, and today's date is June 22nd, 2017, and the title of the episode is, The Fed is Now Preparing for the Next Economic Crisis. Here's how. Let's get into the economic collapse financial news. Now, we are seeing one retailer after another completely collapse on itself, and it's not slowing up. And we see that as we move throughout this year, it's going to get a lot worse. And this holiday season, it's not going to get any better. We're going to see, most likely after this holiday season, a lot more stores close down, which means there's a lot of commercial real estate. Strip malls will be completely empty. Malls will be empty. And we're going to have major problems. Now, Sears in Canada, they announced that they are going bankrupt. They're going to be letting go around 3,000 people. And we can see already that these individuals are going to have a very difficult time trying to find work. Now, we can see at this point that Sears most likely will cease to exist as we move throughout these coming months. And a lot of other stores, which we've known for a very long time, they don't exist anymore. Now, we realize that the economy is breaking down very, very quickly. Everywhere we look, we see things accelerating to the downside. And we were looking at Home Capital Group. This is up in Canada, where they were having major, major problems, where they had the liar loans. They were basically imploding on themselves, and depositors were taking their funds out of the financial institution. And many people thought, okay, this is going to be the first sign. It's going to have a domino effect. It will start affecting other financial institutions, and this will be a cascading effect. Now, something very interesting just happened. Warren Buffett, he came in and he acquired 38.4% of Home Capital Group, and he's providing around $2 billion worth of loans. Now, the question is, why is he doing this? Why did Warren Buffett indirectly acquire $300 million of the firm's shares in a private placement through its Columbia Insurance unit? Why did he do this? Well, we can see that there were many, many problems with Home Capital Group, where the company was in the crosshairs for peddling liar loans. Last week, Home Capital reached around $30.5 million settlement with Ontario Securities Commission, settled a class action lawsuit, and accepted responsibility for misleading investors about problems with its mortgage underwriting procedures. In April, it was accused of misleading shareholders on mortgage fraud, which sent its shares tumbling. And once that happened, it sparked withdrawals and threatened to disrupt Canada's real estate sector. So Warren Buffett stepped in. He decided to acquire a portion of this company. And the reason for this is because they knew if no one did anything, this would start the chain reaction, and the economy throughout Canada, the US, the rest of the world would all start coming down. Think about 2006, 2007, 2008. What other companies were there problems with? Bear Stearns comes to mind, where they stepped in and they tried to save it. Does this not look very familiar to that point in time? We're seeing very similar things happen once again. And the reason why we're seeing this is because they're trying to hold off the entire system from coming down. That's why they're doing this. Now, when we look at junk bonds right now, they are signaling that the great global debt binge, well, it's coming to an end. Now, the market has gone absolutely nowhere for about, 15 weeks now? Meanwhile, against the backdrop, we can see the credit markets are flashing major warning signs. Junk bonds have broken their bull market trend line from the 216 bottom. This is a major warning that the markets are switching into risk-off mode. And what we're looking at right now, it looks like that the central bank-driven credit bubble from 2009, well, it looks like it is now ending. And we can see from everything the Fed has been doing that things are rapidly coming to an end here. And it looks like the Fed is preparing for the next economic crisis. Now, everything that we've been looking at shows us that we're in this recession right now. I mean, we have weak data all over the place. We can see with our own two eyes how things are rapidly deteriorating. And we know that the Fed is raising the interest rates. Now, they also mentioned that they'll be unwinding their balance sheet. Now, we need to think about this for a second. They bought up all that toxic real estate back in 2009, 2010, 2011. They also had stimulus to pump up the markets once again. And they've been holding this toxic real estate while at the same time, they've been pumping up the real estate bubbles. Now, let's think about this for a second. They've been pumping up the bubbles, getting the prices on homes to move up, to make it seem like the real estate market was strong. Now, remember, they're holding all this toxic real estate, and the value of this continually rises, which means there's going to come a point where they can say, let's get rid of it right now. And here we are right now. Now, why did they pick this time to do it? Well, we're at the top of the bubbles. They can unload this now. People will buy it. People will say, yes, give me this. I will take it. Now, why are they doing this? They are doing this because they're getting ready for the next round of this entire market collapse scenario. They're cleaning out as much as they possibly can so they can take on more. They're raising interest rates to basically start the chain reaction. We have Warren Buffett purchasing shares in this mortgage company, which basically was collapsing. Now, he's stopping it. The Fed is now maneuvering to get all of this off of their balance sheet. Now, they need to do this because once the system starts to come down and it drops dramatically, what are they going to have to do? Well, these housing prices, these bubbles, they're going to pop. And there's going to be a lot more toxic real estate. And they can take what they have and basically go out to the banks and purchase them up once again. They can start stimulus once again to prop up the markets. This is what we've been talking about, where they have been planning this for a very long time, where this is going to be a two-stage type of collapse. Now, the first stage, which we talked about, they're going to let the markets go. They're going to let the bubbles pop. Now, remember, they've always said that they can't decide if there's a bubble or not a bubble. They have no tools to detect this, but we know for a fact they're the ones who create all of these bubbles. They do it on purpose. They know exactly when they're going to pop because they do it. Everything is completely controlled by them. It's really not a surprise. And we can see that they're prepared and ready to bring it down. This is what they're getting ready to do. Now, the first stage is where they're going to say, okay, look, it's maybe being blamed on Trump. Let's just use that as an example where he is the one who brought down the economy. Now, not all the way, part of the way. And it's going to allow the Fed to step in. Now, most likely, they'll not raise rates anymore. They're going to say they're going to have to lower them back down because there's no way that they can raise rates when this is all happening. They're going to say we're going to try some stimulus. They're not going to go full they're not going to go full throttle with stimulus right away. They're going to say, let's start off slowly. We're going to add some stimulus to the economy, and we're going to help the banks out right now because we can see that a lot of the real estate that they owned, well, it's dropping very quickly. Now, they're not going to do this right away, of course. They're going to wait a little while until they step in and say, let's buy up some of this toxic real estate, which again then will create another bubble, which will pump the market up once again. Now, how high can they pump this market up once again? Well, they're going to have a lot of trouble because this time it's going to go absolutely nowhere. They know this already. They already know that they'll have a small window to do this. And when I say small, I don't mean like a week. I mean a couple of months, maybe even a year. And after that point, what they're going to do, as people think that the economy is getting better, things are improving. Of course, the corporate media, the Fed, they're going to be out there telling you how great the economy is improving. It is getting better. We will most likely get hit with some type of an event. And this will then bring down the economy permanently. And we can see that the Fed right now is getting prepared and ready to do this. This is what they're getting ready to do. Now, like we've said in the past, during this period of where the economy comes down, we're going to see a lot of things start to happen where credit is going to start to freeze up. We might see deliveries start to slow in the supermarkets, in stores. We might start to see a lot of inflation where, of course, the Fed is going to come out and say, we're going to try to control this inflation. And this is exactly what they're going to try to do. We're going to see a lot of people losing their jobs. A lot of people are going to be going on to food stamps. A lot of people are going to be needing the government's help. Now, this is going to be all part of the first part of this entire system coming down. A lot of people are going to say, okay, please make it better. Help us. Let's do this. And as we go throughout this entire maybe couple months, a year, we're going to see inflation start to hit. We're going to see the cost of goods go up. We're going to see less and less things in the supermarket, in stores. We're going to see this have an effect around the world. We're going to end up in this credit crisis. This is why they're going to need that event to basically bring this full circle where the entire economy comes down, because this will allow them to blame this on another country or group where all the blame is off of them because they've been trying to help. And this right now, this is what they're setting this up to be. This is what they're preparing for. They're not doing it because, oh, it's in the best interest of the country. We're doing it to help the everyday person. We're doing it to help everyone get a job. No, this has nothing to do with that. This is a private corporation that only cares about themselves. They care about profit. They have no allegiance whatsoever to a country or a group. And what they're doing right now is they're getting prepared and ready to bring the system down, to bring it back up, and then to bring it back down again. And what everyone needs to do right now is get prepared for what is about to happen. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Millions of Americans who go to college are facing the crushing effects of student debt. One America's Jennifer Franco takes an in-depth look at the crisis gripping the nation and how the Trump administration is trying to handle the mess it inherited.
They say an education is priceless, but the numbers tell a different story. The latest numbers show in recent years, more than 70% of students walked away with debts. On average, someone who graduated last year with a bachelor's degree owes nearly $40,000, totaling more than $1 trillion nationally. And that's spread out among more than 44 million Americans. The majority are under the age of 30. And the situation is only getting worse. After years of tuition hikes, it's getting harder to pay for college without taking on loans, something OEN intern Anna Nelson is all too familiar with.
probably by the time that I graduate, I will have up around $20,000 to pay back.
A lot of times, students are confused about their loans and don't think about the interest rate attached to them or how they'll pay for them, putting borrowers in a financial trap. Something Jesse Surin learned the hard way.
At this point, I feel like they're never going down. So until I have $90,000, that's when I feel like I'm going to be able to pay it, because these little payments aren't doing anything.
To give you more perspective, someone who's fresh out of college who owes $30,000 in loans would have to pay about $300 a month over a standard 10-year repayment plan to pay off their debt, though sometimes it's taken them 20 years to be debt-free. And because of high interest rates, they'd end up paying more than $6,000 more than they borrowed, money that could have been put towards a house or put away for retirement. But that is all about to change. Future graduates, they can expect loans to get even more expensive. Beginning in July, the government is raising interest rates to nearly 5% on new federal loans, meaning students could end up paying thousands more.
Obviously, I don't like that interest rates are going up. I just think in general, it's going to have a negative impact on me.
Anna is lucky. She gets help from her parents, but for the majority, that's not the case. Even though they're significantly more educated, millennials, they're still making 20% less than their parents at the same point in life, meaning a lot of people are struggling to pay. According to the Department of Education, at least half of the students at more than 1,000 schools defaulted or failed to pay within 7 years. The problem isn't just hurting millennials' credit score, forcing them to put off things like starting a family or buying a home. It's threatening the entire economy.
Because the government's involved, a student loan bubble bursting is increased in probability, just that little extra bit. Because when the government's involved, the prices of tuition increase, the loans have therefore increased, and therefore the defaults have increased, which increases the total likelihood of a bubble bursting.
Well, the issue isn't new. Student loan debt has been on the rise for the past decade. In fact, most of it piled up on Obama's watch. That is when the government started making it easier for more people to go to college by handing out loans that students sometimes couldn't afford. These loans and collected fees when students defaulted and allowed loan companies to do the same. It started out as a way for the federal government to subsidize young people to pay for school and incentivize those who couldn't find work during the recession to go back to school and live off loans. But things didn't quite pan out. Schools saw an opportunity to cash in and ran with it.
The government is giving more money to students and they're giving more money to schools. And so, but we're not seeing the demand change. So they're just raising the prices so that they can moderate the amount of students in their school and the amount of students that are willing to pay that amount.
Numbers from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York show the more federal student aid programs were expanded, the more tuition skyrocketed. In the meantime, the public debate on who is to blame for the student debt crisis has shifted in recent years, as many critics point the finger at the colleges themselves.
I really like education. I like going to school. I like learning with other people. And I like being around people my age in an environment where we're all encouraged to learn about ourselves.
Students like Anna, they go to school to get a good education, promised high-paying jobs to pay off their loans, but what colleges don't teach them is how to better handle their personal finances. A new study from Lend.edu found that more than 30%, that's roughly 2 million young adults, admitted to using student loan money to pay for spring break trips and dining out. But students, they're not the only ones mishandling money. Last month, a state audit revealed a bombshell about how University of California President Janet Napolitano's office had been mishandling its funds. It showed the office failed to disclose $175 million in funds, spent thousands more on staff appreciation and holiday parties, and was providing outrageous salaries and benefits, raising questions about lavish spending practices as the university hikes tuition on students. Last year, ITT Tech shut its doors after it lost federal funding and was hit with a number of lawsuits accusing the for-profit school of scamming students and defrauding investors, ultimately leaving people with no degree, no job, and still on the hook for that bill. On the campaign trail, then candidate Trump took the crucial first step of highlighting the student loan debt crisis.
The saddest thing I see is these students are leveraged, debt up to their neck. They can't breathe. They're scared.
Well, now that he's in charge, President Trump is taking swift action to bring real change to the broken education system and subsequently the student lending system. He has signed an executive order designed to boost apprenticeships and vocational training to offer millions a path to the American dream.
Apprenticeships place students into great jobs without the crippling debt of traditional four-year college degrees. Instead, apprentices earn while they learn.
The Department of Education also plans on pausing two Obama-era rules on student borrower protection in order to roll out better regulations that protect borrowers from fraud, hold schools accountable, and protect taxpayers. Secretary DeVos made clear the issue is at the top of her department's agenda by releasing a statement saying, quote, "My first priority is to protect students. Fraud, especially fraud committed by a school, is simply unacceptable. Unfortunately, last year's rulemaking effort missed an opportunity to get it right." And while the rules are being reworked, DeVos said her department would continue processing the thousands of claims already filed by students who have been defrauded by for-profit schools. The administration has also proposed sweeping student loan reforms as part of the 2018 White House budget. Some of the changes aim to help low-income borrowers by offering better repayment plans where debt is forgiven sooner. The White House estimates these changes will save taxpayers billions over the next decade and is hoping to then steer those savings towards school choice initiatives and fulfill its mission of giving power back to the states and communities so students and their parents can make better decisions about their education early on.
So because of what President Trump has done to the student loan market so far, we could see a positive change in the total student loan market. But it's going to take a little while for the market to change and for us to see that.
But a problem of this size requires several solutions, many of which could still be laid out on the table by the administration. Though it remains to be addressed, President Trump could restore bankruptcy protections, which would offer some relief to millions who are dealing with the stress of never-ending debt. Experts say this would enable the Department of Education to tighten the belt on schools and push them to lower the price of tuition and reduce federal lending limits. The reality is there's only so much the president can do to make things better. Ultimately, Congress must decide whether to turn his proposals into legislation. To make your voice heard on the issue, contact your senators and representatives in Congress and demand change. And until they buckle down, student debt threatens to hold the financial future of millions like Anna hostage for years to come.
It's just like, I wonder how much more the prices are going to increase in the future because people can't afford that. It just doesn't make sense.
Jennifer Franco, One America News.
Representative Jason Chaffetz releases voicemail of death threat that he just recently received. Hello everyone, Jen here, Golden State Times, and today we have a news story. This one comes courtesy of townhall.com, and it says that Representative Jason Chaffetz shared a death threat he received with Fox News Thursday, in which a man left a voicemail on his office phone saying that he was going to hang Chaffetz from a lamppost. So in the audio, you could hear, "Hey, Jason Chaffetz, I suggest you prepare for battle, motherfucker, and the apocalypse." The man yelled, quote, "because we're going to hunt your ass down, wrap a rope around your neck, and hang you from a lamppost." So that's some pretty crazy stuff. You know, for you to receive something as crazy as that, it's got to scare you a little bit, especially what's going on with, you know, with the baseball practice, you know, Republicans getting shut down and stuff like that. But here is the actual audio. All right, so we're going to play it for you guys so you guys can hear it for yourselves. Here we go. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Boom.
Ms. Shavitz, I suggest you prepare for the battle, in the apocalypse, because we're going to hook your down, wrap a rope around your neck, and hang you from a lamppost.
All right, so as you guys can hear, that is the voicemail that was left by the person on Jason Chaffetz's office phone. Right? It was listened to by one of his staffers, and then it was brought to his attention. The article goes on to say that while the caller has since been arrested only because he left 2 messages. So not only did one, he left 2 different messages. So he was found and arrested. Chaffetz explained that lawmakers deal with threats like these regularly without prosecution. He recalled another time someone threatened to slit his throat. It says that in the wake of the GOP lawmakers coming under attack in Alexandria, Virginia during a practice for the congressional baseball game, the Utah Republicans said more needs to be done to protect lawmakers. He said, quote, "I got stacks and mounds of written threats that people put their names to, send us emails, but again, they don't get prosecuted." He went on to say, quote, "There's got to be a better way to protect members of Congress." All right. So it finishes off by saying that some lawmakers believe that they should be able to take their personal safety into their own hands. Representative Jody Heiss, for example, introducing legislation this week that would allow members of Congress to carry a firearm anywhere in the United States, except the U.S. Capitol building, which is protected by the U.S. Capitol Police. All right, folks, quick question. Do you guys think that representatives like Chaffetz here should be allowed to carry a firearm, a CCW, with them at all times, anywhere they go, except the Capitol building? Do you think that is a good idea? Okay, the last thing we want is a bunch of, congressmen or whatever going rogue. Do you think that's a good idea for congressmen to do this? All right, let us know in the comment section below, and also let us know what you guys think about this. Should the protection of congressmen and other people in office in the government, should people that send them these things like these voicemails and death threats, should they be prosecuted? And do you think if they are prosecuted, should it be a misdemeanor or should it be a felony? Let us know what you guys think in the comments section below. Thank you very much for watching. Please smack a like on this video and share it on social media. That voicemail, it is something scary, right? Because I think anyone that would receive something like that on their phone or whatever, I think it would shake up anybody, right? So let us know what you guys think in the comment section below. President Donald Trump spoke yesterday in Iowa. If you missed it, the link is in the description below. You go and check it out, share it, like it, all that good stuff. Sarah Sanders spoke this morning at the press gaggle. So there was a press briefing today, but it's just a gaggle. Again, a gaggle has no video, only audio. We streamed that live. The link is in the description below. If you are new to the community, we encourage you to join us. Hit that subscribe button, the notification bell. We stream everything. So thank you very much for watching. Again, my name is Gent. I'm from Golden State Times. Our previous videos are coming up on your screen. And also, like I said, if you're new, subscribe by clicking the avatar in the middle. Everything is interactive. All of our links for social media and all that stuff is below, so check them out. And I'll see you guys soon. Peace.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for tuning in to the Liberty Report. With me today is Daniel McAdams. And Daniel, good to see you.
Good morning, Dr. Paul.
Very good. Last week we talked about the sanctions bill going through the Senate and tried to tell our viewers how bad a bill it was. But our conversation didn't do much to change the vote. It passed 97-2. Yeah. So the people really want to hit hard against the Iranians and the Russians. But I think we didn't predict anything, but I think our conversation more or less assumed, well, the support is too strong. It'll probably sail right through the House. But guess what? There's a little bit of a stalemate in the House. All of a sudden, it's not moving. And they said, well, this is a parliamentary procedure. Corker said this is just parliamentary, temporary. It doesn't mean anything. I don't happen to agree with that. I think there are other things going on, because when they want to do something, they do. One of the excuses is they said that it involves the tax code to some degree, and we in the House have to write everything on taxes, and that the Senate's not allowed to do that. Therefore, it's unconstitutional. They'll have to redo it. I think that's all an excuse. So what do you think's going on this bill, and what's going to happen?
Well, what I'd like to think is happening, if you remember last week, we told people to get in touch with their representatives and tell them to oppose this bill. So maybe that's what's happening. Hopefully there's a little bit of that, but you're right. I think it's a procedural issue. And how has this origination clause problem been resolved before? I'm sure you've probably seen it.
Well, see, the farce here is that they care about the Constitution because it doesn't matter. But I remember an incident at the beginning of the Reagan administration. First thing we had a tax cut bill, which I voted for and everybody agreed. But what people don't remember is subsequently there were 5 tax increases. And during the Reagan era, there were taxes raised every year except the first and the last year. But TEFRA, which came up in 1982, was at that time the biggest tax increase ever. And the whole bill was written in the Senate. And I actually participated in a lawsuit and say, hey, this is outrageous. The House did not write one single word of the bill. But what they did was they took a bill that the House sent to the Senate and they struck the whole bill, and they kept the number, and this is a House bill, and then they rewrote everything, to get around this technicality, and the people, they went along with this, and they passed this, but it wasn't fulfilling the requirement that the bill be written in the House of Representatives.
And that makes you wonder about the fact that this is getting some press, because probably a lot of that happened without anyone really even knowing about it.
No, and there was just a group of us afterwards thought this is outrageous that they're doing this, and but it was the usual suspects, about 10 or 15 of us thought this was outrageous, and it was a huge tax increase. But the point being is they don't care about the Constitution. I mean, if they did, we wouldn't be in 12 wars right now. We wouldn't be in a war in Afghanistan for 15, 16 years. So they don't care about that. So it's strictly a process that they're going through, and they're going to say it's constitutional or technologically, the legislative process. But something else is going on. Somebody behind the scenes doesn't want this bill passed. There's a little bit of dissension in the administration. We don't know exactly where Trump is. He was real pro-Russia, and then he becomes anti-Russia, and he has this balancing act. He has to be tough, and yet he might be behind the scenes. I think the administration expressed some interest in not getting this bill passed, and Tillerson is in that position. And maybe some of our allies now might not be too happy with more sanctions on the Russians and the Iranians.
Yeah, a little blood in the water maybe. But, Tillerson, I think this is a bit of a turf war, which in this case, one of the rare times we probably agree with what Tillerson's point is, that, we're going to lose a lot of flexibility in the president's ability to make foreign policy. If you slap on these sanctions, they require, I think, a 30-day congressional review period if the president decides to lift them. But what I'm struck by is how weak the Republicans are, how they let the Democrats set the entire agenda. They're terrified of being seen as weak on Russia, so they lie back and let the Democrats completely railroad over them.
And they, of course, have an advantage a little bit on the media, but they set the stage. They don't do much. They do have a bully pulpit, but the leadership on the Republican side, probably, they're not much better off than the Democrats. But I think what I get worn out about are the reasons this much must be done. And, you know, early on in this administration, I said, it looks like Schumer's winning.
Yeah.
You know, and I want to read one of his quotes on the justification why this has to get immediately passed. And because it's so necessary, and these Russians are so bad. I think it's fascinating to think about, you know, the progressive Democrats. And I do have some respect for some progressives because they have a principled position of less war and less intervention. And they were the progressives, you know, back when the Soviets, the communists were running Russia. Boy, I'll tell you, they really loved Russia. But all of a sudden now the progressives are the ones who want to practically bomb Russia. And well, they do in Syria and other places. But this is what Schumer had to say. And I think it tells you a little, just an annoyance of their justification for this. And Schumer says, what has Russia concluded from all this? Putin now knows he will not suffer any consequences for disinformation campaigns, buzzing our ships and planes, threatening our European allies for cyber attacks, energy coercion, and Putin's ongoing support for Russian separatists in Ukraine. So, you know, it's all this business that there was, you know, a Russian invasion and aggression in Ukraine at the same time we were participating in a coup.
I mean, literally everything he mentioned is incorrect. A disinformation campaign, I guess he's talking about RT, but does he not realize that we also have Voice of America, we have Radio Free Europe, we have all these channels that do the same thing. So, okay, that's that. Buzzing our ships and planes is funny because just yesterday, an F-16 not only buzzed a Russian plane, but a Russian plane carrying the defense minister of Russia. I don't know if you saw the video.
Yeah, where was that located?
That was almost into Russian territory.
In the Baltics.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
So that was amazing. Threatening our European allies, well, we're conducting military exercises literally 300 yards from Russian territory. That's not supposed to be threatening. Cyber attacks, unproven. Energy coercion. Support for Russian separatists in Ukraine. As you point out already, this is a coup that we originated that took Russian-speaking eastern Ukraine away from its traditional allies, Russia. So it's all completely bogus, but for some reason, everyone is terrified to challenge this. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, and you know, I guess an important question right now, will the sanctions be put on? Because we believe that more sanctions will not help the situation, and they have a difficulty. Obviously, if the people behind the scenes and if somebody in the deep state has a reason they don't want these sanctions, you know, the deep state is just not U.S. deep state. They represent the Europeans and everybody else. If they don't want this to pass and it's in their interest, which would be, you know, in a sense, more our position, they might be, well, putting pressure on it, and know darn well if there's a vote. I assume the Democrats are eager for a vote because if they had a vote today, you know, the Russians have been painted so badly that they're the monsters that they have to be stopped, and they've created every problem we've ever had. And I think you just refuted the disagreements that they have, that we just don't agree with Schumer's assessment.
And I think the Europeans, you know, might be getting a little annoyed finally because these sanctions are out of the blue. They're for something that happened in 2014 for which there were already sanctions. And the German and Austrian foreign ministers reacted very sharply to the Senate's passage of this bill. Here's a German foreign minister. Europe's energy supply is a matter for Europe, not for the United States of America. You know, because part of these sanctions would affect the construction of pipelines going from Russia into Central Europe where they need this gas.
That's good news, I think, because the argument is that we used, the founders used, and common sense tells you that the more you invest in trade, the less likely you are to fight. And I think since we've traded with China, you know, even with our disagreements, we're less likely, even though some people are starting to push with the conflict there, we're less likely to have this conflict. That's why I was surprised that it went so far over the Ukraine, that the Europeans, here they're receiving this energy from Russia, that they went so far on the coup and this blaming Russia for what was going on, and here they were participating in it. But maybe there is more concern, which means that economic concern sometimes can be, you know, prevail over this effort to try to intimidate, you know, a country like Russia. So I think that may well be good news, because who's going to suffer if things get out of hand, whether it's in the Middle East or in the Ukraine or wherever? It's the Europeans, the Eastern Europeans. And all we do is we send in more missiles and antagonize and buzz the Russian planes practically on their borders. It just doesn't make any sense to do this. There's not any benefit to those people in Europe, and maybe they're waking up to this, and this would be great because they'll say, hey, why are we doing it? Even the South Koreans are excited of us putting more missiles, on the border down there, and yet we're talking about putting more missiles in there and more ships and all this, and they know that within a short distance, really, from North Korea into Seoul, it's a short distance, and I don't think they have a nuclear weapon that do, but they have a ton of ordinary weapons, and they could destroy a Seoul in no time at all. So I think that's why they're wising up, and maybe the Europeans are coming to this point. So I think that I've always maintained that all of a sudden our neocons aren't going to fade away. They're pretty powerful, but maybe the willingness that you say the Republicans don't stand up to it, maybe the Europeans will eventually wake up. They're suffering more from our wars, with migration problems. And maybe they'll just put this together. Why do we always go along with this? We really didn't send the troops over there and ask the Americans to help us. The Americans go over there and they start and they say, come along to the British and the French, come along and join us in our adventure. And then they get blamed. So this might be a very significant change in events, which would be logical for them to do it, but it remains to be seen.
And excuse me, even the Poles, who are traditionally extremely anti-Russia, they're conflicted between ideological anti-Russian feelings and the pool of economics, because scuttling the Nord Stream pipeline is going to affect Poland's collection of transshipment fees, and those can get into some big bucks. So the Poles are trying to balance, hold on, we need this money.
Well, this is good, and that's back to the argument that you want as many economic transactions as possible, and you want people to suffer if they break off relationships, and all countries are imperfect. And when we condemn and say to a country, well, we can't do this because you don't protect human rights, and this sort of thing. Well, nobody wants to look at what we have done or are doing in our secret prisons and torture and this sort of thing. And when we blame Russia for influencing and talking, but the 100 elections that we've been involved in since this World War II, the American people don't get to hear about that. You mean we've actually been involved, in determining elections? So that's the information that needs to get out. But unfortunately, the process is still very dangerous.
I had two quick closers, if that's okay. The first one is, on the off chance we might have affected people, don't forget to contact your congressman and tell them you don't want these sanctions. The other one I was just going to say, I think you were rightly concerned about Trump being an authoritarian personality. But what I'm struck by now is what a paper tiger he is. This whole thing could have been headed off if he had been an assertive president, if he had come in and said, I was elected to change our policy toward Russia, and by gum, I'm going to do it, and here's what steps I'm going to take. The American people voted for this. Instead of this sort of slinking around, afraid, and he could have, by being Trump, he probably could have solved this problem.
I think that's an important point. And, there's always a lot of talk about somebody being a strong president or a weak president. And it probably depends on what you're defending. If you want to challenge the status quo and you don't want to go to war, generally that person is considered a weak president. He doesn't want to go out and exert ourselves and show our military strength. And yet, if the majority of the people or the majority of a Congress is against an individual, he stands up against him, I think that shows strength. And I think that is more more or less the strength that you'd like to see Trump express, to do the right thing. And when he's right, if he wants to be friends with Russia, and that's really what he wants, he should use it as a bully pulpit and tell us why we should be changing that policy instead of rolling over and then behind the scenes and trying to appease both sides. Well, I have to be tough for my base because they don't like Russia, but I have to be moderate because we do want to continue these economic position. But if you have a precise philosophy that says the more you trade, the better it is, the more the travel, the more you get to know people, the greater the chance of peace and prosperity for everyone, then you know exactly what to do. The problem I see is that not too many take the absolute position at the present time of saying, yes, we are the dictators of the world and we are going to dominate and assume control of every country in the world, and that is our philosophic goal, absolute dictatorship of the world. The other side, which is our side, is we believe in non-intervention and that we shouldn't send troops into other places, even with their imperfections and our imperfection. What they have done, and they do it in economics, is this in-between interventionism. The realists, they come in and they say, on the one hand, we can do this, but on the other hand, we shouldn't do this. And there's never anything precise. They don't have a basic principle other than interfering. And then they get in and argue who gets to dictate this wishy-washy position. And I think that's what's going on. So that's why I'm a strong believer in a strong philosophy, also recognizing that, those of us who believe in perfect liberty know darn well we'll never see perfect liberty, but the perfect dictatorship of the world, they're not going to see that either. But you need to know where we stand. But once you go to the middle, you give up half of your argument to the authoritarians who want to rule the world. That's why I think it's good to have a strong philosophic belief that in individual liberty and free trade, that people will be better off. Our goal should be peace and prosperity. That is what we work for here at the Liberty Report. I want to thank everybody for tuning in today to the Liberty Report. Please come back soon.
A so-called anti-fascist website is encouraging, quote, all manner of physical violence against Trump supporters and capitalists. My next guest was attacked by such a group at his peaceful pro-Trump free speech rally that he held on March 4th. Joining me now, Liberty Revival Alliance founder David Fada, who attended Berkeley pro-Trump rallies as well. And, I'm glad to have you here because even after that shooting at the baseball field, the resistance is using any and all means, lies, leaks, law-breaking, violence, to overturn the results of the election. I mean, how dangerous is this to the country, do you think?
It's definitely breaking it apart. And, between their calls for peace and prosperity and everyone getting along, you actually got them out there on the internet. You have them out there on the streets attacking people. Recently, we had a gentleman who was a pro-Trump supporter by the name of Antonio Foreman. We call him Tony. He was attacked after attending a pro-Trump rally down in Southern California and was stabbed 9 times. Is down in critical condition in the hospital. And unfortunately, this is starting to become a hard fact that we as conservatives, Republicans, even as moderates, have to deal with this day to day out in the streets.
And actually I had a guest on earlier this week that was talking about that and saying that the liberal media has just not covered that story. And that person's, life is still in danger, as you just mentioned, stabbed because they had a Trump bumper sticker on their car. I think this kind of stuff is just getting out of control. But anyway, Utah Congressman Jason Chaffetz received a threatening voicemail after the shooting. I want you to listen to what happened to him.
Hey, Jason Chaffetz, I suggest you prepare for the battle, mother in the apocalypse, because we're going to hunt your down, wrap a rope around your neck, and hang you from a lamppost.
How concerned are you about violence?
Very. It's almost like regular, unfortunately. Before we went to Berkeley, we got a small taste of that ahead of time as well, both online, both of us talking to people on the streets. Some people do oppose it on the left side, but there's this strong, growing radical group that are just way too far to the left, way too hostile towards Americans, and very, very hostile towards Trump supporters. And they don't know how to control themselves, and the media is not telling them to tamper it down, so they continue to strike out. One of such websites called itsgoingdown.org, where they continuously marked us as like we're just like fascists, Nazis, and all sorts of other just garbage labels like they throw on us, just so they can justify their violent actions against us and then cry wolf when we're forced to defend ourselves in the streets.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching video from that and from Berkeley, and anyway, you even had a Trinity College professor now calling white people inhuman, making it a racist issue. I want you to look at this Facebook quote. Here's what he said: "It is past time for the racially oppressed to do what people who believe themselves to be white will not do. Put an end to the vectors of their destructive mythology and whiteness and their white supremacy system. Hashtag let them whatever." I can't.
Yeah,
it's just hard to read. Anyway, I'm not even going to read that. But look, why are liberals so angry? And why is it that they think that violence and name calling and physical attacking is the way to fix the divide that clearly the country has right now?
The reason why they're going down to violence is because they have no other argument. It's complete nonsense. Just the whole race baiting, leftist tactics, black versus white. It's pure garbage. I mean, we oppose that stuff on the right side as well. We don't believe that kind of political identity that the left always wants to push. But I think they'd be reminded that we had a president named Obama, and we also had Eric Holder, we had Loretta Lynch. This nonsense that is the white supremacist system in this constitutional loving country of America. It's just like you said, it's hard to read, it's garbage, it's annoying, and now since they lost their arguments, they're losing elections, they're now playing their people just run free in the streets and attack freedom-loving Americans.
You know, and we shouldn't even be giving them their airtime at all. David, thank you very much. We appreciate your perspective on this.
Report says 1.4 million illegals are working under stolen Social Security numbers as audit begins. Hello folks, Jan here, Golden State Times, and today we have a news story. This one comes courtesy of the Washington Times, and it says that most illegal immigrants who pay taxes have stolen someone else's legal identity, and the IRS doesn't do a very good job of letting those American citizens and illegal immigrants know they're being impersonated. The tax agency inspector general said in a new report released this Thursday, or today. It says that the theft creates major problems for the American citizen and legal foreign workers whose identities are stolen and who have to deal with the explaining the money that they have never even earned. All right, so the IRS wants to know, where's this money coming from? Where is it? And how come you haven't paid taxes on it? And imagine if you don't work there, or you never worked there, you never got that money, you never earned it. What are you going to do? You know, it's very expensive to go against the IRS trying to convince them it wasn't your money, folks. It says, but the IRS only manages to identify half of the potential 1.4 million people likely affected by the fraud, according to a 2015 report. Okay. So Russell George, the inspector general, said, quote, cases of employment identity theft can cause significant burden on an innocent taxpayer. So, you know, this is the issue that's going on. All right. It says, including the incorrect computation of taxes based on income that does not even belong to them. That's what I was saying, folks. How are you going to, you know, try to convince the IRS that you didn't earn that money, that you don't work there, that, you know, even if you do convince them, it's going to take a very long time and it's going to be very, very expensive. Okay. So it goes on to say that this has been an ongoing issue in the federal government. The IRS knows of 2.4 million people a year who file taxes using an individual taxpayer identification number, which is generally given out to immigrants who aren't authorized to work. But the IRS is not allowed to talk with Homeland Security to help agents identify who and where those taxpayers are. All right, so this is the issue. I mean, this is the biggest problem of this issue. The IRS knows that these illegals are using fake Social Security numbers and they're filing under individual taxpayer identification numbers instead of their social security number. Okay? They know this. But the problem is that the IRS cannot talk with Homeland Security to get the issue fixed. Okay? When the whole tax reform things happens with President Trump, I hope that this becomes a center key issue. Okay? He needs to fix this. He needs to allow the IRS to talk to Homeland Security and back and forth, so whenever they catch an illegal using a fake social security number, he can be deported on the spot. Okay, we need to get rid of these people. They're causing immense harm. You know, and nobody deserves this. Nobody deserves the IRS to come knocking for something that they had nothing to do with it, you know? It was just an illegal using their social security number, and the poor person didn't even know. It's crazy. All right, so it goes on to say that the migrants filed their forms with their ITINs, but the W-2 forms they submitted show valid social security numbers that they fraudulently gave to their employer to clear the initial work authorization check. It says a staggering 87% of forms filed online using ITINs showed income credited to a social security number. More than half of forms filed by paper also showed the same fraudulent behavior. It says that the IRS tries to mark the files of the fraud victims when electronic filings are used, but the tax agency misses about half of the victims, the Inspector General said. It says, for paper forms, the IRS did even worse, according to the audit. The tax agency, in its official reply to the report, insisted it takes identity theft very seriously. All right. Kenneth C. Corbin, commissioner for the IRS's Wage and Investment Division, said that it has just completed a pilot program to figure out how to notify taxpayers they're victims of fraud. But he said in most of the cases they're missing right now, the social security number is for someone who doesn't have a tax account on their system. He said they can't create a notification for someone who's not in their files. Okay? So there's a lot of bugs still in the issue. I mean, in the program. But they do need to figure out how to notify the American citizen, you know what, there is some fraudulent, things going on within your social security number. You need to check into that. Okay, there needs to be a way to do it. Maybe everybody having their own account, like you can actually log in through the social security system, kind of like a Facebook in a way. Where you can have an account, open up an account, and you can check your account to make sure that, you paid your taxes or there's everything going on. Everything is good with the IRS, where you can check to make sure that, it does say your actual employer or where you're actually working, if you filed, all that stuff. I think there should be a way to do something like that, where you can actually report inaccuracies within your social security number for the IRS. Okay? It says that the IRS agreed to some of the Inspector General's recommendations but refused others. Mr. Corbin said the IRS would do what it could, but pleaded poverty, saying that the agency had limited resources. All right. So they said, quote, "We cannot commit to additional actions that would require significant resources to accomplish." So that's always the thing. We need more money. That's always the thing with them. We need more money. They have immense amount of money. They have billions of dollars, yet they say they need more money. Oh boy, folks. But, if you have ever been a victim of identity theft, we want to know your story. If you want to send it to us and maybe we can see it like that, or if you want to let us know just a little recap of what happened to you, let us know in the comment section below. This is very crucial, and this needs to be fixed, folks. If they find any illegal aliens that have been using fake social security numbers, they should be deported on the spot. Okay? On the spot. They need to be deported. They need to be thrown in jail first and then deported. I think that's more of a fair thing. But this issue needs to be fixed. And I think that President Trump really needs to look at it when he goes in for tax reform. But let us know what you guys think in the comment section below. Okay, what do you guys think that they should do? Should the IRS be allowed to talk to Department of Homeland Security and get ICE involved in case there's any cases where illegal aliens are caught using a fake social security number? Do you guys think that, the IRS or, they need more money to create something like this, even though they have an immense amount of money? Let us know what you guys think in the comment section below. And like I said, if you have been a victim of, Social Security number fraud or fraud in general when it comes to someone impersonating you that was an illegal alien or maybe just somebody else, let us know in the comment section below. And thank you very much for watching. Again, my name is Jen. I'm from Golden State Times. Yesterday, President Trump spoke in Iowa. If you missed it, it should be coming up on your screen. It's interactive. Click on it. Also, Sarah Sanders spoke today.
He fought for our country, but now a Navy veteran and his wife have been told to take down one of their flagpoles displaying an American flag or face a fine.
That's right. The city says the couple broke the code, but the couple says they're being punished for being very patriotic.
All right, joining us right now via Skype is U.S. Navy veteran Ron Rayetta and his wife Sherry. Ron, what was your fundamental thought when you received word that your flag is a problem?
Well, actually curious. I can't believe that somebody even turned me in on the code. And the two flags I had put up were professionally done. They're fine and beautiful. Everybody enjoyed them. But one person has nothing to do, I guess, filed a code violation. So we went in front of the city council, and they try to help us, but they say if it's in the code, you got to take it down. So they made me take the code down on D-Day, if you believe that.
Oh, my goodness. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. And then to top it off, they charged me $104 for a permit to put the flagpole in the ground. My last house I lived in, only 20 minutes from here, I had two flagpoles.
So, Ron, what are your options here? I understand there's a hefty cost to file a petition, $4,400.
It's $4,400 to file a petition, and nothing's to say that it will get put on the ballot. All the commission has to do is just say it's okay, and they said they're going to look at it later on down the road. But meanwhile, we have to take the flagpole out. But the planning commissioner said, hey, you can leave it there if you make it a light pole. So to me, it's an insult to have to take any American flag down. That's what our people fight for. This is America, and we should be able to fly our red, white, and blue.
And Ron, you mentioned a moment ago, at the last house you lived in, you had two in front of your house, and now you moved to the new house, you put two up, and then your neighbor narked on you. Why do you want two flags? Why isn't one enough?
Well, I'll tell you, my brother-in-law is from New York, and he moved out here and bought a house. And I had a house, so we put our money in, sold both our houses, and moved into one house. And we both had telescopic flagpoles. So I thought it'd be very patriotic to put two in the front to make it look real nice. One on one side of the house and one on the other side of the house.
And it is beautiful, as the mayor said.
Yeah, it is. It's gorgeous.
It's gorgeous. I mean, my father was in World War II. He fought. He was shot. And it's sad that he would just die if he would see this happening now. My husband was in the Navy. My husband's son was in the Navy. My uncle was in the artillery. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, so was my brother.
It's just utterly ridiculous.
Here's what the statement says from the development. They say the city of Galt respects the rights of its residents to fly the American flag. The city of Galt's development code allows one flag per parcel in residential zones. So very cut and dried and callous. So I guess game on, right? You're not quitting.
Oh, we're not quitting. And the funny part is about it, if I want to put 100 flags on the front of my house, off the roof and everything, it's okay. But I can't put two poles in the ground.
But we can have 2 poles or 3 poles coming out of the side of our house. which are technically flagpoles.
Yeah.
Well, thanks to you and to both of your families for their service. Good luck with
Thank
that.
you. Thank you.
And thanks for fighting back.
Greetings world, we are anonymous. A grim Ministry of Defense, MOD, urgent action bulletin circulating in the Kremlin today states that the Federation has received notice from the U.S. Pacific Command, PACOM, that hostilities are likely to soon occur throughout the entire Sea of Japan region, and that the Foreign Intelligence Service, SVR, states is directly related to North Korea hacking the autopilot controls of a massive container ship, then crashing it into a U.S. Navy destroyer, killing, at least, 7 American sailors. According to this bulletin, early on June 17, 2017, the U.S. Navy destroyer DDG-62 USS Fitzgerald collided with MV-ACX Crystal, a Philippine-flagged container ship, 104 kilometers, 64 miles, southwest of Yokosuka and 19 kilometers, 12 miles, southeast of the city of Shimoda, both cities being in Japan. MOD analysis of sea and weather conditions existing in the collision area at the time this incident occurred, this bulletin continues, shows the waters having a Douglas Sea scale rating of 2 for state of sea, 0.10 to 0.50 meter wave height, smooth, and a 1 rating for swell, very low short or average and low wave, and a U.S. Department of Defense rating, PDF, of 9 for excellent visibility, over 50 kilometers/30 nautical miles, with a Beaufort scale weather rating of B, blue sky/0 to 8 clouded. With neither sea or weather conditions having any contributing factor in this collision, this bulletin states, MOD analysts then began an automated identification system, AIS, analysis of both the USS Fitzgerald and ACX Crystal, with it being quickly discovered that the USS Fitzgerald was operating without their AIS, but the ACX Crystal being able to have its entire course analyzed. AIS, this bulletin explains, is a tracking system that has become the Internet of Ships and is a tool for nearly anyone to identify and track ships traveling around the world through websites and mobile applications, with many AIS receivers connected directly to the Internet via serial port servers that are carried aboard ships, buoys, and other navigation markers. The MOD's analysis of the ACX Crystal's IS tracking data, this bulletin notes, showed that the cause of this collision was due to it radically altering its course by making a U-turn on the open sea and then heading directly towards the USS Fitzgerald and ramming it. Audio recordings from the bridge of the USS Fitzgerald, this bulletin continues, reveal that its U.S. Navy sailors feverishly tried to avoid the ACX Crystal, but to no avail as this 10-story tall container ship had greatly accelerated its speed, with no one on the USS Fitzgerald being able to fully comprehend that they were under attack. Critical to note about the ACX Crystal's radical departure from its course, this bulletin notes, is that 2 days before its ramming the USS Fitzgerald, on 15th of June, the same type of incident occurred when a Federation-registered yacht named the Kaitogza, that was sailing from Taiwan to the Russian city of Vladivostok, was hijacked by North Korea with its frantic crew desperately radioing that they had lost all control over their vessel. MOD and SVR assists, this bulletin continues, quickly secured the release of the Kaitogza from North Korea, with the SVR reporting that an examination of its onboard electronic systems showed that its autopilot had been hacked and was the cause of its being steered into North Korean waters in the Sea of Japan. Important to note, SVR analysts in this bulletin state, is that the Kaitogza was equipped with a Navipilot 4000 marine autopilot system that receives its orders from the Northrop Grumman Sperry Marine ECDAS, and that ACX Crystal was equipped with a more sophisticated version of called the Northrop Grumman Sperry Marine Vision Master FT Integrated Bridge System, IBS, both being manufactured by the British-based company Sperry Marine Northrop Grumman. The most striking similarity to the hijacking of both the Kaitogza and ACX Crystal, this bulletin notes, is that they both occurred during the night hours when everyone was asleep. Though some American sources are claiming that the Chinese hijacked the autopilot of the ACX Crystal in order to ram it into the USS Fitzgerald, this bulletin continues, SVR and mod analysts, instead, attribute this act of war to Unit 180 of North Korea's Reconnaissance General Bureau, RGB, who just this past month, terrified the world with its WannaCry ransomware cyber attack that infected more than 300,000 computers in 150 countries, and is linked to last year's $81 million cyber heist at the Bangladesh Central Bank and the 2014 attack on Sony's Hollywood Studio 2. With U.S. aircraft carrier battle groups CVN-68 Nimitz, CVN-70 Carl Vinson and CVN-76 Ronald Reagan rapidly being redeployed to the Sea of Japan, this bulletin grimly says, President Trump, yesterday, tweeted a not-too-subtle warning of war stating that China had failed in trying to ease the threat posed by North Korea, and that was fully supported by his Defense Secretary James Mad Dog Mattis, thus creating a high noon situation for war that North Korea responded to by overtures of peace no expects the U.S. to accept. To what is expected should President Trump, indeed, retaliate against North Korea for attacking the USS Fitzgerald, this bulletin concludes, one need look no further than the massive U.S. military war exercise called Northern Edge conducted last year in Alaska with America's entire integrated force structure involved to know what will happen, and one of whose participants, Mr. Ricky Smith, U.S. Deputy Chief of Staff, G9, Training and Doctrine Command, detailed exactly how to take care of North Korea's hacking by his stating, if you want to stop a cyber attack, put a 120mm tank round through the server and the operator of the cyber attack will stop.
Welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 1313B, and today's date is June 22nd, 2017, and the title of the episode is Those in Government Just Revealed Their True Agenda. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, as we know, Trump and Paul Ryan, they were trying to push the American Health Care Act, and we see that everyone wants to rewrite healthcare. And we can see that the Senate, they said they were going to write their own healthcare bill, and they released it today. Majority Leader Mitch McConnell released the draft of the Senate's healthcare reform bill. And basically, they took what was already there, they massaged it, made it sound a lot better, and they made certain groups happy, other groups angry. And we can see right now that nobody liked the tax part of it, the penalty, as we should call it. So they got rid of that. And they did a lot of other things where they said, see, we have a better healthcare bill. Now, Rand Paul was out there, and he's saying that the current healthcare bill, well, it doesn't repeal Obamacare. It does not keep our promises to the American people. He says, I will oppose this new bill coming to the floor in its current form, but I remain open to negotiations. And we can see once again, these bills that all these government officials are coming up with, they're not a real benefit to the majority of the people. Yes, there are certain groups in there that, ooh, this is good for me. And then the rest of the people, well, this is not that great for me. Because what is happening here is all these government officials, they're writing it with the insurance companies. And the insurance companies, they have a certain agenda. And of course, it's not to help the everyday person. It's to make themselves more and more profitable. Once they see they're not profitable, what do? They back out of it. Now, they thought with Obamacare, they'd be very, very profitable because their, should I say, plan, their scheme was to push everyone into healthcare. That's why they had the penalty, because the insurance company said the only way we can make this work is we need everyone in and we need everyone paying, because once we start raising the premiums, what happens is we make a lot more money. We have these gigantic deductibles, and guess what? We don't have to pay out as much. This was their plan, but people realized that I can't afford this. The one thing they forgot was the economy was deteriorating at the same time, even though they were trying to convince us that the economy was doing well. And what happened was they realized a lot of people weren't going for it. They'd rather take the penalty. Well, it wasn't profitable for them, so they started to back out, saying this is not for us. We're losing money with this entire scheme. You know, the one that the insurance companies help write. Now they're moving on to a new version of this, and they just keep rewriting the same exact thing over and over and over, making it try to sound good to the people. How about if they take it, strip it down, and they do it and make it beneficial to the people and let the people decide, does this help all of us? And you will know right away, because when you have a good product, a good program, people will flock to it. People know when it's good or bad. And when it's bad, they stay away from it, just like Obamacare. Now, we see that Trump came out and he confirmed that he did not make tapes of his conversations with Comey. Now, what's very interesting about all this is he uses his words very carefully. And what he said was that he did not make tapes with Comey. He doesn't know if these recordings even exist. He does not have recordings, which means he didn't do it. Doesn't mean that someone else did it. And this is what he said when Comey was out there testifying in front of Congress. I think Trump used this to kind of force Comey into saying that he wasn't under investigation and tried to keep him on track on telling the truth. And when Trump was out there, he didn't say that he had the tapes. He didn't say that I'm going to present the tapes. He says, I hope there weren't tapes made of our conversation. Here is the tweet that Trump used. James Comey better hope that there are no tapes of our conversations before he starts leaking to the press. Now, he didn't say that he made the tapes. He said he hopes that there are no tapes of the conversation. Now, everyone read into this and they believed that he made the tapes of the conversation. Now, we know there are recordings of the conversation because we know for a fact that the NSA is spying. Trump knows this. He knows that all these conversations are being recorded. And we can see that he uses these words and he plays on these words to basically play with the corporate media and to play with others. And you can see this is what he's been doing. And at this point, he's saying, listen, I don't have the tapes. I never made recordings. He never said he did, but it looks like he used this to his advantage. Now, James Comey, the FBI, they are being sued, and the plaintiffs are Dennis Montgomery, a whistleblower who worked as a contractor for the National Security Agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, and the Director of the National Intelligence. His lawyer is Larry Klayman of Freedom Watch. They filed in U.S. District Court in Washington a motion for a temporary restraining order and a preliminary injunction. They're asking the court to prevent the defendants, including Comey, the FBI, and other federal officials, mostly under the Obama administration, from continuing illegally and unconstitutionally spying on and surveilling millions of Americans, including plaintiffs, without probable cause or warrant. Secondly, they are asking the court to prevent the defendants from destroying evidence of illegal and unconstitutional spying that Montgomery turned over to Comey based on the promise that he was going to investigate all of this, which basically Comey didn't do anything. And we knew he wasn't going to do anything because all of these agencies, they're all involved in spying on the people, spying on government officials, spying on everyone, using it to blackmail whoever they can. Now, very interesting, and we mentioned this in past reports, where these unmasking documents, they move to Obama's library and they're sealed. But Judicial Watch President Tom Fitton, he's out there and he's saying that Trump has the ability to get these documents by simply requesting them. And I think at this point, this is what Trump should do. He should request them from the library, but we know exactly what's going to happen. They will get misplaced, they will get damaged, and they will disappear if he does do this. Now, I know it's something that he can do, but the question is, if he does do it, will we ever see these records? Now, U.S. intelligence officials, they have come out and they have said that there have been no votes changed because of Russia. Because remember, the whole case was that Russia hacked the elections. This is why Trump won. Now, they've come out and said, no, we can't find any evidence whatsoever that any of these votes have changed, which means there was no Russian hacking. Nothing ever even happened. This was created out of thin air to make everyone believe that this was what was happening. Now, of course, Trump was out there and he was going crazy today about this, and he was tweeting, under Obama administration, if they knew they were hacking, why didn't they stop this? Why didn't they do anything? And of course, basically, they were going to use it to their advantage, because if they saw the popular vote, and remember, it's not the Electoral College, it's the popular vote. Who won the popular vote? Well, Clinton did. Well, we know it was done illegally. We know there were a lot of illegal immigrants that were brought in, and that is why. But let's just go with the number where she won the popular vote, which the corporate media is continually telling us that she did win this. And we can see that they were going to use the Russian hacking if Trump was leading in the popular vote. If he was leading in the popular vote, they would have used the Russian hacking case at that point, saying that the entire election was being hacked. They were prepared and ready to do this, but it didn't happen. The opposite actually happened. So they couldn't really use it. They used it afterwards, but again, it was meaningless at that point in time, because the Electoral College, well, they meet at a certain period of time at different times, and they make their decisions. So Russia would never really have any type of control over those individuals. Now, after the shooting of Scalise, we see there are Republican lawmakers out there saying that, government officials, they should be able to carry a gun to protect themselves. Now, think about this for a second. Celebrities, politicians, they have bodyguards. These bodyguards carry weapons. And here we have this shooting, and now these different congressmen, specifically Congressman Mo Brooks, who survived the recent shooting in Virginia, said that we should be allowed to carry weapons everywhere because we're very important. Well, that means everyone should be able to carry weapons everywhere. And of course, the Second Amendment allows us to do this. Just because he is in government doesn't make him more important than anyone else in the U.S. And of course, celebrities, government officials, they like to use this as the case. Well, we're very important. That's why we need to do this. And you as a citizen, you're not that important. You don't need to do this. Well, everyone's life is important. And you just can't decide who can and who can't. That's why they didn't, the Second Amendment doesn't say celebrities, government officials, they're allowed to carry weapons. The rest of the people, tough luck on you. No, it was for everyone in the country. And we can see that once again, one law for them, one law for the rest of the people. Now, as we can see, Venezuela, they are in a tight spot right now. And we can see there was a meeting of the Organization of American States in Cancun, Mexico. U.S. Deputy Secretary of State John Sullivan tried to rally support for a resolution to send regional mediators to Venezuela to create a plan to address Venezuela's crisis. And the Venezuela Foreign Minister, Delcy Rodriguez, well, he went kind of crazy. He's saying Venezuela is no humanitarian crisis. There are no political prisoners in Venezuela. The contact group you're proposing is completely useless and unnecessary. The only way you could impose it would be to send in your Marines, who would meet with a crushing response from Venezuela if they dared make such a misstep. We refuse to retreat from the United States. And we know what the deep state is doing in Venezuela. They've been doing it for a very long time. They're putting a lot of pressure. They want regime change. They want the natural resources in Venezuela. This is why there's such a big push. The entire goal of the deep state is empire building, regime change in each and every one of these countries. This is why we see regime change in Afghanistan, out in Iraq, Lebanon, Sudan. They're trying to do it in Syria. They had it in Ukraine. This is what their plan is, to take over basically all of these countries and many more, to have total control. Now, back in 2001, after 9/11, the deep state convinced us that we needed to go into Afghanistan. Now, we've been there ever since. And it's just amazing how we can't make any type of progress in Afghanistan. Now, we discussed this before. This is because they don't want progress made. And this is where they grow the poppies. This is where they sell it across the ocean to pay for their covert operations. And we can see that they pump in a lot of funds from the U.S. government, and they take a lot of these funds. For instance, the Pentagon spent $93.8 million over the past decade to provide Afghan troops with uniforms of a forest camouflage pattern, which is largely unsuitable for Afghanistan's landscape. Why would they spend all of this money? The forest in Afghanistan only covers 2.1% of the total land area. So there was this report, a 17-page document, and it further estimates that the Pentagon wasted up to $28 million simply because it chose to buy the pattern from a private firm. Now, remember, all these funds going into Afghanistan to build these schools, to build these highways, none of this is being done. All of this is being funneled off into different people's pockets to pay for covert operations. And if you believe the official story that we're trying to win the battle against the Islamic State, we can take everything that the U.S. spent in Afghanistan, make up a list, find out, well, the schools weren't built, the roads weren't built, the weapons that were sent to Afghanistan, they disappeared. The money that was sent to Afghanistan disappeared. We're buying camouflaged uniforms for a desert type of landscape. So $90 million thrown out the window. So if we go with their official story of why we can't make any headway in Afghanistan, well, it's because the U.S. government has no idea what they're doing. But we know that this isn't the real reason. Of course, on the corporate media, everywhere else, they think, yes, we're fighting the Taliban, we're fighting the Islamic State. Yes, we're trying to take control of Afghanistan. No, they just keep moving the terrorists around. They never want this to end. They love this. A lot of money pours into it. The real reason is because all these terrorist groups, they're funded. These are paid mercenaries. They never want to leave Afghanistan. But we can see right now that all of this money that's being pumped into these different areas like Iraq, into Lebanon, into Libya, into Sudan, into Somalia, into Syria, most of this completely disappears, and a lot of it's funneled right into the paid mercenaries. Now, we see that Poroshenko is out there, and he met with Trump, he met with Pence, and he's out there saying that Trump assured him that sanctions against Russia will be maintained. Now, again, according to Poroshenko, the sanctions will remain until the implementation of the Minsk agreements. Now, this really doesn't make sense because Tillerson was just out there stating that they want to rework all these sanctions and not have them linked to the Minsk agreement. So it looks like Poroshenko was just out there just repeating everything from the past. And we can see the Trump administration, they want to soften the sanctions against Russia. But we can see that the Senate, they want more sanctions. We can see the Treasury Secretary wants more sanctions. And we can see that the deep state, they still want to put a lot of pressure on Russia. You can see what's happening around the globe with all these provocations in the air where they're trying to push the idea that Russia's being very aggressive. They're flying their planes very close to the U.S. planes, and they're trying to make this case. Now, we know in the past the U.S. fired a ballistic missile. They intercepted it to show North Korea, listen, if you fire one at the U.S., we can shoot it down. Well, we have a major problem. An interceptor missile fired from the U.S. Navy destroyer off the coast of Hawaii failed to hit the target. Now, the failure follows last month's successful test where they knew exactly what missile it was, they knew the trajectory, they knew everything about it, and they were able to shoot it down. And we can see a medium-range ballistic missile was fired from the Pacific Missile Range facility in Hawaii. The destroyer, the USS John Paul Jones, tracked the missile with its onboard radar, part of the Aegis baseline system, and basically completely missed. And they couldn't hit the missile down. So we can see right now that things aren't going as well as everyone believes, because when we look at this, we see 8 out of the 18 tests of the GMD interceptor since 1999 have resulted in failure. The GMD array is deployed in Alaska and California with components made by Raytheon, Boeing, Grumman, and Orbital ATK. And we can see that the failure rate is very, very high. Now, Trump tweeted out that while we greatly appreciate the efforts of President Xi and China to help with North Korea, it has not worked out. At least I know China tried. Now, everyone believes that, oh, he doesn't trust China. No, this was about trying to get the prisoners out of North Korea back into the States alive and maybe lead normal lives. And with the death of Awan, well, again, China tried, but they weren't successful in doing that. Well, China, they've responded. China has played an important and constructive role in seeking peace on the Korean Peninsula. And Trump responded saying, no, China is still our friend and we're still working with them. So we can see that they're still planning to work with North Korea. We know North Korea has made a gesture of saying, listen, we will stop our nuclear program. We just have a couple of conditions, and we will have to see how the United States reacts to what North Korea is. Now, we see Macron met with Putin, and they were discussing the terrorist groups, discussing Assad. And we know that the Islamic State right now, they're beaten. Al-Qaeda, all the Western nations, they realize that there's no way to get around this. This is why they don't care about them anymore. This is why Macron is out there saying, yes, Russia and France, they should work together to go after the terrorists because they don't need them right now. They're in the process of splitting up Syria. That's their main agenda right now. And we can see that he's saying that France, well, they would work with Russia and help get the terrorists. But the problem is France is still involved with the U.S. coalition, and they would have to maybe break off and work with Russia because right now Russia is not working with the coalition to go after the terrorists. So yes, it's great to say out in public and it sounds fantastic, but let's see the actions. That we haven't seen. And it sounds fantastic when both leaders are talking. Now, Russia is out there and they are saying that it's very likely that they have killed the Islamic State leader, Baghdadi. Now, there are many reports in the past saying that Baghdadi was killed, I don't know, a couple hundred times already. And the Russian officials added that the information is now verified through various channels that, yes, he has died. And we'll have to wait to see if he turns up someplace else. If not, maybe he has died. Now, what's very interesting is that Tulsi Gabbard went to Syria, spoke to the people, realized that the United States was arming, funding these terrorist groups. So Tulsi Gabbard created a bill, H.R. 608, Stop Arming Terrorist Acts. And it was introduced by her on January 23rd of this year. Now, the bill doesn't have any crazy strings attached, and its original co-sponsors are a mix of Republicans, Democrats, highlighting that it transcends party lines. The text of the bill is very simple. It merely states that it prohibits the use of federal agency funds to provide covered assistance to Al-Qaeda, Al-Sham, the Islamic State, or any individual or group, the government of any country, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence determines has, within the most recent 12 months, provided covered assistance to such a group or individual. The only thing this bill does is prohibit the U.S. government from giving money and weapons to people who want to murder Americans who do murder innocent men, women, and children across the globe. Now, this is one of the simplest, straightforward, rational bills ever. And it was proposed to Congress back in January 23rd. Guess what? There's like no sponsors. Nothing. Nobody even wants to look at it. Senator Rand Paul introduced this same legislation in Senate, and he has 0 co-sponsors. This tells us exactly what these government officials are really doing, what their real agenda in government is. Because if they're truly worried about terrorism and they want to stop the terrorists, this is a bill they should have jumped on to show the American people they are against terrorism. But there's silence, crickets, nothing. This tells you that all of these groups, all these individuals, well, they're part of the problem. Their true agenda is not to stop the terrorists. Their true agenda is to continue everything the way it is and to overthrow country after country after country. Because when we look at government, they're supposed to be working for the people. But our government is not. They're corrupt. They're not working for the people. So we can see their true agenda. And this is why when the system comes down and we're rebuilding our country, hopefully without the central bank, we need to get rid of most of the government. Now, most likely, most of them will be arrested once the system starts to come down, the truth starts to come out, and we start to realize what they're really up to. Remember, a lot of these government officials, they are controlled by the central bank, by corporations, by other countries, and most are probably involved in the peddle ring. So when the truth finally comes out, most of these individuals will probably be arrested, and if not, they need to step down because we don't need them there if they're not working for the people. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
President Donald Trump mocks Nancy Pelosi and crying Chuck as Dems descend into civil war. Hello folks, Jen here, Golden State Times, and today we have a news story. This one comes courtesy of Breitbart.com, and it says that President Trump couldn't resist making fun of Democratic leaders Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer Thursday, urging Democrats not to kick him out of their positions as the party descends into civil war over his devastating loss in Georgia earlier this week. So the tweet by President Trump is said, quote, "I certainly hope the Democrats do not force Nancy P. out. That would be very bad for the Republican Party, and please let crying Chuck stay." Crying Chuck. Crying. All right, so it goes on to say that President Trump's comment comes as a rank-and-file Democrats are turning on their leaders in the wake of Tuesday's Georgia special election, where Republican Karen Handel comfortably beat Democratic hopeful Jon Ossoff, despite Ossoff's enormous celebrity support and Dems pouring tens of millions of dollars into the race. But they are saying that it was actually a moral win, right? They lost, the Democrats lost, yet they're saying that it was a moral win and a referendum on Trump. That's how delusional the Democrats are right now, folks. It says, if the race was indeed a referendum on President Trump, then the president won. It says his gleeful reaction, as well as the Democratic meltdown, is a sure sign of just that. Okay? Democratic leaders trotted out the talking points about Georgia being a Republican seat and that the win was still a defeat for Trump because it was close, which is a bunch of lies. So it says that a memo from Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee Chairman Ben Ray said, quote, "The margin was so close in this deep red district, and Jon Ossoff pushed the race to the limit in both the primary and the runoff by impressively mobilizing the base and persuading independents and moderate Republicans." Lies. All 100% lies. But it says, but many Dems weren't fooled by their own party's propaganda, recognizing the defeat for what it was, a massive blow to the party that should be soaring as Trump's agenda struggles in Congress and he is plagued by media-driven Russia controversy. It's true. The Democrats are given all the pieces to be, ahead right now, but they can't get their head out of their asses to recognize that, right? They're so blinded by their defeat. They're so blinded that they're not recognizing that they had, now it's completely gone, right? That ship has sailed, right? They had such a good opportunity to come on, go to the front, but they screwed it up for their own selves. And that's actually very good for the country. Don't get me wrong. That's very good for the country that they missed their train. Okay? They missed it. And now they need to put up with it. Okay? They had a chance and they missed it. All right. So it goes on to say that Representative Sean Maloney, Democrat of New York, said, quote, "Look, we need to win. Everything else is bullshit." He went on to say, quote, "That's all I'm going to say about that." Representative Tim Ryan, Republican of Ohio, who challenged Pelosi for the leadership last week, said on CNN, "The brand is just bad." And that's true. Very, very true. He went on to say, quote, "I don't think people in the Beltway are realizing just how toxic the Democratic Party is and its brand. And it's like that in many parts of the country." All right? So he went on to saying that he's pointing at Pelosi, and he's saying that Pelosi is the one that is the cause of that. All right? So it says, asked by CNN host Don Lemon if Pelosi was as toxic as President Trump, Ryan responded, quote, "You know what? The honest answer in some areas of the country, yeah, she is." So President Trump is not toxic at all, right? That was because it's leftist CNN, it's leftist idiot, the one that has a meltdown on TV, Don Lemon. That's the reason why you say he was toxic. But President Trump is not toxic at all. Okay, he's trying to make this country great. We can see it. Moderate Democrats can see it. Independents can see it. The only ones that can't see it is far leftist. Those are the ones that are the only ones that can't see it. But the good thing is that their party is imploding. Very good thing for this country, folks. So it goes on to say that Representative Kathleen Rice, Democrat of New York, said, quote, "We need leadership change." She told CNN, quote, "It's time for Nancy Pelosi to go and the entire leadership team." Now, if you guys didn't know this, they have been advocating, a lot of people within the Democratic Party have been advocating that they do not want any white people in leadership positions of the party. Okay, that came out a few weeks ago. All right, since the beginning of the year, they have been advocating for stuff like that. And who knows, it might happen. They're that crazy, right? They're that crazy that they're resorting to racism within their own party. Saying that they don't want any white people in leadership positions is extremely racist. But that's what they want. Why? Because the Democratic Party is an extremely racist party. It says that Senator Chris Murphy, Democrat of Connecticut, said Democrats have been hyper confused on economic messages. And it says on NBC's Morning Joe, he said that Democrats have, quote, spent so much time talking about Russia. Then it says that, then he went on to say, quote, they have been distracted from what should be the clear contrast between Democrats and the Trump agenda, which is on economics. So basically he's saying that they should have been focused more on economics and less on Russia. And that's what everybody's been saying. That's what I've been saying. We have been spending too much time, too much money on this whole Russia bullshit. But guess who is the one that is pushing it and making the most profit out of it? The lying mainstream media, folks. They've been making an immense amount of money. Leeches here on YouTube. That every single time one little thing of a hearing on Russia comes up, boom, there they are. We cover certain things whenever, like Jeff Sessions is going to speak or who so-and-so is going to speak. We cover it here and there because we ask our viewers if you want us to cover it, and you guys say yes. So, we cover it. But there's, some streamers here, some leeches here on this platform that every single time one little stream of this whole Russian conspiracy crap is going on, and boom, there they are. And it's a shame. It goes on to say that, however, even if Pelosi were to go, it seems unlikely that it would mark an end to the raging Democrat civil war between those seeking to turn the party into a more moderate and centrist vehicle to compete with swing states and those seeking to lurch left in the mold of Senator Elizabeth Warren and Senator Bernie Sanders. So basically what they're saying is that they want the Democratic Party to go a little bit more moderate, and other people wanted to go extremely left, like socialist extremely left. So let us know what you guys think, folks. Do you think the Democratic Party is going to exist in 4 years, or do you think that the Democratic Party is going to change its name? Or do you think that they're going to go to the point of going moderate instead of far left? And if it goes moderate, what's going to happen to the Republican side? Okay, so, and also what's going to happen to the mainstream media? Are they going to go more, are they going to shift more in favor of Trump because of the climate that's going on in politics? What's going to happen with this? Because seriously, folks, this is history in the making. Okay, we are living in history right now. This is going to go down in history. So much has changed in these last 2.5 years. And I don't know if you guys notice it, but we cover politics 24/7 every single day. And it's insane what what era we're living in right now. It just blows my mind. But let us know what you guys think in the comment section below. And thank you very much for watching. If you guys missed yesterday's speech by President Donald Trump, it should be coming up on your screen. You know, he spoke in Iowa, awesome rally, tons of people, so much energy, one protester. And also, Sarah Sanders, she had a press gaggle off camera, only audio. That should be coming up on your screen too. It's interactive. Just click on it and it'll take you to that video. Thank you very much for watching. Subscribe by clicking the middle button. It's interactive. And join the community. We welcome you. The links for our social media is below. I hope that you guys follow us, like us on Facebook, all that good stuff. Help us out. Also, the link for that is in the description below. And I'll see you guys next time. My name is Jen. I'm from Golden State Times. And I'll see you soon. Peace.
Swarm of earthquakes have hit Yellowstone National Park over the past week. The park is home to a massive supervolcano that could erupt at any time. So is the swarm warning us about a looming disaster. RT's Brigida Santos joins me live from Los Angeles with the details. So Brigida, how many earthquakes have hit Yellowstone this week?
Natasha, the U.S. Geological Survey has tallied up over 500 earthquakes in that area in the past week. Now, this swarm began on June 12th, and it is currently ongoing. Swarms are incredibly common in this area. In fact, they account for about 50% of all of the seismic activity in Yellowstone. And these are quakes that are ranging from 4.5 in magnitude to below zero. So I'm not sure whether there's much cause for concern right now. I do want to mention that this is a supervolcano with a thick continental crust that causes large buildups of magma, and it's capable of producing a magnitude 8 eruption on the volcanic explosivity index. That means the explosion could be 2,500 times larger than the Mount St. Helens eruption in 1980, which is regarded as the largest and most deadly eruption in U.S. history. Now, I spoke with somebody, a scientist that oversees this Yellowstone area from the U.S. Geological Survey. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Yellowstone is an active system. It's had enormous eruptions in the past. It's had a lot of smaller eruptions. When you have an enormous eruption, you automatically get called a super volcano because you've had a super eruption. But Yellowstone has lots of different kinds of eruptions. And so even if Yellowstone does erupt, chances are it's not going to be anything that's devastating in consequence.
So there you have it, Natasha. He's not sure that a super eruption will take place, but it is possible that an eruption on a smaller scale could take place there.
And what is the likelihood, Brigida, that Yellowstone's supervolcano will erupt?
So this is a volcano that's erupted only 3 times in history. In fact, the first one was about 2 million years ago, followed by another one 1 million years ago, and most recently about 640,000 years ago. So it is due for an eruption based on that schedule. However, the scientists there did assure me that there's only about a 1 in 730,000 chance that we will see an eruption take place anytime soon.
All right, fascinating information. Thank you so much, Brigida Santos, live from our Los Angeles bureau.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this edition of the Hagman and Hagman Report. We're coming to you live from our radio and television studios here in beautiful Northwest Pennsylvania. Live weeknights, 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Today is 22nd day of June, 2017. Now, we're going to have, we're just on audio right now for the first 30 minutes while we make some adjustments, turning some knobs, dials, pushing some buttons, and then we'll come back on video. So no need to adjust your sets. Those people watching live on YouTube, just hang where you're at. It'll be about 30 minutes before we get on video, but we're streaming live right here on Global Star Radio Network. Thank you, Global Star. We're also streaming live on BTR. And I want to thank each and every one of you for listening. Now, it's interesting because what do we have? We have key Republican senators coming out against the Senate Republican health care plan today. And their opposition, it appears that it would be enough to defeat the package before a vote. Rand Paul, Ted Cruz, Mike Lee, and Ron Johnson. But they all said they're not going to vote on the Senate Republican plan in its current form. Here's what's going on, and you're listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report. Here's what's going on, folks, with respect to this. There is a move right now. The Freedom Caucus people, the people who really want to, in my view anyway, to keep the republic whole, to save our country, to maintain our country, they are fighting against anything that will lead to a single-payer system, and rightfully so. A single-payer system will be the final nail in the coffin of this country. We are so close to that right now. This Senate healthcare bill, if you look at and I don't know how many people have even looked at the bill. First of all, oh man, it's complicated. I'll just say this: it's complicated to the extent that they're calling cuts decreases in the increases. That's how they define cuts. And there's a lot wrong with this. Now, what we need to do, in my view anyway, and I think that this is, I was talking with some people in talk radio across the board here, we need to repeal Obamacare, period. Get the government the hell out of running, get the government, get them out of running our insurance. And I've seen the arguments on both sides. I've seen the arguments from the progressives saying, well, it's the profiteering from the insurance companies. Oh, come on. Come on.
I think that's part of it. I mean, a little bit. But
yes.
But it's more so under Obamacare than even before.
There you go. Yes, and that's a good point. If you read the bill, now I did not have the chance to read the entirety of the bill, obviously. But that was unveiled earlier today. But from everything I've been able to skim through, and I've got to print this out. It's just, it's going to be a ream of paper. But it's, I shouldn't say ream. It's a 142-page draft of the Repeal and Replace Healthcare Plan, titled Better Care Reconciliation Act of 2017. This does eliminate a majority of Obamacare provisions. And the Senate Republicans are having a conniption fit, over this, of course, and as they're exploding across the progressive television. But it's interesting because the senators that were interviewed across the media spectrum today all said, "Oh, we can have something up next week." But by next week, what did who was interviewed that said it's not like a fine wine; it doesn't get better with age. Was that McConnell? Maybe I'm not sure, but the bottom line is, this whole thing is a bad idea. It's a bad idea. It is a horrible idea to stay in the insurance business. Chuck Schumer, of course, he took personal offense to this healthcare bill.
Millions will be uninsured. People will die.
It's mean. It's mean, I tell you. Yeah. Okay. All right.
What did any of us ever do before Obamacare?
Really?
Were there even hospitals before Obamacare? Insurance companies? I mean, was the healthcare in this country birthed when Obamacare came on scene? That's what these people act like.
Hey, you've got to pass it to really know what's in it. You can't see. Then that's the other part of it too. This Obamacare, which the affordable. It's interesting. People on the left don't like to use the phrase Obamacare. It's the Affordable Care Act. Well, yeah, no, Obama owns this, and if the conservative or the Republican Senate owns this, shame on them. And again, this is going to lead to the entire. And folks, please understand this: the entire goal here is for a single payer system, and that is for a full socialistic run of our economy. And we're done. We're done as a constitutional republic.
Well, look in California, they're trying to do this. They estimated on the lower side, the cost would be upwards of $400 billion a year. They don't even have enough money to pay for half of it, yet they're still trying to push it through. It's craziness. And like you, I haven't read through this healthcare bill.
Yeah.
And I expected the comments from Schumer and Obama. I don't know if you even saw Obama today.
I tried not to.
He made a comment on it. I'll find where that. I think that was on the Washington Free Beacon. They wrote an article about it, but he came out and was saying the same things like Schumer was saying, and I think Rand Paul. There's a story on the front of Drudge.
I was okay with Rand Paul today. He came out swinging, and I like that. You know, I'm more of a political atheist myself as well. All right, I'm a conservative, but anyway, Rand Paul, I was pretty okay with what he was saying today. That it's just this whole thing doesn't go far enough. Just repeal the whole damn thing and get out of the business of healthcare.
That's where you got to start, is by repealing Obamacare. And you know, this is one of the big criticisms that many of the voters have against the Republicans who are in power. As you said, all they have to do is write one sentence down and pass it, the repeal of Obamacare, and then start from there. But the former President Barack Obama ripped into the newly released Senate Republican Obamacare replacement plan in a Facebook post today, saying the legislation is not a health care bill and it's fundamental meanness. It contains fundamental meanness. This is our former president. Fundamental meanness.
It's mean.
Also, one of the interesting points about this bill, it will defund Planned Parenthood for a year. Obviously, that's not enough, but it would be a start. And did you know that Planned Parenthood gave $700,000 to the Joel Ossoff's campaign in Georgia? What are these people doing, taking taxpayer money and giving it to political campaigns?
Well, does that mean we have to tell them that we got $50,000 for operational costs from Planned Parenthood?
Yeah.
I mean, to me,
we've never got $50,000 in our life. What do you mean?
Well, okay, but that's absurd to me. Where they would be donating that much to a campaign, but I saw that and it's sickening, for sure. But folks, this is big news. I mean, this is what people need to be paying attention now is the healthcare reform. And it should be healthcare repeal the whole doggone thing. You're right, Joe. One sentence would do it. Dismantle the Obama legacy. Make it so that the legacy just is wiped out. And not only wiped out, but prosecute him. Prosecute him. Prosecute Hillary. Prosecute everyone else that needs prosecuted, which is the entirety of the people inside the Beltway, in my view. Anyway, I just throw them all in the back of a paddy wagon. Take them away. You can tell my age, right? Joe's looking at me saying, "What's a paddy wagon?" Yeah, remember those old? Never mind. But
I know what a paddy wagon is.
All right, take them away. And now Trump also, and heads are exploding over this. I did not record ex-FBI Chief Comey. Well, okay, these are the headlines.
Yeah, I didn't pay much attention to that.
You got to look.
Matter.
Well, it does matter because, to me, anyway, because when you look,
he never said he taped them though to begin with. He said, "You better hope there aren't tapes of our conversation."
Exactly, and then you have to look at what he stated coming out of the box, and I'm getting. I was never comfortable with the phrase "fake news." I'm getting okay with calling the way the headlines are structured and the way the stories are written fake news in the mainstream media, because it's misrepresenting what Donald Trump said, and it's misrepresenting what Donald Trump sent via Twitter and but see, I believe that, to me, in this case, when you can see the end result today, where Donald Trump essentially says that President Trump essentially says there's that he did not record Comey. That's the gist of it. When you consider the testimony by Comey, and I'm sure he was sitting there during the hearings as his lips were moving and his brain was engaged, I'm sure he was thinking in the back of his mind, are there recordings of me?
Oh, yeah. If you remember his testimony, he would wake up in the middle of the night.
Yes.
Sweating, worried, fearful. that there was, something else going on, that there could possibly be recordings.
See,
my question would be, did that
with me?
Did that change?
Exactly.
Comey's testimony?
Exactly.
Did that keep him from embellishing or exaggerating? Did it have any effect, I guess, is the question. And if
I think it did, the timing of this, the release of this, why did President Donald Trump wait until today to say that as opposed to, why didn't he say that? Why did he say it to begin with, and then why didn't he say that before the hearings? Now that the hearings are Comey, with respect to him, now that they're basically over. I think he played Comey, big time.
Oh yeah,
big time. But see, somebody could stick a recorder in my office, in the studios, and play it anywhere in a hearing, in a criminal. And seriously, I would not. It would not affect what I would testify to.
Right.
It would be boring. Number one, you'd understand that I'm
boring.
Yeah.
It might be more
hilarious,
filled than you'd think, but not in the ways that people might think.
What's that noise out here? That's just Doug throwing the pencil container across the office.
It'd be entertaining, to say the least.
But it certainly would not reflect any type of criminality, and I wouldn't stay up nights sweating out. Well, geez, did I say this or did I say that? So there is always that with respect to Comey, and I do believe that even at that level, and some might say, well, when you're at that level, at that position as the head of the FBI, no, it still doesn't make sense to me. So I think that President Donald Trump really, really, really did a number on Comey. All right. So those are the headline. I mean, those are a couple of issues that we need to really kind of keep our eyes on. And the Watch American Thinker, Peter Choka, writing some great articles, by the way. He's a great author, great investigative journalist. I haven't had time. I feel bad. I have not had time to talk with him off air. Excuse me. And I've just been really wrapped up. Was that last night I was on the coast?
Yes, it was. Right?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was last night.
Okay. Yeah, I was on Coast to Coast AM last night. I don't know. So that was like 18 hours ago, right?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Anyway, about the what was that? Oh, we were talking about the Flint, Michigan case. The police officer in Flint, Michigan.
Yeah.
The
There's
airport.
a headline today: FBI no wider plot suspected in Michigan airport stabbing. Apparently, they're saying that this was the man from Tunisia who was a Canadian citizen who shouted Allah Akbar before stabbing the officer in the neck. It was a sole attack, a lone wolf attack. At this time, we view him as a lone wolf attacker. We have no information to suggest any training, they said.
Well, who knows? Here's my question. I do know that he came in through Lake Champlain, New York, and we've been up there.
Mm-hmm.
It's
beautiful up there.
Yeah, it is, and there's just really one entryway or one checkpoint up there. The question I have, and I had talked to, I guess it was yesterday, because I had talked to a federal source who said they are looking at where he was. He came in on the 16th of June. So that was a full 5 days before he actually committed the crime. And there are a number of questions. Number one, why Flint, Michigan Airport? All right. Why there? Of all the places, when you come in through Lake Champlain, why there? That's number one. Number two, what did he do, and who was he supported by? Who was he associated with during the 5 days prior to his attempted murder at the airport? Also, I do have an authority that there have been arrests, or at least detentions, in Montreal, where he's from. And by the way, Bob Maggie, let me back up and thank you. Thank you, Bob Maggie. I didn't have this in front of me, and I really appreciate you sending this to me. Let me grab this. President Donald Trump did not say he did not, President Donald Trump did not say that there were no recordings. He simply said he did not record Comey. in the story. Which again, you've got to understand the wording, and I think there's a lot of semantics and word games being played. Okay, so getting back to the Flint, Michigan case, and thank you, Bob and Maggie. Getting back to the Flint, Michigan case, there are a couple of detentions, is my understanding, outside of the family of this man, up in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Now, and there's an ongoing investigation here in the States. And he was arrested for violence in a municipal airport. I think it's 18 U.S.C. 34. I'm not exactly sure of the statute. But more charges will be filed, according to my federal source. And they will probably be either on the state level or concurrent with the federal charges, or federal charges, but they will be more severe. So the information we have is that he acted alone. That doesn't mean he didn't have help or didn't have some sort of guidance or support system mechanism in this country. But in terms of plans being found that perhaps he might go off or his compatriots might there might be a water plot in existence, nothing was found to suggest that. Just so you know. Now, this is the end of Ramadan, and of course, we all have to be careful. Watch this time when it comes to the Islamic terrorists, because this is the time that historically they have done things to.
Well, yeah, we still have a few days left in Ramadan, and I watched a Paul Joseph Watson video today. It's pretty good, the latest one from today. But he goes over the statistics of what has happened through this last Ramadan, and I think he said that if you listed each terror attack individually, it would fill 5 pages just for the last 27 days. Over 1,300 dead worldwide during Islamic terrorist attacks during Ramadan this year.
Right.
I don't know how that stacks up to other years. Either way, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, regardless. Yeah, it is ridiculous indeed. And don't forget, if you're joining us late, we will have video here at the bottom of the hour, or very close to that. So just hang loose. Except if you're listening on Global Star BTR, then you're not going to have video. But if you're watching us live on YouTube, and if you're watching us live on YouTube or listening to this either way, do us a favor. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on social networking as well. It does help to raise our visibility as we attempt to get the truth out there. But we started out talking about the healthcare bill. We went through a number of other things, the recordings, and I think the punking of James Comey, the testimony, and I think that this is important too, and I'm going to mention this, and the testimony of Jay Johnson yesterday from the Department of Homeland Security.
Yep.
Okay.
We posted this on Hagman Report.
Yeah, of course, on Hagman Report. We're going to talk among ourselves here for a second. Okay, there we go. All right.
But yeah,
that's a very important testimony, I believe.
Yeah, and folks, go to HagmanReport.com and you can see Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the interview, her accusing Jay Johnson of lying, and it's a pretty interesting piece there, and I'm going to pull it up right now. But it goes into his testimony about the DNC and the hacking of the DNC and them not turning over the information or the computer servers to the FBI. She went on to say that Johnson was flat out lying. Not even that he's misspeaking or misrepresenting himself or forgetting the details. She goes right to, well, he is absolutely lying. So Johnson said during the testimony on Wednesday in front of the House Intelligence Committee that the DNC refused the DHS's help with the Russian hacking and opted not to turn over their hacked servers. In an interview today on CNN, Wasserman Schultz accused them of being misinformed and said the DNC was never even made aware that their network had been compromised. He's wrong in every respect, Schultz said.
Okay.
At no point during my tenure as the DNC was I contacted by the FBI, DHS, or any other government agency or alerted or made aware that they believe the Russians, an enemy state, was intruding on our network. And there's much more if you watch the video.
Okay, that was the statement from Jay Johnson, correct?
That was Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Okay.
In response to Johnson saying that the DHS offered help with the hacking, but the DNC decided not to turn over their servers to the DHS or the FBI.
And Wasserman Schultz threw Jay Johnson under the bus, saying, "No, that's not the way it happened."
Right. He's wrong in every respect, she said.
But Comey testified. Comey made this statement.
Yep.
That had he known the extent, he would have, beat down the door, to something to that effect. Okay. And the CrowdStrike, the private security concern for the DNC, is at the epicenter of all of this, as well as Debbie Wasserman Schultz. You've got to wonder what's on those servers. Jeez,
yeah.
Let's wonder what's on those servers that Wasserman Schultz and others don't want other people to know. Well, who could have known that? Maybe an IT guy or IT person that worked for the DNC. Who do we know? Any names come to mind? Maybe Seth Rich.
The Sarnett brothers?
Seth Rich and the Awan brothers?
The Awan brothers.
Sure. But gee whiz.
I mean, if you look
let's take this to its natural conclusion.
This goes without saying, but James Comey, if you review the testimony, if you go back to his announcement about basically clearing Hillary Clinton of any wrongdoing, his testimony about Huma Abedin, and then his most recent testimony after his firing, he was too busy making excuses and defending Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin, defending the criminal use of classified information, justifying it away. Well, these people never really saw it. She didn't know what she was doing. There was no intent. They didn't read it. He was too busy giving Hillary Clinton legal excuses rather than actually worrying about what was on the server. He probably was told, don't worry about it, it's under control. And he took his orders like a good boy and went on to defend them when they were clearly guilty of so much. But
yeah,
it's so frustrating.
And don't forget, you've got the CrowdStrike's Russian hacks, okay? And then you've got the leaks, two different things. And they're different timelines. Now, one thing I will say, Lee Stranahan, who was at one point working for Breitbart, regardless of what you think of Stranahan, it doesn't matter. He did put together something, and I think he had posted a video to this effect as well. He mentioned the Russian hacks, Ukrainian military debacle plus Comey's cleanup. This was a article that he wrote back in March, I believe it was. It was December of 2016. CrowdStrike published a report on Ukrainian artillery hacking. And Stranahan does a good job of kind of connecting some dots between the Ukrainian, at that time, president, and the so-called Russian hacking, election hacking, that is still overwhelming the news cycle today, CrowdStrike and the DNC, and then of course you bring in Comey, and then now Jay Johnson and Wasserman Schultz, and you've got this big circular firing squad at one another. So this is obviously a narrative that Joe, this is a narrative that cannot survive really any kind of in-depth scrutiny. And somebody's going to have to go to jail over this. That's just my personal view.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, but
that will ever see that.
But this does involve Ukraine as well. There's just so much to this. Again, if you're interested, you can get more from Lee Stranahan. Again, regardless of what you think of the guy, the investigative work product on this is pretty solid through today, and it's something that's not getting a lot of play, or it hasn't gotten a lot of play. So but it's clear that it's absolutely 100% clear, and I don't know how many times people have to say this. There's absolutely nothing happened that changed any election results in 2016 by any Russian hacking. Did I say that correctly, properly? I mean, is that how is it? I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
There's nothing that was done that affected the outcome of the 2016 presidential election, the run-up to this election, the primaries, or the various parties whatsoever by any outside country, including but not limited to Russia.
Well, that doesn't matter. Don't let facts get in the way of the truth. I don't know how many people saw this on Drudge today. The Federal Elections Commission, one of the Democrats there, wants to widen the Russia probe to Facebook, Drudge, and foreign companies to expand the federal government's probe into alleged Russian interference on internet sites that take political ads like Facebook or Drudge Report. Many say the FCC, that this is an unprecedented role, and some say this oversteps its authority. Well, it absolutely does. Folks, we are up against a break. When we come back, we are going to be joined by Inspector Bill Miker. He was on maybe about a month, 6 weeks ago. We're going to be getting into a number of things, looking at some current events and other things like money laundering. And this is going to be part 2 of what we started 6 weeks ago. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
For the truth of what the mainstream media won't tell you, you are listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Please stand by. Doug and Joe will be right back. Listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report, streaming live on the Global Star Radio Network. Don't go away. Doug and Joe will be right back in just a moment. Listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Stay tuned. Doug and Joe will be back momentarily.
When we're not on camera, that is. So. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this edition of the Hagman and Hagman Report. There we are on video. See, told you we'd be back up. Thank you, Eric the Tech, for working so hard to bring us up and to keep us up. Anyway, see, now he's mic'd up. See, now he's got a voice. Okay, well, hey, bring us in, brother. Come on. No, it's good to be with each and every one of you. Thanks for your belief and your trust in us as we take a look at. We delve deep into on certain days we get deep into subjects, and this is one of those days. We had Inspector Bill Miker on, as Joe said, about a month or 6 weeks ago, and I'm going to kick it to you, Joe, just because I can.
We had Inspector Bill Miker on again maybe 6 weeks ago. We were talking about a number of things pertaining to his investigations into criminal organizations, whether it be drug running, drug trafficking, any other criminal organizations that involved money laundering, even to banks and governments. And he talked about his investigations and some of the roadblocks he run into and some of the problems with how the authorities go about investigating these financial crimes. Mr. Bill Miker, welcome back to the show.
Good to have you. Thanks for having me back.
Boy, you look like an inspector. You do. I mean, look at that, folks. If you're watching on YouTube, take a look at that. A dapper man indeed. I know it would be a bad day if you came into my office flashing credentials and saying I need to talk to you. I know that would be a bad day. I'm kidding, of course. I remember the old joke. It's going to be a bad day when the 60 Minutes crew, you go to your office and see a 60. Never mind. Inspector Bill Miker is on with us. Let's start about the professional kleptocracy that rules the world. I mean, what are we looking at here in the bigger sense? We're looking at money. Just as an inspector, you follow the money. And it's all about the money, isn't it?
Absolutely. People can throw all sorts of window dressing on everything, but invariably, the people who make the decisions, the money and the power will come back to them. So endpoint to endpoint, there are endpoints to everything. It's a matter of getting to that stage. And as I had said last time on your program, I believe, just to rephrase a bit, the world's really broken down into three categories of people, at least based on my experience. And again, they include the 0.1%, who probably control 80% of the world's wealth and power and influence, maybe more. Then there's the 1% of the professional class, which is the lawyers, the accountants, the bankers, the corporate investigators, the risk people like you and I. We service those people and we make a good living, and we want to stay in that 1%, which has a big range in it. And then you already have the rest of humanity, which is about 98.9%. Who are just out there, and they are cannon fodder for the 1% and the 0.1%. Not to get off the topic too much, but I use critical thinking in what I do. That's why I'm alive today, and that's why I've had the success I've had, at least in dealing with getting evidence on bad guys and getting inside their organizations. And again, I look at why does some of these uber wealthy people, this 0.1%, why are they so aggressively demanding the legalization of drugs? Drugs aren't dangerous because they're illegal. They're illegal because they're dangerous. So what would motivate somebody like a George Soros, who's very much an advocate for the decriminalization of all drugs? Listen, if I'm on the top of my 70th floor penthouse, you think that I want all that mass of humanity down there paying attention to what I'm doing up here and living the high life while they're down there on the street looking for cigarette butts? No, I'm quite happy to keep you focused on your simple little needs, so I'm allowed to move unfettered to do what I do, which is to create more wealth and power for myself. That is the world today.
It absolutely is. And whether it's money or whatever it is, these people, the money is just one aspect of the control. It's a mechanism that they use to control things. But you're right, the elite at the top, and whether it's through our political parties, we've seen this divide and conquer strategy, and they've been genius at their ability to. I guess the best way to say it is make people angry at each other while they are able to continue to function and siphon the wealth out. If the people would focus their anger at those if we would come together and put all the other differences, political, economic, class differences aside, and worked to bring them to justice, things would go much smoother. But they actually work and they do their best work at dividing us, so that never happens.
Well, again, just all my own observations. I believe that human beings haven't changed in terms of their core characteristics. Everybody gets sad, happy, jealous, ego, all of those things. And typically in my undercover career, I always focused on what they call agents of influence. And I focused on three. Three was always what I had to look at. And I'm looking for, when I'm meeting a target, is it ego, is it power, or is it greed? Which one of those agents of influence do I need to facilitate or project to you, the target, that satisfies one of those three criteria? And that was the secret of my success when I had to do what's called a cold approach into the targets. Now, obviously, I had some background, surveillance, psychological profiles sometimes on people. So you had a little bit of preemptive knowledge of how to deal with them. But it still came down to those three basic triggers of influence. And I think one of the fallacies in the world, and it's totally taken root in the United States and in Canada, in our Western democracies. Listen, everybody is on this planet deserves equal opportunity. No question about that. The problem is not all human beings are created equal. Some are smarter, some are taller, some are stronger, some are, thinner. We have too many characteristics, and we're trying to create this one basket can fit all, and it's creating disasters everywhere. Bad guys take advantage of that. They are not, bad guys are probably in my experience, a lot of them are chauvinistic, misogynistic. As a policeman, I can tell you that probably 95% of the people I arrested were male. In dealing with cartels, dealing with terrorist type individuals, I was always dealing with men. And yet we're trying to create this notion that the guys who, or the people that are combating all this can come from everybody. Hey, you want to be a policeman? God bless you. Even though you don't have the skill set, we don't want to be accused of not giving you the opportunity to live your dream. The only problem with that is who pays the price when somebody's living their dream but are utterly incompetent.
Boy, that's well said, and many people don't really. It's gone too far in the PC realm, and to the expense and to the detriment of everyone else. Very well said. All right, you set the stage pretty well. Let's get into some, if you don't mind. Let's get into some specifics now. I'd like to address the international war, and we can go anywhere that you start, anywhere where you like. But should we start, let's say, at the larger International War Crimes Tribunal with respect to, can we start there, or would you prefer to start somewhere else?
Sure. I mean, we tend to think that the problems in our world are unique to our own countries, and it's not. Again, human beings tend to have the same sort of strengths and weaknesses everywhere. And I actually had dealings, after this, at the end of the Second World War, Adolf Hitler was the greatest war criminal in Europe. It took several decades before somebody else by the name of Milosevic in the Balkans was identified as the most heinous European-based war criminal because of his atrocities and the things that he did. Going back, as you recall, once that Balkan conflict came to a cessation, Milosevic disappeared, and the War Crimes Tribunal out of The Hague, came together to say, this man's a war criminal. We need to deal with him. He's the most evil guy since Hitler in Europe. As it happened, I was brought in because one of Milosevic's three main money launderers had been recruited by somebody I'd worked with. But he wasn't a money laundering guy, so I was brought in to debrief this individual. Sorry, I'm just going to let water in my mouth is dry.
And this is, go ahead.
So I won't say where I met him at, But so I go in and I go in and I remember very vividly where we met, and I shake hands, and the first thing he says to me is, "What is your religion?" I said, "Well, I'm Roman Catholic." He says, "You are my enemy." And I started laughing. I said, "Well, I'm not your enemy," but he says, "I am Orthodox. Where I come from, you'd be my enemy." And anyways, he went on then to describe how, they had laundered about $800 million for Milosevic, which funded the war effort, paid for the soldiers, paid for weapons, and started telling us that there was two other guys, and one of the three, we knew that Milosevic was sending out hit squads to locate these three guys because they had all the evidence on his war crimes and how he funded it, etc. So one of the three have been found killed. So this guy is what motivated him to come into our people. And the third guy, who was really the brains of it, is a Russian Jew named Petrovsky, and he was the main brains, and he disappeared into South America. I know where, but I just don't want to say right now. And so this fellow was telling us about how, from their point of view, a lot of what was happening in the Balkans was a proxy war. They were getting support from Israel. A lot of the Islamic funding was coming out of Syria, primarily a lot of drugs from the Bekaa Valley. And to a large extent, they were fighting the dirty war, as bad as it was in the Balkans, in South Africa. A lot of things took place there. So he was getting granular, giving us the details, spoke about how they were laundering their money through Italian companies, and some well-known Italian companies to facilitate the money payments. And so we're taking all this. And I always remember, again, an aside, the fellow said, "Look, I also took $6 million, which is sort of my money now." And he looked at me straight in the eye. He says, "I help you, but if I lose my money, I kill you. You understand? I kill you."
Okay.
And so I just, what do you say? I just started laughing and said, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in your money. I'm interested in getting evidence so we can convict, this war criminal." And so we notify the War Crimes Tribunal in Europe, dealing with the assigned investigator to this. I said, "Listen, we know we got two of the three. We have one with us now, and we know where the other one is. We're prepared to fly down to meet with him." He's agreed that he would meet with us. And so we said, "Look, do you have questions that you want answered?" And they said, "No, you can't go down. We have to go down. I have to go down." And this war crimes investigator, by coincidence, was Italian. I don't know if that had anything to do with how they laundered their money through a lot of Italian corporations, but they refused to cooperate with us. They refused to say, "Okay, we give you our blessing to go down. We're not even going to give you questions. If we can't interview them, nobody is." And at that point, even our own bosses in Ottawa, they said, "Well, if they don't want them, why are we spending our money for you guys to go down there to interview this?" So again, the whole world goes in funny places, and then yet, the governments spend how many millions of dollars for once Milosevic is caught, for all his legal team. They always have money for the lawyers, but they don't have the money for the people who are finding out the real truth of things. And it reminds me.
By the way, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I think that's an important point that people need to kind of keep in the back of their heads. And we're talking about the larger picture here. Go ahead, sir.
Absolutely. It goes back to what I keep saying earlier. It's about critical thinking. Connect the dots. Just because somebody says something, or just because a position is expounded, there's usually something underneath that. And Voltaire, 400 years ago, 400 years ago, Voltaire, the French writer, I love this quote. He says, "If you want to know who controls you, look at who you are not allowed to criticize." And just think of that. 400 years ago, he was recognizing the power of certain individuals and institutions to protect themselves. And you look across your own lives here. In the last 20, 30 years, who are people most worried about criticizing in the United States? They're not worried about criticizing criminals.
Right.
But you get to certain, certain levels of power and influence. And, back in 2000 or 2001, I audited the FBI undercover program on behalf of the Canadian program, just, get best practices and see how the difference and what we can learn. So, the FBI are terrific to me. I got nothing but praise for how I was personally treated. But I learned something that I've never forgotten when I did that audit. And that was this. Up until 1971, the FBI never had an undercover program. And as a result of the weathermen, against the Vietnam War blowing things up, the FBI for the first time formed the beginning of their undercover program. So that was in 1971.
Inspector, let me just really drive this point home. So until 1971, until the advent of or infiltration of the weather underground, you're saying that the FBI never had undercover agents, never insinuated undercover agents in any operation?
I don't know. They might have done things, individually, but as a program, the program didn't begin until 1971. Okay. Part of the reason is J. Edgar Hoover found it distasteful, kind of that old school way of policing, trickery or whatever the notion might have been. But he himself was not a huge proponent through much of his tenure. And again, strength of personality can affect things. But here's what happens, and it's, I don't know why people don't wake up and see this, because it's in front of your face. So 1971 with the weathermen. Now let's fast forward only 8 years, a mere 8 years, 9 years, when you had the Abscam investigation. I don't know if you're familiar with Abscam.
Very, very familiar. Yep.
So just for your audience, Abscam was, the FBI became aware of corruption involving elected officials and unelected officials, but they were focused on, senators, congressmen, both at the state and the federal level. And so they had undercover FBI agents who pretended to be Arabic. They were rich Arab sheikhs, and they were offering money, basically secret commissions and bribes, to have influence. And so those arrests took place, and that came down. And what happened the following year? Congress, I don't know if the number is still this today, but what happened? Congress said, who's watching us? The FBI. So they instituted a oversight that any FBI undercover project that had a budget that exceeded $250,000 would be reported to Congress, or at least have congressional oversight. Talk about a made in heaven way to know if you or your buddies are under investigation. I mean, I look at that and I look at what is going on in America today, and again, like I say, you as Voltaire said, you want to know who controls you. Look at who you're not allowed to criticize.
Exactly. And for the listeners and viewers, I just want to drive this home. Abscam, it would be short for Arab scam, I believe, in kind of a convoluted sort of way. But it was a 2-year operation, actually, that more than 30 political figures were investigated, and among those, a total of 7 congressmen, 6 members of the U.S. House of Representatives, and 1 U.S. senator were convicted. Not only were there members of Congress, folks, but also 1 member of the New Jersey State Senate, members of the Philadelphia City Council, mayor of Camden, New Jersey, and an inspector for the U.S. Immigration and Naturalization Service. And we did have who was our guest, Joe, for Joe Pistone, I believe it was, that was involved in the sting operation, as well as Serpico. But Joe Pistone, we had on, who went undercover as Donnie Brasco.
Yeah, I've met Joe a couple times. He's a good man.
Yeah, and of course, that was this allegedly. Now, I'm not sure if I believe that was the same boat that was referenced in the movie. That they used the same boat, Abscam. But nonetheless, I'm going off on a tangent here, but very interesting indeed. But I think it's important from a context point of view for people, especially young people, to really kind of understand the AB scam and how significant that was back in 79, 80, 81, in that time period, I believe it was.
Yeah, no, and again, history repeats itself. Those in power, the only way they maintain their power is to maintain their control of the messaging. And that's why media and social media is so powerful. And for a great period of time, until social media got as pervasive as it is, now people can start to unlayer the onion and are getting their eyes open more and more, hopefully, to what's behind some of the messaging that's going out there. But there was a certain point in time that if Walter Cronkite said this is what it is, people took it as gospel. There was a sense of institutional solidness there. But that no longer exists. And again, I think that's, people, I've been asked, Bill, why do you go on the Hagman Report? And one of the reasons that I do is I actually believe independent media channels is the only way that people can get out there and have their voice heard, have their concerns heard. Because, again, I look at that AB scam and I saw what happened after they did a brilliant job of dealing with corruption. They got a big thumb put on top of them. That's a big red flag. And I think if you look out over the last several decades, that thumb has become more insidious. It's become even more oppressive. And I think America is still deals with its dirty baggage in a more open way than most countries. And again, it's not unique to the United States. Canada has the same issues. Certainly the Britain does and others. But I keep coming back to the need for people not to believe what they're told or what they hear and use critical thinking. And that's, again, I don't want to go too off tangent, but I look at an education system that's all about indoctrination. You're not teaching, the critical pathways in life. It's certainly not in the Western democracies because we're concerned about all these other touchy-feely things. The problem is predators and bad guys, they love it. They absolutely love what we're doing to our society because it's making the low-lying fruit even fatter and sweeter. And they're taking advantage.
Man, you said it all. And I do want to just drive home, and Joe, you can pop in after this, that as you had indicated in some notes that I have in front of me, critical thinking is lost and is not a factor in how young people are educated. And
not at all.
It amazes me to how many people can watch a video, for example, that maybe some guy made in his father's basement about some issue and get thousands upon thousands of views and subscribers, and it's just ridiculous. And people just, they leave their critical thinking skills, if they had any to begin with, before they turn on the computer, apparently. I don't know. Go ahead, Joe.
No, and Mr. Miker, you said a whole lot. And to go back to some of what you said with the media, it's like a bad relationship. The media has lost all trust and respect from the American people, and they have done nothing to try to repair that trust. So they're going to continue to decline as far as people listening to them. But unfortunately, there are, as you said, a lot of people out there who have been through the indoctrination through the school systems, and they continue that pattern even when they're adults and listen to things and get indoctrinated things like the media is telling them. And one thing that really bothers me about the educational system and in politics involvement in it is that when you look at, there's countless numbers of examples where you can look at 100 years ago, professors or teachers taking tests from 100 years ago from 6th grade through 12th grade and giving it to kids now. Even in college, they can't even get 50% of the answers right. And that tells me that the educational system has not grown. They're not continuing to, even if 100 years ago 8th grade students were smarter than 12th grade students are today, what does that say about progress, especially in the educational system? And then the indoctrination part, where it's not teaching, as you said, it is basically being told how to think. And these people are not being given critical thinking skills. And without that, their brains are And I think we've all been through that. You know, when people say that they've been awoken to the reality or the truth of the matter, that's the deprogramming of the critical thinking skills. And I got a book here that I started reading a while back that I'm going to continue reading, start again. It's called Brainwashing, the Science of Thought Control. And this is really what's going on in our country on a massive scale from all aspects. And you know, you go back to Edward Bernays in the beginning of advertising and using manipulative tactics on human nature. They have created this into a science, and they have almost perfected it. But again, many people are breaking out of that mold and are becoming part of the independent media and are becoming engaged and continue to help others to get out of that same destructive cycle. Folks, we're talking with Inspector Bill Miker. He will be our guest
what a treat
as
it
we
is
come
to have
back.
him, Joe.
Yeah, we got a lot of ground to cover, and it's going to be a great conversation. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere.
For the truth of what the mainstream media won't tell you, you are listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Please stand by. Doug and Joe will be right back. Listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report, streaming live on the Global Star Radio Network. Don't go away. Doug and Joe will be right back in just a moment. are listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Stay tuned. Doug and Joe will be back momentarily.
Folks, to this edition of the Hagman and Hagman Report. We are so blessed to have with us Inspector Bill Miker. I want to thank Brent Pileski from Spy Theater. Brent Pileski, thank you so much for arranging this with John. Really, Inspector Bill Miker is a key resource, intelligence source great background information. This man has done more in his life than most people can even imagine. And we're very fortunate to have him. And thank you, Brent Bileski. Thank you. John, thank you so much. I do want to mention, although it's scheduled to be on InfoWars either today or tomorrow, I couldn't do today. I had a scheduling conflict. So I'll be on InfoWars on Monday. Right now, it's just confirmed today for Monday. So we're going to be talking about, in fact, I'll be talking about a federal investigation that I'm working on exposing that with some people who want to get it out. It's kind of flying underneath the radar right now. Not this telling tales out of school, but just to bring people up to speed. And I think it's out there. It's kind of simmering in the public domain, but the significance of which is just not being recognized. So InfoWars on Monday. And I was talking to my friend Pat Campbell, KFAQ, Tulsa. Yeah, Megyn Kelly interview, perhaps, right? No, I think I'm going to decline that, Pat. Thank you so much for offering to broker that for me. I'm going to decline that. But, the first segment with Inspector Bill Miker, we were talking about everything from the International War Crimes Tribunal, kind of setting the stage, kind of going a little bit from what he talked about last time that he was with us, to the lack of critical thinking. The one thing that's really key as well, what he started out by saying and was talking about, is this diversity, self-interest, incredible selfishness, I suppose, that exists when we talk about well, I'll just leave it at that. You can go back and listen. Investigators fail, by the way, and this is important. Investigators fail when they don't deviate from their investigative theory. And I've seen this happen myself as an investigator, but certainly I would defer to Inspector Miker. I've seen this happen in my capacity as an investigator, where their investigative blinders can really be a detriment to the person looking at a case or a series of cases, and that kind of set the periphery of critical thinking as well. But that blinders the lack of deviation from investigative theory. So, Investigator Miker, how does this relate to the Russian collusion theory that we see taking place and developing? If you want to address that now.
Sure. Just before I do, I just correct one thing that Joe had said. Today in the education field, we're not teaching people how to think. We're teaching them what to think. And again, that permeates as these people go into jobs as investigators. I want to be an investigator, and okay, here's your job. And when they lack the critical thinking, just as you pointed out, as an investigator, yes, of course, you have if a crime's already been committed, you have hopefully a basis of what was the motivation, what was behind it, who was behind it, and you have a focus, but you can never lose sight that you could be wrong, and you can never take away from the fact that if you are only focused on bringing the information that bolsters your argument, but you're ignoring all the other information out there that could actually make you change your investigative direction. People have egos, and many people don't want to admit after putting weeks or months of time into something that they got it wrong. And again, there's a reason why innocent people do get convicted. And part of that is because of the rigidity of thought. And again, it goes with not teaching people how to think, but what to think. And so if you want a preordained outcome, then you just keep on that narrow path. And as you know, you can't help, every time I turn on the news, you just roll your eyes because it's just Russian collusion nonsense.
Right.
And to me, initially, hey, wow, it sounds, pretty ominous. And then you keep waiting for somebody to give you, a hard data point, something, I see people driving 100 miles an hour, whether it be in the media or in the political process, but it's like nobody's at the wheel. Which direction are you going, and how are you getting there, and why are you going there? And it seems very clear to me that people, the greater public that is, has bought into a messaging, a massaging of thought, but it's not backed up by any hard critical facts. And listen, we do it for the right reasons, but if we can do it for the right reasons, we can also do it for the wrong reasons. And that is, we do in government from time to time put out information, whether it be in the form of a press release, whether it be in the form of a news conference, to put information out there, not because we want the public to know, but because there's a certain individual or a group that's really who that message is designed for. And typically when you do, these undercover investigations, we want our target to see a certain news story. We want them to talk about it with us, or we want to trigger a conversation between maybe co-conspirators where we have wiretaps up, where we want to see, are they talking about this news release or something that came out in the news. There are times I've seen.
If I can stop you right there, to what extent, Inspector, in those occasions, was the media aware of that, or were they never aware that you were doing this specifically for a mission critical purpose?
We typically wouldn't disclose that up front because of operational security. But there does come a point where, you'd want to keep the media on side. I believe that, the world is better off having responsible journalism, but that's the key, responsible journalism, not yellow journalism. And we're in a day and age where, you think back before CNN came along, everybody thought, hey, a 24-hour news channel, who's going to stay and watch that? We're conditioned to watch the 6 o'clock news. And so you would get your news in one burst over an hour period, and the rest went on. All of a sudden, you're into this 24-hour news cycle. Media is owned by the right and managed by the left. And so, but there's still, so you get the messaging that, I guess the leftist thinking people want to see out there, but it's all about profits. It's all about, what's driving it. Remember, self-interest, greed, power, or ego. All these media outlets in the United States are conglomerates, and it's all driven by ad revenue and who's watching it. And so it becomes more about entertainment than it does about actual hard facts. The reason that most journalists don't go on to testify in criminal trials is because they're not dealing in facts. When you've testified, you can't give them what you think. You got to tell them what you know, and anything else is hearsay. So, the standard in a courtroom is far different than the standard in a media outlet. And again, I look at this Russian collusion. If you didn't have the information by now, you're not going to have it, because all of this has a historical context. So you've got the apparatus of the entire U.S. government, both its overt and covert capabilities. Where's the smoking gun? What I see is smoke and mirrors, and it's very clear that there is another agenda at play. That's how I interpreted it, at least. And again, what I said earlier, for a lot of good reasons, we I don't know if I'll quite use the word manipulate, but we use the media for an objective, which is to take a murderer off the street. Typically, we don't do it for minor crimes, but it's for serious offenses, or where we believe there's a conspiracy, people want to come and blow something up. We need to figure out ways to intervene, because we still live in societies with the rule of law. Without the hard evidence, we can't do anything. And we don't want to do a preventative measure at this point because we don't think we've identified everybody in the conspiracy. So, there are these other tools that you try to use. But the problem now is I sit in a seat of power in one of these organizations. Well, I actually want to get promoted. I actually see a different career path, and this political master, I need to support him or her in such a way that maybe I'll use those media channels that we have and put a little spin on the messaging that I want to put out there. Of course, human nature is human nature. Nobody is as as pure white as the driven snow. So you are going to have those thought processes and those actions taking place 100%.
So, okay, now as this applies, if we can bring this back to, or keep this on the topic of the Russian collusion theory, as it applies to this, the agenda, the objective appears to be purely political. And at this point, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is the environment where innocent people do have a tendency, or people who are not primary targets end up being not just targeted but charged with things. Is that a fair statement?
Well, they get, it's like they say, collateral damage.
Yeah.
You were never the intended target, but bad luck for you. You're in the wrong place at the wrong time to thwart our ambitions. I mean, it's very clear with this whole Russian collusion hubra that you think about what I just said earlier. If you want to know who controls you, look who you can't criticize. It's Donald Trump is the president of the United States, but do you think he's really in control? People are criticizing him every day, and they're doing it whether it be the truth or not the truth. And I'm not defending the guy. I don't know him, but I'm watching this, and I'm seeing somebody who ought to be the most powerful man in the world, and he's being attacked by all sides, by all people. What is it that they fear about him so much? I don't think it's because of some of the past remarks he's made. I don't think it's because of some of the flaws in his character that he may possess. It's because he represents something different. And what he's representing that is different is why I brought up earlier about Abscam. Why is it that the elected elite, that 1% who serves the 0.1%, because you can't serve the 0.1% unless you're close to a seat of power to pass legislation, to pass banking laws, to provide access to opportunities that the great masses will never see and will never have the opportunity. And so, in my view, President Trump is not the most powerful man in America. Otherwise, he wouldn't be attacked like he's being attacked. He is onto something, and it's frightened those around him. And again, as I said earlier, the United States, like other Western countries, has been infiltrated by many people who don't bring what I call a purity of purpose to what they do. I remember, just to backtrack a bit, when I went off to join the Mounties, I was a bond trader from London. I came back. My father was a career naval officer. In fact, he was Canada's NATO representative for 13 years on what they call Link 11, Link 12, but on communications. And my father, I always saw him studying. I always saw him. There were times he was away for a year at a time. But I remember when he drove me to the airport, he said, "Look, Bill, there are times you're going to know fear. There's times you're going to be tired. Why should I bother?" He says, "Remember duty to service. You're joining a uniformed service. You're joining to try to do the right thing. If you're tired, suck it up. If you know fear, get over it." And that's duty to service. What I don't see today, to the same level of my father's generation, is that same commitment, that purity of purpose that says, I'm here to defend the Constitution in the United States. I'm here to fight enemies, both foreign and domestic. I'm here to look after my brothers and sisters. That exists with many people, but not enough of them. And the problem is, these people who have a purity of purpose, they're typically out there doing the job. While they're out there doing the job, they're not playing the political game that allows them to get highlighted as somebody who is malleable to the policy centers. And most people who are in policy centers have never walked the walk. And that's what I see when I look at what's happening today in the United States, and certainly in Canada as well.
And is this not that this is necessarily important, but is this a kind of a Western mindset that we're seeing, a pervasive Western mindset? And I guess the reason I ask that is because when we look at the what's taking place across the globe, it seems like things are different everywhere, but specifically there's this change taking place within the West, that Western mindset, and as you call it, purity of purpose in particular.
I believe so. I mean, I've been living in Asia for 10 years. I've traveled extensively through the Middle East, Africa, in Asia. And the thing that I really observe, I look at Hong Kong, okay? Hong Kong's about 8 million people. You're close to Chicago. What's the population of Chicago?
We were just there. We were just talking about it too.
8,
I don't know.
No, 8. It's
9.2 million,
maybe.
Okay, so Chicago about 9 million, Hong Kong about 8 million. One weekend in Chicago, you'll see more violent crime than you will see in a decade in Hong Kong. You know,
really?
Put that in comparison. And you know, Hong Kong, everybody thinks everybody's rich. No, listen, land prices are through the roof. That, again, looks after that 1% very well. But for the rest of them, the majority of people here are living in housing estates, council estates. The minimum wage here is only about $4.50 US or $5 US an hour. You know, we hear all this stuff in the news about all the wealth. Yeah, there's great wealth here in Hong Kong, but it's not going to everybody. And yet, I can walk, and my wife, my children, they can walk any street in Hong Kong and be safe.
And Mr. Becker, the population of Chicago is between 2.7 and 3 million.
And I apologize. So. However, it does, and I included this from Milwaukee to Gary is the greater Chicago area, which is 9.2. I apologize for that. But the point's the same, though.
Yeah. Yeah, the point is the same. This is a cultural and a societal issue. The other thing about here in Asia and in India, you know, they're going to overtake many of our youth simply because they're brought up to understand that nobody's going to give you a free ride. You know, there's the social net. There's a social safety net here, but it's minimum. You know, the Asian way is if you're not going to work for it, why should I give it to you? And there's a very set way of looking at things that, hey, I'll look after my family, even if there are problems. I'm not going to rely on the community because I don't want to lose face that can't look after our mother or our fathers. So there's a strong cultural bond over here. But also, you go to the universities here, they're learning, the kids here and in China and in India and in Eastern Europe, they're learning engineering, they're learning medicine, they're learning science, they're learning chemistry, they're learning tech. They're not taking, female studies, all these airy-fairy that, how's that going to help you build a bridge? Listen, like I said, if I want diversity in my entertainment. I want diversity in the grocery store. I don't want diversity for the sake of diversity when it comes to critical things. You want diversity as the main criteria for the guy who flies your plane, the guy who does the root canal on you? Of course not. And yet somehow when it comes to the security and well-being of our homes and our communities, we've embraced just for the sake. I'm all in favor. I'm married to an Asian woman. My grandparents of my children, adopted grandparents, I call them, are Malaysian Muslim. I got none of this anti-rhetoric based on race or religion. That's not what I'm talking about here. And again, you just think logically and look logically. There's no way that somebody is going to get a contract to build a bridge with what they've been educated with, 5 years of fluff. Then I can hire somebody from India, I can hire somebody from overseas who is hungry, who knows that the only way that they're going to get anything is by doing it themselves. They're much more self-reliant and self-sufficient. And at one time, that was what America was famous for. Until the late 60s, America led the world by its innovation, by what it did in the Second World War, after the war, the rebuild of countries, the response to calamities all over the world, the inventions. There was so much that the world admired, respected, and followed, and to a degree still do. But there's been a rot from within, and so nobody's going to tell me when I connect the dots that America is better off today than it was 40 years ago, in terms at least of security.
Man, you are absolutely right, and I know some of your notations include that, as you said, diversity is good in entertainment and, of course, in grocery shopping, but disastrous for public safety and national security. And this is what we see here. And you bring up a good point. We're seeing where you are at, you are seeing education, the practical education based on need and based on values that we had a half a century ago, but have somehow squandered away. We don't have that here anymore in the United States, and even in Canada, it's gone by the wayside. It's all emotion driven as opposed to need driven or practical of a practical sense. So you're absolutely correct. Is there any way to get back? And I guess what's the answer to that? Now this is me asking you personally and professionally. What's the answer to this? Is there an answer to this, or is there a way to get back there?
Well, that's a very good question, and I really don't have a definitive answer. I think that we have a pathway because we saw what worked in the past when we held people accountable, when we made people self-reliant. It's very classic. I mean, you've probably seen the cartoon, where it says, "Don't feed the bears because they learn how to be bears and to be self-reliant." The welfare state creates that same sort of thinking. If there's more incentive for me just to sit back and be fed, what incentive is there for me to go out and learn to be self-sufficient? And again, we've embraced and we're creating an indoctrination from our children upwards that everybody deserves the same thing. No, they don't deserve the same thing. Everybody deserves equal opportunity. But if somebody's going to work harder than the other, they deserve more. If somebody's going to take bigger risks and it works out for them, they deserve what they get. I don't begrudge anybody who's been financially successful as long as they did it the old-fashioned way through hard work, sweat, and labor. How many times have we heard, what I call the champagne socialists complaining about the actions or wealth of an individual? Well, some of those individuals, like they say, it took me 20 years to become an overnight success. I didn't get it because I was born into it. I didn't get it because I married into it. I did it through hard work, sweat, and labor. And again, it's how do we get back to it? We have got to take back reality. And these reality shows on TV is not reality; it's just entertainment. And look just at the recent election in the by-election in Georgia. This is one small county, and a local person versus somebody who lived outside. But yet, why is California and New York caring what happens in that small center in Georgia? There's other interests at play here. And I tell you, it always bothers me when I see these celebrity types out there who are slamming the evilness of certain political leaders and political opinions and viewpoints. Everybody's got, I'm entitled to my viewpoint, but I don't like yours, so I'm going to shut you down. And the thing that really bothers me, it really does bother me, is when I see some of these Hollywood types going on about, we have to do more to help people who aren't in America. But we need to do more, as I live in my gated community and gated house with bodyguards or chauffeurs, do more for humanity. But where it really gets me, and I use, only because he said it, I'm not picking on him, but somebody like George Clooney. I remember a few years ago reading an article where he was asked, do you think you'll ever run for politics? And quite frankly, I like his movies. I enjoy his movies. But he says, no, he says, I've taken too many drugs and a bit more guttural than what I'm going to say. But he said, I've taken too many drugs and slept with too many women to ever have a career in politics. But the thing about that bothers me, he with his buddies, and again, I don't know what drugs he's using, but I'm assuming probably some cocaine.
Sure. So
you think that 8 ball or that half gram or ounce that you had for your party and your friends, you think that was made especially for you? No, it's made as part of a 1 ton or 2 ton shipment. There are policemen making $300 a month being assassinated because they paid $600. The cartels are paying $600 to shoot honest policemen in Colombia. We forget that, Mexican policemen and their families are being slaughtered. A good friend of mine was with the Guadalajara police, fairly senior, and he finally left because he said, Bill, I had to go shopping in an armored personnel carriers with my wife and kids. And there's a reality to the world. But these guys saying, hey, we're here to save the world. Give me my line. and not understanding that you're contributing to the death and murder of innocent policemen, and you're affecting their families. So, take your holier than thou spiel and shove it somewhere else, because I'm not buying it.
Amen, brother. We're talking with Inspector Bill Miker. Somebody I believe is probably the foremost authority, world's foremost authority on the investigation of money laundering. And I want to thank Brent Pileski from Spy Theater.
Definitely got the experience and very well spoken. We're covering a lot of ground today.
Very much.
And you just reminded me, Mr. Miker, I've mentioned it a few times this week. There's a great series this week, America's War on Drugs, that covers some of what you're talking about. And I mean, it goes into much greater detail about the money laundering and how the U.S. government allowed drugs and money to funnel through to fight different wars, whether it was communism or whatever else. But folks, he'll be with us for another segment. Inspector Bill Miker.
I'd like to get his take on the current war on drugs when we come back.
Yeah.
Because I got a real problem with what's going on.
We'll be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere.
For the truth of what the mainstream media won't tell you, you are listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Please stand by. Doug and Joe will be right back. Listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report, streaming live on the Global Star Radio Network. Don't go away. Doug and Joe will be right back in just a moment. Listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Stay tuned. Doug and Joe will be back momentarily.
Sorry, stand by. The Hagman and Hagman Report coming to you live from our radio and television studios here in Northwest Pennsylvania, broadcasting right now to 64 countries, 64 on the hook right now. I want to say hello to everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks so much for your belief and trust in us as we walk through this minefield of current events together. And we've got a deep background guest, a guy that I really believe, knowing what I know about Inspector Bill Miker, and thank you, Brent Bolesky, so much, Spy Theater, for arranging this with John. You want to know anything about financial crimes, about money laundering, about the way the system works, about the way the system should work, this is the guy. And he offers the context and the perspective of the way things are today. And he's a class act in my view, and it's early where he's at in just I'll say Hong Kong. Okay, so he's over there. He has no social footprint other than his LinkedIn profile for security reasons, but nonetheless, we've got him and we like him. Brent Bolesky, thank you. And Inspector Bill Miker, thank you so much. Come on back and go ahead and
always happy to. You know, you'd asked earlier, you know, what are the things we need to do to get back on the right foot? And to me, there's a great friend of mine, Joe McCarthy, you know, the chaplain and volunteer fireman with the Suffolk County Fire Department. But Joe represents what America used to be, you know, compassion for neighbors, you know, values. I mean, he's obviously the chaplain, but compassion for people, concerned about what's happening in the community. Joe reached out to me a few years ago because he had heard me speak or saw some publications. And Joe, you know, was offended by some of the financial chicanery that he saw going on. And he reached out to me for a bit of advice and what can be done about it. I believe it was dealing with naked short selling. There's so many different ways that the public gets screwed. But Joe has always had that, what I talked about earlier, that purity of purpose, that thing where you put your head down, you work, you look after people. And that's the kind of people that need to bring America back onto a solid footing again.
Well, Joe McCarthy, we honor your service, your purity of purpose, and your class act. I was out in Suffolk County. This is probably a decade ago. Joe and you and I were out there.
I remember. What were you talking about?
We actually met some volunteer firemen and some police of Suffolk County. So perhaps we might have met Joe McCarthy and not known it. But thank you, Joe McCarthy. Thank you so much. Joe, right? Not John. It's Joe.
Joe McCarthy. Right. Like fishing, Joe's your man.
All right. Well, all right. So this brings us into really this kind of offers a nice segue into where we're at today. Just go ahead and you know. Oh yeah. You know, I want to ask you this before we go any further. You had mentioned about George Clooney and about his admission of whatever, you know, drugs that he might have taken. I'm looking at this. We're looking right now in the United States. This big opioid epidemic that's taking place right now. I'm struggling to understand this because what I see are veterans. I see veterans who have had limbs blown off and are suffering immensely. I see cancer patients. I see people that have terminal or chronic illnesses who are being denied pain medication because of you know, some mope out there, you know, trying to get their freak on with some opiates, and a small number of people actually end up, you know, dying through overdoses. But the people I see paying for this are the people the most in need. Help me out with this, Inspector. What's going on here, and is it right?
Well, no, it's certainly not right. Heroin as an opiate's been around for over 100 years. You know, what you're seeing now, though, is you're seeing fentanyl, but carfentanil especially, that's being manufactured, and that's what's decimating most of the population. But yeah, to me, it's lunacy. We have the same thing in Canada. By background, I used to run the drug section for the Mounties in their third largest detachment in Canada, and I mean, Vancouver, a beautiful city, but better watch where you go because there's a junkie on almost every downtown street corner, aggressively panhandling. You leave a dollar in your car, you can be guaranteed your window's going to be smashed and it's going to be taken out. It's basically open shooting galleries over large blocks of the city. That's the reality nobody wants to face, but that exists, and it exists because we facilitate it. You know, if your child's a diabetic or you're diabetic, you got to go buy your needles. But if you make bad choices and you want to self-medicate, we're going to give you a free needle at the needle exchange. When I used to, when I first started undercover, I wanted to meet my targets. I would go down in what's called a rig. That's your needle. I would go where all the other junkies were, get my rig from the needle exchange van as it comes around. Now you've got safe injection sites. So hey, let's facilitate people's and enable their habits. And again, we're a just society, so we can't let people sleep out in the cold. There's a lot of sleeping room in a lot of these cities, but a lot of these junkies, they don't want to be in and be quiet by 10 p.m. at night when it's lights out. Oh, I'm a free person. You can't tell me what to do. Yeah, well, too bad that because I'm paying for it. You know, this whole thing about war on drugs, I think it's been misclassified. There's not a war on drugs. If there was a war on drugs, you'd be carpet bombing the fields where the opiates or the cocaine or whatever is being produced. If it was a war on drugs, you'd be double tapping, and letting God sort them out later. Those who are importing and dealing drugs. I do have a great deal of sympathy if somebody becomes an addict. But again, that's still by their choice. Sometimes you get weak people. Sometimes you have people who have other mental health issues, and so they gravitate to the drugs. Right. But there are people who prey on these people. It's that middleman who's not a user, but he's making his money. Those people, war on drugs, double tap them.
Right.
I believe.
Okay, and I'm with you there. Yeah, because we're not taking care of the problem. We're punishing we're punishing a segment of society, and it really gets me with the veterans, especially the veterans who are just live in constant pain because our country sent them out overseas. They get blown up. They come back here, and they're missing appendages. They've got lifetime injuries, and they're not being. And their suicide rate is huge. Number of suicides every day. Most of them live in chronic pain, and yet this so-called war on drugs affects them the most, or the terminal patient, or the whatever it might be.
Yeah, and
the legitimate people.
That special that was on the Americans' War on Drugs, it went over a lot of this stuff. How the war on drugs, drugs it's like the war on terrorism. It's open-ended, and there's no definitive goal. And it added to the militarization of the police, they argue. But one of the most fascinating things about it was how the same government that's declaring the war on drugs is the government that is, in Afghanistan and has increased opium production, over the past 15 years, 100-fold, if not more. How they allowed, as you said, Mr. Miker, and even partnered with the Sinaloa drug cartel, how they partnered with a number of drug traffickers in the past, allowing the drugs to come in, even in some cases bringing them in with government transportation. But then, on the other side, once they're out on the streets and they crack down, they use. It was just a very eye-opening series, and it showed the extent of the hypocrisy in the drug war. And I think people need to understand that the government, I would say, is the biggest drug dealers of them all. And then you have the legal drugs, which is what we're talking about. They tell you, not to use these street drugs, but then they turn the pharmaceutical industry into, a de facto legalization of drugs and pushing those drugs on the society. Yeah, so there's a lot of areas that.
It's a very complex problem. I mean, the fact is, some 18-year-old in a brief moment makes a bad choice, and then they're on a slab. I mean, who wants that? Right. Any parent. I get that.
Right.
But everybody has been taught from day one, drugs are bad. Drugs are bad. And yet you get this message from Hollywood that glorifies drug use. It glorifies an athlete who was a great athlete, got into cocaine addiction, and then they do a front page story on him because, he's recovered. What a hero. That's no hero. What about the guy who never touched drugs? He did it all the right way, but there's no front page story on him. So in a perverse way, we're allowing our messaging to glorify poor choices and poor behaviors, and definitely, you have doctors out there rather than have to deal with a ornery patient. Okay, let's just fill out the prescription. You deal with it later, and so that's part of the problem.
That's true.
But I think people say, hey, it's not a criminal issue. it's really a medical issue. Okay, fair enough. Let's treat it as a medical issue then. If there's cancer attacking your body, you fight it. And drugs is a cancer that's devastating America. Do we stop the fight on cancer? Do we stop looking for cures? Do we stop treating when somebody's afflicted with cancer? Of course not. So why do we as a society want to say, I can get rid of illegal drug acts overnight, just legalize everything? What people fundamentally forget in this whole argument, though, is that organized crime does not exist to sell drugs. Organized crime exists to make money any way it can.
Bingo, there it is. Yes, go ahead.
So you legalize, go ahead, legalize it all. But what purity? They're just going to come up with new stuff. Every day there's new drugs hitting. Everybody understands business marketing. But you know, when the war on drugs, to use that phrase, in the 80s and 90s was really getting more aggressive. I remember talking to some DEA guys, and they're saying, you know, a lot of our typical drug targets are now getting involved in stock fraud because the penalties are a lot less. You know, it's risk reward. And as the streets are flooded with cocaine, supply and demand, the prices are going down, but the incarceration length of time was actually a deterrent. So let's just do financial crime now. And that's why you've seen this explosion to a degree of massive financial fraud and crime in the last 20 years, is because being a drug dealer for how much you were making wasn't worth the risk.
Man, I would love to see your case files, Inspector Meiker. I really would. I'd like to have like a week in a locked room with your case files. I really would. That would be. I'm sorry. I just.
But this goes back to what I was saying. You know, my views are formed by my own experiences, and nobody taught me, you know, what to think. They taught me how to think. You know, it was primarily my father. And I actually had good, you know, not all of them were good, but I had some pretty good mentors in the Mounties and with other people I've worked with. And so I've been fortunate because they haven't been blighted by this political correct nonsense. They know if the water's leaking onto the boat that you either plug it or you put on a life jacket. You don't talk about what color the boat you're going to paint it as you're sinking. You know, so that's the nonsense. And you know, think about something that's just happened in the last 2 weeks, and you know, the USS Fitzgerald, the destroyer,
yes,
in the Sea of Japan. And before I get into my sort of take on it, you know, I used to, when I was a young policeman, I had to go to car accidents, part of my duties, and I would come to a car accident, and I would say to the drivers involved, listen, an accident happened because it was either an act of God or somebody made a mistake, and I don't see an act of God here, so. I think you made a left-hand turn when you shouldn't, or you didn't signal when you should have, and so here's your ticket. And that was how I always rationalized it. So I look at the Fitzgerald. So was it an act of God? I don't think so. So it's either an accident or it was by design. And I don't hear a lot of people. There are some people coming out there, but I read the news. That's all I have. And I say, okay, you've got this very modern warship. So if it's an accident, then it speaks to the degree of incompetence of the people that are now in the U.S. Navy, that with all that equipment, both visual. I mean, you're talking a 30,000-ton freighter. It wasn't a dark and stormy night. It was fairly clear sailing conditions. Officers of the watch, you know, all the other equipment. So it's either a catastrophic failure in leadership and function. Again, goes back a bit more to my diversity comment. Are we really putting the right people in the right jobs?
Right.
And then, or you know, we've seen with Major Hassan, there are people within the armed forces of the United States who are not loyal to the United States and certainly to its sailors. Was there somebody on that vessel that sabotaged it, either before it went out to sea or while they were there, that disabled or did something in concert? Now, that's one theory. The other way of looking at it is, and others have spoken about this, but right now, what are you seeing in the Straits of Malacca, in Mindanao and South Philippines? You're seeing a very much a resurgence in Islamic terrorism, Abu Sayyaf and a few others. But they've always had a Marine. I mean, piracy in the Straits of Malacca is something that's been a time-honored tradition. And you have that Japanese-owned vessel, 100% crewed by Filipinos. Do we know if any of those Filipinos are from Mindanao? Do they have, Islamic jihad sympathies? I believe it's possible. I'm not saying it's probable, but it's possible that there could have been collusion between somebody on the Japanese vessel and with somebody in the crew in the Fitzgerald. Again, if it's not an act of God, then it could either be shocking incompetence on the parts of two different vessels, or it is something more sinister. And putting it out there doesn't mean it's so, but you better be looking objectively at all the possibilities. You owe that to 7 sailors who died.
And that goes right back to what you said. Critical thinking skills and critical thinking, and when investigators fail when they don't deviate from their investigative theory. And so either one applies, or both would apply here in theory. So very good analysis on that. Indeed. Wow. Okay. The deep state rearing its ugly head kind of overlaps everything we've been talking about. And we've had people on talking about the deep state, of course, and who comprises the deep state. Whether it's, I'll just leave it at that. To what extent do you think, from what we've talked about, from the Russian involvement or the allegations of Russian involvement, which are non-existent, at least the proof thereof is non-existent to everything that's happening today, to what extent are we seeing this attempted assassination, political assassination of the presidency or of the president and of the presidency of the United States? And how would you classify it as an inspector, basically looking at this as if this was a criminal case, things taking place by elements within our government? What do you see taking place within our government to marginalize, and I'm using the term assassinate metaphorically, but assassinate the president and assassinate the presidency of the United States?
I think there are several key features, and it goes back with the coronation that didn't occur, and there was an establishment that believed, Hillary Clinton was going to be president. People already had their positions lined up. They already had their trade-offs for being political sycophants within government for a careerist move, and all of a sudden, out of left field comes Donald Trump, who is your classic bull in the china shop in that he is not politically correct. He calls a spade a spade. I don't agree with everything he says or does, but I certainly respect that, he seems to be what America needs right now in terms of identifying those issues that have taken America back. I said to American friends before the election, both pro-Trump and anti-Trump, I said, listen, it's a very simple choice. So I'm a Canadian, I live in Asia, I'm purely looking outside in. But if you think America's been on the right path for the last 30 years, then the choice is simple. Go with the status quo, which is what Hillary Clinton represented. If you believe that there's something wrong in America and it's not on the right path, then you at least have a choice with somebody who very clearly is not part of the political establishment. He's not part of that same pathway. So he can be a disruptive factor such that you can shake the trees and hopefully rebuild or put forth a better managed America. And that's my honest view on it. But I look at things like this. As you know, the law, there's strict liability. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. And yet I observe, and by all accounts, Director Comey is supposed to be a pretty decent fellow. Talked to guys in the FBI. But many of them talked to me and they were a bit flabbergasted at some of the things that they were observing. But how is it that when it comes to classification of documents and the security of documents and IT systems, I know when I worked in government, that was sacrosanct. When you came into my office, even on the outer door, you're not even allowed to bring your cell phone. You have to leave it out there. You know, we use Tempest computers. We you know, in my office where we had the Stu phone, so we can maintain communications. You know, I had to harden all the fiber optics in the building, cost $100,000 just to service our office because we were in a civilian building. You know, security is actually very real and has great detrimental impact if protocols and procedures aren't followed. You know, a la Snowden, Manning, etc. But when I see that the notion of strict liability has gone out the window, when I see the director of the FBI say, yeah, had all the appearance of a walk like a duck, quack like a duck, but we didn't treat it as a duck. That's a big red flag for me. And then I see, you know, it's, again, if I openly admit to putting a confidential or a protected document out into the public domain, I'm going to have hell to pay. And you know, Director Comey, to his credit, acknowledged that he was the leak of a sensitive conversation. Think about it. You're the head of the FBI. You're having a private conversation with the Commander-in-Chief and the President of the United States, and you take that conversation, make your notes on it, and I don't imagine he did it on his home computer if it was during the daytime. So then provide that information to the New York Times. Many people of lesser rank would be fired. And now the fact he's gone, but it still deals with the issues that there are serious red flags, whether it be Bill Clinton meeting with the Attorney General on a tarmac a week before such a critical case, whether the notion of strict liability, if ignorance of the law is all of a sudden excuse for a political leader, then why isn't it a good excuse for me as a Joe citizen? You can't suck and blow at the same time. And that's exactly what's happening from my perspective. And so I would want to dig down. Why are these leaks happening? Is there a substance to the leaks? I know from doing covert ops that we put out information for strategic reasons. Strategic reasons in this case doesn't have to be to catch a bad guy. It could be to protect a fiefdom, protect an elitist establishment that is well anchored and is being well fed. And again, human nature is human nature. If I'm king of the castle and I'm eating steak every day, I don't want to eat hot dogs. And that guy, President Trump, represents that I might have to go out and eat hot dogs because the fat cows are no longer here.
Oh, great points. We have about 3 minutes left before the break. I want to make sure we get to this. Can you, and I see that you pointed this out, Snowden, Manning, WikiLeaks, you say that with specifics, how these have caused damage without having a clue how they have done so. Can you get into that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Knowing, by the way, I got to say this before we cut you loose. You're my favorite investigator. You really are. Okay, so you got about 3 minutes left. Go ahead.
Okay. Very simply, when Bradley Manning released all those documents, Edward Snowden released 1.5 million files out there that not all of it dealt with what he was offended by, which is the metadata. So he doesn't know how covert operations are done. He doesn't know the infrastructure that's built around it to support it, because all of that's on a need-to-know basis. An analyst and a contractor wouldn't have that specific knowledge and wouldn't be given that specific knowledge. So he's offended by something. Let's deal with Manning, though, because it does impact things that I did. So when I was working undercover out of Miami, I had to meet a South African banker who would never come into the United States. The South African banker is a money launderer. He was the guy, in fact, who asked me if I could launder discounted bonds for Libya, North Korea, and Iran. He's the same guy that says, when you deal with me, you need to deal with our own cybersecurity. It's got 128-bit encryption. This is going back about 12, 15 years. And he said it's specifically designed to defeat the FBI carnivore computer, which I didn't even know it was till the FBI told me what it was, which is their system for monitoring. So these guys are switched on and sophisticated. And so when I would go to meet him, we wanted to record the conversations. And what was unique is, from Canada, if I went to do a covert police action overseas, we would inform the Attorney General of that host country that, hey, we're operating here, maybe do assistance. In this case, the FBI said, look, Bill, the problem we have, we're not going to inform the police and some of the jurisdictions you're meeting because we don't believe we can trust them. We think there's corruption and compromise. So what happened? The American ambassador for those jurisdictions I traveled in, he had to have a FBI report to him providing we're going to be sending a covert operator in. His name is, his real name is Bill Miker. Here's details on him. However, he is coming in covertly. His name is Bill McDonald. He's with Northern Star Shipping. Here's the company's names he's operating. And why do they do that? They do that because if something blows up when we're there, the ambassador doesn't want to be caught unaware because he has to deal with the political fallout of that local government. So that information, when it goes to the ambassador, is going out in cables. It is going out in communiques, secure communiques. And Bradley Manning, those millions of cables, he has no clue what's in there. It could have been talking about, Bill Mike, who's really Bill McDonald. That gets into the wrong hands. And that is the danger, because I guarantee you, there was disclosures, and there's no doubt in my mind that to Middle East or terror-prone countries, those type of cables would lead to the death of many people, because there's no question in my mind that terrorists will kill 10 innocent people to get the one suspected informant.
And you, Inspector Bill Miker, have had that experience. And I want to thank you so much for your time, your gift of time, early in the morning where you're at. Thank you so much for staying with us and giving us your expert analysis of events, past, current, and how they impact and how they affect us contextually today.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right. And to Joe McCarthy, the chaplain, volunteer fireman, Suffolk County. Brother, we're right there with you. Keep on keeping on, and our prayers are with you. And your good friend, Inspector Bill Miker. Good job.
We'll be right back.
Thanks, guys.
For the truth of what the mainstream media won't tell you, you are listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Please stand by. Doug and Joe will be right back. Listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report, streaming live on the Global Star Radio Network. Don't go away. Doug and Joe will be right back in just a moment. Listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Stay tuned. Doug and Joe will be back momentarily.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this edition of the Hagman and Hagman Report. This next hour, our final hour, we are joined by Dave Hodges. His website is thecommonsenseshow.com, and that's also the name of the radio show he has, The Common Sense Show. You can hear it right here on Global Star Radio Network, Sunday evenings, 8 to 11. And each week, my father or I have been on in the first hour of the show with Dave, and that's always so much fun. And we have him with us here tonight.
It's payback. It's payback time.
It's payback time. That's right.
And I want to say this, folks. Last night, Bob Griswold had announced a special, readymaderesources.com. Go to outdoor and then communications. That's readymaderesources.com. Outdoor communications, and there you'll click on the. You'll see the Hagman special for the ham radios. Take advantage of that. All right. We had Bob Griswold on with us yesterday. Good stuff. And we provide solutions, not just problems, but solutions, and he does provide the best solutions around. Hey, Hodges, come on in. Hey, Dave, you there? Anyone home? Hello?
I'm home.
There we go.
How you doing, brother?
You got me?
Yeah, we got you.
I'm here, buddy. Hey, you're right about Bob Griswold. He is the ultimate prepper.
Are you in bed, Dave? I mean, are you talking underneath the covers? What's going on here?
A little, it sounds a little garbled.
I love it, man. It's live radio.
Testing 1, 3.
Man, what are you,
gentlemen? Can you hear me?
Barely. What are you inside a microwave or what?
No.
All right.
We did a sound. Why don't you have your guy call me back?
All right.
Our guy Todd.
All right. We'll reconnect with you. Live radio at its finest. Live radio and TV at its finest. Folks, again, Dave Hodges, thecommonsenseshow.com. We're coming back on. It's, the communications. Folks, remember when the cell phones were analog and not digital? Remember when we had all analog? I thought it was fine back then. And I submit to everyone the conspiracy here with digital. The conspiracy is this: they can store more digital wise, right? That's what I'm thinking. What are your thoughts? Because I thought analog was fine. I don't know. Just me. And you know what? This is for Joe McCarthy. I hope you're still listening, Joe, out there in Suffolk County. I'm going to come and buy you a cup of coffee. All right. You do a great service for the 911 people. And we thank you for your service. Joe McCarthy, a volunteer fireman and a chaplain, Suffolk County Fire Department. A good friend of Inspector Bill Miker. So, just again, our hats off to you. And the segment we did with Inspector Miker is we're going to obviously segment that out.
Yeah, we got some requests to do that already.
Yeah. It's very you talk about really knowing. And really giving the context. And I'm serious about wanting to go through this guy's files. I'd lock me in a room for a week with just the files. Man. Anyway, good stuff. And again, the healthcare bill today, some of the things that we need to make mention. The healthcare bill today, not enough to change. But we don't want healthcare. We don't want Obamacare light. We just don't want that. So consider that. A lot of things happening behind the scenes. We have Dave Hodges back with us at Common Sense Show. Dave, are you out of your missile silo, as Joe said?
I hope that this is a little more palatable, and I'm here and good to go if you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Sounds better, dude.
Yeah, whatever you did. Took the foil off your phone or whatever, man. There you go.
Well, I had the tin foil wrapped around my head, and I pulled it off my lips, so I think it'll work a lot better now.
All right, brother. All right.
We got a lot of things we're going to get into tonight. Dave, I know you have some specific things you want to get into. Should we, where should we start with the latest updates from the shooting of Scalise last week? Or do you have somewhere else in mind?
Well, yeah, that's a good place. I mean, that's as good as any. The shooting of Scalise, and I'm going to tell you, I do not have an inside source on this, named or unnamed. This is simply my judgment. But guys, you know as well as I do, when you have worked in this business as long as some of us have, this is going on my 11th year now. Doug, I know you've been at it quite a bit longer. You develop kind of a second sense about what's true, and you can smell the Bravo Sierra from a mile away. I mean, I want to look at Hodgkinson just for a second here, and I did a podcast to this effect. Hodgkinson is a guy who barely could pay his own bills in Belleville, Illinois. By the way, I've been there. When I was a junior college basketball coach, played the Nationals there twice. Wonderful town. Wonderful town. And it doesn't seem like this guy would even fit in there because it's a fairly well-to-do community. Anyway, he manages to go to the D.C. area in Virginia. He arrives on April the 11th, in 2 months for the shooting. And just coincidentally, he stays in YMCA adjacent to the baseball field. The day of the shooting, he shows up with a list, and he goes up to one of the guys on the list and says, "Are you guys Republicans or Democrats?" Now, excuse me, if I'm mad enough that I'm going to interrupt my life to this degree, and I'm going to go across and this was
Hey, Dave, we're getting a lot of, it's coming in garbled. We can't even, we're having a hard time. Okay, let's try again.
Well, I'll tell you, maybe yeah.
There we go.
My communications have been, is that better?
Yeah, I don't know if you did anything, but it's just the last few sentences are clear.
It's better. Before it sounded like you were talking from Jupiter, but okay.
Okay, well, I'm back on Mars now. So, but anyway, as I was saying, with regard to Hodgkinson, not only does he not know what the people look like that he's shooting, not only did he not have the means to support himself for that length of time on the road, and then you have the coincidence he's right next to the baseball field where he did the shooting. And then, like all patsies, guys, he dies. There was a report, I don't remember if it was the ABC or CNN, that said he was expected to survive. And just like Seth Rich, just like Lee Harvey Oswald, dead men tell no tales. This smells so much like a false flag, MK Ultra scenario. There's just too much here that doesn't add up.
Well, I'll agree. There's a lot of questions that we don't have answers to. What happened with the? This guy was completely ineffective. He did wound a number of people, and Scalise obviously caught the worst of it. But he was the only fatality. What do you think happened or didn't happen in his carrying out of the mission?
Yeah, I want to hear your theory.
Well, let's go to what, and the man's name jumps out of my head now. He's a congressman from Texas. He came out yesterday and he said the FBI on the table overs. And so even people on the inside are seeing this for what it is. What I think this guy is, I don't think he's a deranged shooter that went off on his own. I think he is programmed in some regard. There's too many coincidences. How does he end up staying at that YMCA right next to the people he's going to shoot? If you believe that's a coincidence, I got swampland in Florida to sell. To me, it's just unconscionable that even could accept that at face value. That's the big one. So do I think he was programmed? Yeah, I think he was. If you were to ask me, where does the greatest probability lie? That's it. Now, if he knew who he was shooting, and if he hadn't coincidentally stayed next to the baseball field for 2 months, where he did the shooting of these congressmen, then I might be open to more or other theories. But there's a lot more here that meets the eye. I think this is a message from the deep state. I think the message is clearly this. You come after us with child sex trafficking, we're going to come after you. And I think it was a real clear public warning to the more conservative members of Congress that you are not going to go down the same path as Trump and Sessions are going down. Because, as you know, I'm sure your audience is aware that Scalise was not only a pro-Second Amendment guy, but he also had announced his intentions to introduce a bill to go after child sex traffickers. So that's where I'm at with this. And like I said, I don't have any sources. I'm just saying this is what makes sense to me and what doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of unanswered questions. The FBI's report from, was it yesterday, came out and said that this wasn't even a terror attack. This was an assault by this guy. There's apparently they disclosed a little bit of what he was doing on his computer. He only searched 2 of the names out of the 6 that were on his list on the computer, whatever that's worth. I mean, there are a lot of unanswered questions that we'll never get the answer to. And, you know, we don't know. But thankfully, either way, he was completely unsuccessful in carrying out an assassination or multiple assassinations.
Well, and what Dave said, and Dave, it was May 25th that Representative Scalise posted a video on YouTube channel and on his Twitter feed discussing recently passed bills in the House to target child predators and to protect or to provide protection for human trafficking victims. In that bill, they were going to be voting on that bill before the shooting. That if it'll come up again anytime soon, it's anyone's guess. So I look at that, and I'm thinking, what are the odds? And you're right there. Okay, what are the odds? Is it just bad luck? And I know, look, I know things happen. I get. I mean, look, I get things happen. You know, people walk down the sidewalk and somebody's lifting a piano out of their 12th floor window in New York City, moving it from one, and the piano falls on somebody's head. It happens. I get that. Wink, wink, nod, nod. But okay. So, but it's all circumstantial, right? I mean, at this point.
Doug, this is the perfect patsy. His background of being a child abuser, daughter committed suicide, disturbance of the peace, loner, radicalized. This is a guy who's the perfect patsy because you have the fail-safe excuses. It's just like when the CIA created the false identity for Lee Harvey Oswald, had him pass out those flyers in front of the headquarters, the secret headquarters for the Bay of Pigs operations at 545 Camp Street, creating the profile. He was a radical supporter of Castro. This is the same kind of MO here, not the same exact facts, but creating a fallback persona that you can go back to and say, the guy was just the lone nut assassin. How many times are we going to believe the lone nut assassin story?
That's true. And you've folks, go to thecommonsenseshow.com. Great article on this and other related peripheral issues. But, you know, it's always that lone nut, isn't it, when it comes to situations like this? What did you think? Dave, did you see the video that was taken at the scene?
Yes.
All right. Any thoughts on that video? Because a
lot of nothing, I'm afraid. I'm not enough of a forensic guy to really make enough of that to tell you anything. Right. I would have to rely on experts. And listen, I can't blame the person taking the video. They're holding up the camera trying to stay down and not get shot. I understand that completely.
Right. And I probably would, if I didn't have a gun, I'd probably do the same thing. However, you know, when I watched that video, the only thing that really kind of made me do a double take on that whole thing is there was a time, and again, we could be just talking about nothing. I don't know, but there was a time when the camera panned to, looked like a black SUV kind of vehicle, similar. I mean, I drive one like that, but there were people milling around, like maybe 2 or 3 people milling around the back end of that, and they were not responding to the gunshots. In fact, one of the guys had his hands in his pockets during let me tell you something. I hear gunshots that close. You know, I ain't going to be standing with my hands in my pockets. I'm going to be ducking somewhere or shooting back, preferably. But that's the only thing. I mean, that was the only thing that kind of made me do a double take with respect to that video. That's just me. But again, you know, who knows?
I think it's very, very astute. Of course, there are the anecdotal reports that there was other shooting. going on other shooters. That story's out there. Quickly got squashed. I can't speak intelligently to that. Doug, we just don't have a lot of evidence.
No, we don't. We don't.
I mean, but what the evidence is that really kind of damns the whole scenario as a false flag is the man's background, his proximity to the baseball field. I mean, there's no such thing as that high a probability of a coincidence where these congressmen just conveniently show up who are on the list. Come on. I mean, you got to be a moron to believe this is a coincidence. If he didn't have the list, then your coincidence factor goes way down. But he had the list.
Yeah, that bothers me a little bit. That list bothers me.
It reminds me, he goes to the YMCA, and I'll make another Kennedy parallel here. He goes to the YMCA ahead of the event, just like Oswald took the job at the book depositories. He could be framed.
Right.
To me, it's the same plot over and over and over that follows the lone nut assassin presentation that our black ops, like the CIA, have used forever and a day.
And we call that pocket litter, by the way. Okay, we saw, and you said this as well. Pocket litter. We saw it in the assassination of JFK with Oswald, RFK with Sirhan. This assassination attempt of Scalise and others, and the fact that my goodness, this would have been a real with all the shots that rang out. I'm really surprised that there weren't more people that were hit. I'm not saying killed, but hit.
You just got to wonder about the ballistics, and I don't know anything about that. I know how they got around the ballistics with Oswald and Kennedy. Johnson had the limousine cleaned out at Parkland Hospital and destroyed all the evidence. So that's how they got around the ballistic connections. And when the head wounds didn't match up, they lost the brain. Now, going back and making a similar parallel, because I'm telling you, we're looking at the exact same script with just different variables entered in. And guys, what I'm seeing here with this is I'd like to see the ballistics report. It would not surprise me, and I'm just speculating here. I don't have any inside information, but the shot that killed, the shot that hit Scalise went through his hip. I'm almost wondering if that wasn't fired from an expert marksman. Because this guy was someone who couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. I mean, he had a long gun and he couldn't hit targets.
But why? If that was the case, why not go for a headshot then? Go for the ultimate takedown. Why the hip?
Perhaps he missed. I don't know. That's a good question. You bring up a really good point. But I'm just saying that to me, when your most serious shooting is done to the guy who would be the most visible target for the deep state. Do we not agree? All the congressmen over there, who was number one? Scalise. Do we all agree on that point?
Yep.
Kennedy's assassination was public. And this was also public.
Okay.
Hey, Dave, we're losing you again.
Too many dark coincidences.
All right. Dave,
and it's striking back. Well, what I see, just kind of wrap this up, what I see here is
okay.
We're gonna have to try to reconnect again, Dave, because you just completely dropped off there after you started that last sentence.
Don't move. Move again.
Yeah, I think we lost him. I know he was on.
Better?
There. Okay, don't move.
We heard the word better.
Yeah. You there?
Okay.
Don't move.
Better once, better twice.
Yeah. It's good now. You can feel free to talk.
Okay. I apologize for this. Usually, if I have a signal problem, usually it's just a one-time adjustment. Well, anyway, like I said, long story short, the execution, the attempt on the life of Scalise and John Kennedy, to me, carry the same public message. Do not follow in these footsteps or we will come after you. It was public. It was public as anything. It wasn't even cleverly described. I don't even have any real facts, guys, but I can see these coincidences from a mile away. Ray Charles could see what's wrong with this. So, I think there's going to be no more bills in Congress on child sex trafficking. This is the deep state saying, nope, you're not going here any further. We're going to deal with Trump on our own. We're going to deal with Sessions on our own. But you congressmen who pull this is what you're going to get. That's how I view this.
Very interesting analysis of this. And one more thing about the Scalise shooting. And I heard this, and I really want to make sure everyone knows this. And I'm sure, Dave, you know this, but when President Trump and his wife went to visit Scalise at MedStar, allegedly, perhaps, not okay, MedStar is perhaps where they took Seth Rich. We don't know that. We just don't know. But that looks to be the case. But forget about that for a moment. When the president and his wife went to visit Mr. Scalise at MedStar, he was in critical condition. I found it very interesting that in addition to Sean Spicer going with the president and his wife, he brought his own personal physician, Ronnie Jackson, to visit Mr. Scalise. Why? My question, I don't...
Because he knows what happened to... I think he knows what happened to Seth Rich.
Exactly. If we follow it to its conclusion, that's a distinct possibility. Yep. Yeah.
That would be the most logical answer. I'm not saying it's the correct answer because I don't know. But to me, that makes the most sense.
Exactly.
A lot of public assassinations going on right now. I don't recall the guy's name. Do you remember in Wasserman Schultz's district in Florida, that federal prosecutor was looking in to voter fraud on the DNC and these emails? He surely would have come across, in my opinion, some sex trafficking emails, some emails related to Seth Rich and that murder. And what happened to him? Well, they tried to say he committed suicide, but the back of his head was bashed in. It's like shooting yourself in the back and calling it suicide.
Yeah, that sounds.
And there's another public execution. That's another public execution related to this whole genre of child sex trafficking. And it's not going to stop until we in the independent media start saying, well, how many of these dots add up to a coincidence? How many coincidences do we have to get a conspiracy? And clearly, I've been writing about this now for 6 months. The Achilles heel of the deep state is child sex trafficking. People are going to kind of go, home, drug trafficking, been there, heard too much, don't care. Gun running, okay, that's the way of the world. But when someone thinks their kids are at risk, that's going to get John Q. Public's attention. This is why the deep state does not want child sex trafficking exposed. And if we go back in time and we look at people like Nancy Schaefer, who she and her husband were executed, former Georgia state senator, executed, and what was she do? CPS linked up to child sex trafficking rings. These people have been merciless. And
it seems like we lost connection with Dave, which is fine because the audio was pretty bad there. And thank you, Todd. He said he's going to try to reconnect. Are bleeding. We're getting emails. Sorry, folks out there, and it's something that's beyond our control. Yeah, but we will try to bring him back and get him ready to go on a solid line.
Well, you know one thing. Okay, let me just, because we only have a minute and a half left. Don't people have telephones anymore? The wall phones. Seriously, come on, guys, ladies, men. Does everyone have these little bricks they walk, or these little things that they walk around with, and that's it?
It's funny you asked that. My landline, we get our internet and landline through was Time Warner Cable. It switched to Spectrum now in the last 6 weeks or so. When it made that switch, we had the same number that we've always had at our home. And when it made the switch, it changed our number, and our phone has not worked since then. So I don't know, but yeah,
I don't know. I would feel better if in Aunt B's got the phone in the kitchen, and you go to the kitchen and you pick it up and you sit at the kitchen table and you have a conversation. And, yeah, one of those, exactly, Eric, the cable that you can actually walk into the living room and sit there on the phone. Come on, let's go back to, but everyone's got to have the cell phones, and they talk, and I'm not saying this about Dave, but come on.
How many people remember sitting there with those old phones and the coil cable sitting there having to untangle them because they got so stretched out, and they wrap up 100,000 times, and you finally get them all unwrapped and you let it go and it comes right back.
Well,
and
you
wraps up.
You just hang the receiver down and it just spins. And, but honestly, and I do mean this with the digitization. I do believe that they've gone from analog to digital for the storage purposes and for computerized searching purposes of metadata and keyword searches. But that's just me. What do I know? I'm gonna be right back with Dave Hodges when we get him back off of Pluto and back into a more distant geosynchronous orbit. You're listening to the Hagman Report.
TheCommonSenseShow.com is the website. His radio show is The Common Sense Show, heard here on Global Star Radio Network, Sunday evenings, 8 to 11 p.m. It's a great show, and each and every show for the last, I don't know, almost a year now, either myself or my father has been on in hour one, and that's always a lot of fun. Dave Hodges will be back with us when we come back, so don't go anywhere.
For the truth of what the mainstream media won't tell you, you are listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Please stand by. Doug and Joe will be right back. Listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report, streaming live on the Global Star Radio Network. Don't go away. Doug and Joe will be right back in just a moment. Listening to the Hagman and Hagman Report on the Global Star Radio Network. Stay tuned. Doug and Joe will be back momentarily.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this edition of the Hagman Report. We're having some fun here during the break, getting a well-deserved laugh in. We have Dave Hodges back with us. He's on a solid line this time, so we can continue with the interview without interruption, hopefully, for the rest of this segment. Dave, do we got you?
Hey, guys.
All right.
5 bars, I guess, doesn't make any difference. I was sitting under the cooler on my patio to make sure I had a clear signal. And 5 bars, and I still lose you. So,
yeah.
Anyway,
wow.
Such as communications. I had a really weird deal the other day. We were, Josh Coy and I were talking about bankers and some nefarious things that they do. And we got cut off. We were going to do a podcast. I couldn't call him on Skype. I couldn't call him on my landline. I couldn't text him from my cell phone. And this went on for 2 days. All our communications between each other were blocked. So I've had Stranger. And then there was a time I was getting ready to interview Ammon Bundy right here on Global Star. And just as we were to go on, both our satellites went down, our listen by phone went down, nothing worked. And all these systems are independent of each other. So I've been down this road before. So I don't know if this means we're hitting a sore spot, or it just means that I better go look for a new phone. But anyway, I'm on my fax phone now to have a secure landline. So hoping we don't get any faxes to interrupt us. I think this is a little better signal right now, so we can proceed. But anyway, to put a cap on what we were talking about.
Wait a second. Wait a second. The faxes. Hang on, the faxes. Oh wait, no, that's the old baud modem. Okay, go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
Yeah, I remember those days.
Yeah.
So anyway, to put a cap on what we're talking about with the shooting of these congressmen, it's the lone nut assassin theory, in my opinion. There's too many coincidences that don't add up. I haven't seen anything resembling ballistics reports. Of course, I know that can take a while, but I want to see them because that's the thing that they really have to cover up. Like in Kennedy's situation, he was shot with a hollow point, and they couldn't erase the hole in the brain, so they had to lose the brain. And I think we're going to see similar anomalies once the ballistics comes out. So anyway, that's
Richard Case Nagel and the Kennedy assassination. I just want to bring this up. He knew he was being set up for something really bad, so he goes into a bank, shoots a couple of before the assassination. He goes into a bank, shoots a couple of shots into the ceiling, and waits to be arrested. Okay, now. I truly believe there are people out there who are part of conspiracies. He was one of them, and I think if we look at some of the circumstances today and some of the cases, I think we'll find similar situations. So, Dave, I think you're right in a lot of things. That their playbook doesn't change, their tactics don't really change, their targets do, however. And you said something before you broke up and broke out. I think this is a golden thread. This pedophilia is a golden thread that links Hollywood, New York, Los Angeles, New York, and DC, and London, all across the world. That links everything together. So they want to keep this away from the general public. Go ahead, sir. I don't. This is your time, not ours.
No, I agree with you because, see, as I was saying, as I was cut off, this child sex trafficking is not like gun running and drug dealing. The public is kind of desensitized to that now, and that really won't get their ire up. But when they see kids victimized, and especially with what we know about spirit cooking, hunting kids for game after they've been abused sexually, and after taking their organs when they're dead, when all these things start to surface, John Q. Public is going to be so horrified that there's going to be nowhere that people connected to the deep state like Hillary Clinton can hide. They're going to be chased down the street. And this is what they don't want. This is their Achilles heel. I mean, we could pursue the drug running and gun running and bring in Hezbollah, Hamas, ISIS, with domestic groups, and Hillary Clinton and the Clinton Foundation. She's connected to all these people through HSBC Bank. But that's not going to get people all riled up. And this is why I've been calling on my colleagues now for months that we need to really tear apart the child sex trafficking, and we need to do it in unison, because I'm not of the opinion that they're interested in killing all of us, because that creates a whole other scandal.
Yeah, plus too many cleanups on aisle 6, and it's just, yeah, I get that. Now, one thing that people may or may not know, they would know if they listen to your show and read your columns at thecommonsenseshow.com. Highly recommend it, by the way. You've really made some inroads with the Department of State, some contacts, plural, one in particular at the Department of State, about this very issue. You want to get into that at all? Or you
Sure.
Okay.
I love Donald Trump, and I know he's not perfect, but I think the guy has a lot of courage. For him to get to the primary the way he did, to stand up to all the attacks in the general election, the guy's pretty resilient, and I have a lot of respect for him. And I think overall, he's had a come to Jesus moment, and I think that his heart's in the right place. I've talked to Romero Pena, who's one of the presidential spiritual advisors, and Romero shared with me that he's moved by Trump's commitment to spirituality and returning this nation, to basically how it was founded, which was on the Ten Commandments. That's the basis of our Constitution. And I agree with that, but I'm very frustrated with Donald Trump right now. He has stopped governing. The threat of impeachment has paralyzed his presidency, and he's making a choice to give in to it. And he needs victories. And he's making a mistake. I'll make a Korean War analogy. When Douglas MacArthur took over the UN forces, mostly U.S., in South Korea, the North Koreans were almost ready to drive him off the whole peninsula. And rather than launch a bloody, costly frontal assault, he went around in behind the enemy and attacked him at a strategic point called Incheon and turned the course of the war. Well, this is an analogy to what Donald Trump needs to do. Donald Trump needs a deep state victory of the highest order. And right now, just what we know from Comey's revelations on Clinton's emails, there's enough to send her to prison. I don't care if we send her to prison on a jaywalking ticket. We need to go after her. We need to go after Lynch for obstruction of justice for her conduct on the tarmac here in Phoenix. And we need to go after Comey. He admitted to being a leaker. Okay, those are multiple felonies there. And Trump needs to have his Incheon moment, Douglas MacArthur style, and he needs to put these people under indictment. And I don't care if you got a screwy federal judge who will let him off. The other thing that he needs to do, and I wrote about this morning, and see, here's the thing, Doug, he won't do any of these things because I think he's afraid to be impeached. And I'm telling him right now, you're going to be impeached. Convicted is another matter, but you're going to be impeached, Mr. President. So what you need to do is also go after the immigration issue. Forget what these federal judges did. The Constitution gives you the authority to shut down all immigration. That's what he needs to do. Completely close the borders. Get someone's attention.
I agree.
Strike at the deep state.
I agree.
He has all of these options available to him, and then he can begin to go after the State Department and the FBI. Let me tell you what I know. I've got a long-term acquaintance that works in the FBI, and this person tells me the exact same story that a person who reached out to me through a Fox News reporter that works for the State Department, and of course they're both anonymous, and they're telling me the same story. And then there's Monica Wesolowski, known to you, known to me, State Department employee, telling me the exact same story as the other three people. And here is what they're telling me. People in the State Department and the FBI have their bags packed. Their desks are cleaned out. They're just awaiting orders. And Trump should be shipping them out. He should take 90% of the State Department, which are Clinton, Obama holdovers, and he needs to get rid of them en masse. Now, of course, the media is going to go crazy. He's lost his mind. Look at this Stalin type of leader we have. But you know what? It's what he needs to do. He's going to get impeached anyway. He needs to start going after the people who are going after him and who have destroyed this country. And I made a point today, and I agree with the Illinois governor regarding Scalise. He came out and said, America is now a banana republic. I could not agree more. We're seeing the assassination attempts of American congressmen on the streets of this country. This is a third world banana republic. And I'm ashamed of it. And this is what the deep state has brought us. And I elected Donald Trump to stop these things from happening, and he needs to go to the root of all this, and he needs to start governing rather than getting on Twitter and answering every little allegation. And the final thing he needs to do is to fire Mueller. In fact, I think he could bring Mueller up on charges because it's in all of the governances regarding special prosecutors and special investigators. They can have no personal relationships with people who are variables in the investigation. And Mueller and Comey were best friends, and it's well documented. And he needs to go after Mueller, needs to fire him, and then pursue charges against him. And if he's not willing to do these things, I can't support him any longer because he's not carrying out the mission that we elected him to do.
And you're exactly right, Dave. You know, there's a lot of questions as to, you know, what's going on with Trump and the deep state. And is he, you know, some people seem to think that he is, he's got a strategy that he's already deployed, and we'll see the result of that in a little bit. Other people, like you said, are wondering why maybe he doesn't understand the power that he has. Why has he not launched investigations into clear crimes that were committed, whether it's for Lynch or for Hillary Clinton? I mean, why not reopen the email investigation, especially after the testimony they have with Comey, with him basically saying he gave him a pass, you know, by saying that he didn't believe there was intent there. But anybody else could pick that investigation right up and not only prove the intent, but, you know, continue to add the other crimes on top of that. And many people are puzzled. I'll say this. I am happy with, you know, he continues to push forward. He continues to troll the media, and he's trying to get stuff done. But there are other things that he's not doing that make you wonder, you know, what's really going on. But we also have to understand he's less than 160 days into the presidency still, and he's done so much in that time.
150 days, and a special counsel was appointed. What the heck? He needs to fire Mueller right now. You're right, Dave. I totally, or I should say, he can't fire him, but he can have the DOJ fire him. I agree. Yeah, exactly. And he should be fired. Sessions should say, "Mr. President, I'm going to do it," and he can just a wink and a nod and get it done. This is unconscionable that he's not governing. Trump is too strong. Now, some people suggested to me, Dave, his family is probably at risk. Well, you know, you knew you took that risk when you became president. And secondly, make it a public issue. You get up before the cameras and you say, my family has been threatened. They're doing everything they're doing to keep me from governing. We're moving forward. You know what? You want to raise the ire of the American public? That would do it. Well, you know, I think in a way, this is just my own personal opinion. I think he's using Twitter, for example, as an end around of the media and to speak to the public. And people might say, well, that's pretty reckless. But you know what? No one can control that. No one's controlling what he's saying via Twitter. And notice that he did that to Comey through Twitter. And I think that had an incredible effect on, Joe and I were talking about this in the first segment, about Comey's testimony. I think that shaped, in the back of Comey's mind, Donald Trump's tweet about, I hope there's no recording of this or whatever. Whatever that tweet was that suggested of a recording, that really messed with Comey's head. And I kind of think that was the intent at this point. But anyway. Well, you might be right, but it's time to act because he might not be the president come Labor Day if he doesn't start acting. But okay, so let's take that. Let's go ahead and take that to its conclusions. So if that would happen, we get Pence, right? So where are we with
God
Pence?
Help us.
Okay.
God help us.
Why?
Mr. Globalist himself.
Okay. And people don't know that.
Pence since day one.
Okay. All right. Yeah, but a lot of people don't really understand what Pence is all about.
Well, I don't think we need to go beyond this. He supports free trade agreements.
Yep. Okay.
That's all I need to say. There's more, but that's the big thing right there. And so if you want business as usual, Mike Pence is your guy. He's a go along to get along kind of guy.
Okay. And that's fair enough. All right. Yeah. But you're right about the fact that I do believe that President Donald Trump needs to increase his actions more, take charge even though it's not popular. And
I have another thing on Pence. You know, Pence opened up a PAC.
Oh,
for 2020.
You were saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the documentation right at my hand right now, but it's on one of my articles on the website. I linked to it. I mean, it came out of a mainstream publication.
You think that comes right out of the never Trumpers, the GOP, you know, whispering in his ear, or do you think there's something else going on there?
You're at a level now that I didn't go that deep on it.
Okay.
What I saw, I was horrified by the fact that the man would even have the nerve to have a PAC of his own. And that tells me that he is anticipating something happening to Trump, either impeachment or assassination.
Well, I think a lot of
that'd be like Joe warming up my seat.
I think a lot of the people, you know, we talked about this on the show before, you know, Paul Ryan and other Republicans seem to be, you know, waiting for something to happen. And this speaks to their lack of getting anything done and getting these laws, any kind of legislation, substantial legislation through. Many people believe that, or speculated that they were waiting for this. They figured that something was going to come of this Russia probe that was going to unseat President Trump. But the more time that goes by, the least likely that is. So will we see, you know, these people come together to get stuff done?
Joe, I want to respond to the Russian thing, and I have a real short response. The president can reveal classified information to whoever he chooses, whenever he chooses. He's the president. It's solely at his discretion. That is the law. They're going after him for some fictitious whatever it would be that it doesn't even have a basis in law. He could tell the Russians where all the nukes are buried, and we couldn't touch him legally. That's a president's purview. I get so, I don't even pay attention to this stuff. I just tune it out. And, you know, why should we be surprised? Remember, Dave Hodges is a Russian operative, according to the Washington Post.
Yeah.
With people like Mike Adams and so forth. So, you know, these people don't deal in facts. They make up the rules as they go along. The left has no foundational structural belief. You know, on one hand, you had the gay pride people came out and said, we're opposed to ISIS, do something about ISIS. Why? Because ISIS says we'll take gays up to the tallest building in the village and throw them off and kill them. So then what happens? LGBT comes along, tells the gay people, hey, guess what, guys? Guess what? You're Islamophobic.
Yeah.
These people have no foundational beliefs, guys. They have none. Zero. Nada.
No, you're exactly right. And it's mind-boggling. But I think you know, the American people, just by the special elections we saw, the Georgia and South Carolina the other day, it doesn't seem to have an effect on the American people. And we saw with Ossoff in his campaign, and this was stated in the media, that you can't continue to run only on an anti-Trump message. They have proven to be very unsuccessful. And many people are asking, should Pelosi step aside? Because, you know, what does she have to offer anymore? And I don't know how many people saw this, but she called herself a master litigator.
No. We need to keep Pelosi.
I agree.
No, she's good for us.
I agree.
When that wretched old hag gets up before the camera, she validates why the conservatives are the way to go.
Yeah, very much so. I think Newt Gingrich made that point on one of the news rounds he did this last yesterday or today.
Yeah,
it's very true.
The progressives were having a little hissy fit over Nancy's. Over Nancy. Yeah,
she called herself a master litigator today.
She's a master. Never mind, but she's not a master litigator. But
many people think she's losing it.
I don't know, Dave. I mean, so this is all really askew. Everything is askew. By the way, thecommonsenseshow.com. Great articles, great reports, great investigative writing. Our good friend Dave Hodges. Also go to his YouTube channel. Subscribe to his YouTube channel as well. In fact, just got an email from someone who says, you know what? I have coffee with Dave every day. So, meaning listening to your show and your updates. So there you go. Okay. Wow.
I appreciate that. Well, you know, one more thing's going on, guys. I wanted to get out in the open here. there's something very strange going on in Colorado. On Monday, they had a drill called Operation Outbreak that involved 120 hospitals in Colorado. And then 2 days later, yesterday, they had an all-out mass casualties drill at Hughes Field, which is the former football field for Colorado State University's football team. And so clearly, something's going on. I'm getting a lot of emails. Paul Martin of revolutionradio.org called my attention to this, but I've gotten a lot of emails since then. And there is massive military movement going on in Colorado right now. I'm getting pictures sent to me. People are describing the military traffic up and down I-25 corridor. Southern Wyoming people are reporting the same thing to me. So I don't know what's going on in Colorado, but it makes you wonder what they know that we don't.
Well, you know, we've seen a number, not that there's not something going on, but, you know, we've seen like the urban warfare drills. We've seen those in a number of cities from Miami to Chicago to L.A., New York City. And we've seen these mass casualty drills in a number of different areas, both in Europe and in the U.S. But so often when they do drills like this, we see real life situations, either that on the same days and times as the drills or, you know, afterwards, not always in the same location, but somewhere else in the country. So I would agree that we need to keep a very close eye on these types of drills and you know, keep notes of when they happen and what exactly they are, because, you know, more often than not, these real life scenarios show up in the not too distant future from these drills.
Well, you remember the London bombings? I mean, sometimes these drills go right into the real thing.
Yeah, without a doubt, you know, and it's
so I'm just saying, keep an eye there on Colorado. That was interesting, but you're absolutely right about. I'll tell you, I did not give my show the name, The Common Sense Show. Long story short, a gentleman and I had both been offered a radio spot in Wickenburg, Arizona. Yeah, first job for me in radio, and he wasn't able to continue because of a family illness. He's the one that thought of the name The Common Sense Show, and boy, does that ever apply today. I mean, you look at the left, there is no sense that's going on.
Man, that's true.
Like take Stephon Curry, okay, the great basketball player for the Golden State Warriors. He's black, and I saw him in an interview. I won't go to the White House and visit Trump after his team won the NBA championship. And I'm just going to say it this way. I've randomly asked black people who I know, and I will tell you this, the better educated they are, the better answer they give. Sorry to say that, but that's what I found. But some of them will say, well, I said, well, what is it about Trump that you don't like? Well, you're white. You just couldn't understand. And I say, excuse me, I was a victim of bus desegregation, and I got bused 20 miles one way to school, and most of my classmates and my fellow athletes were black, and they became my friends, and I marched with some of them on some of their issues because they were my friends. So I said, don't give me that crap. I said, you show me racial injustice in this country on a widespread basis coming out of the Trump administration, and I will march with you. Tell me what he's done. And no one can tell me what the man's done. But because they hear somewhere that if you're black or if you're any other person of color, Trump is evil, he's the devil. And we see it with Stephon Curry. I won't go visit the White House, but I bet he couldn't give me one reason why or what Trump has done to black people or to him personally.
That seems to be the case. And that's, you know.
And then we have the anti-white rhetoric in the country. This is crazy. The professor out of Texas A&M, I forget his name now, but he said white people are going to have to die for there to be equality.
Yeah.
And this guy still has his job.
There was another one, Dave, from Trinity College. The professor there started the "Let Them Effing Die" hashtag, and he actually there's an article on Hagman Report right now. The college was closed yesterday, and the professor now has fled the state after calling white people inhuman and saying they all should die. But he has fled the state out of fear for his life, he says.
Right.
Do you know, I remember when I learned about Charles Manson and Helter Skelter, and he wanted to start a race war, and they would take over in the aftermath. And I thought, that's the craziest thing I ever heard. Clearly the guy's schizophrenic. And now I look at today's society and what's happening at places like Evergreen State College, where a liberal, a man who voted for Hillary, gets run off his own campus because he's white.
Right.
And I'm looking at this now. It's helter-skelter come to life. It's here, guys. I mean, if you're white, there is an increasing movement to convince people to target you.
Yeah, there is.
Do you think I said that clearly enough?
I think people really. I struggle with this because I see people that have this white guilt and can't comprehend what you just said, even though there's really no ambiguity to what you said. And it's sad. It's sad because this is our own destruction.
You know, I was a college basketball coach for 10 years. 75% of my players were black. And they're people who I still have very deep and caring relationships with. My job was to help them move to the next step of their life. And these people were eternally thankful. These people, not one of these young men that I worked with, I think, could ever think in this fashion. And when I look at this, I'm just thinking, where do the people of color come from that believe this nonsense, that the white people are doing nothing but sitting around and plotting against them? We're not. I just want what everyone else wants. I want to be left alone by my government, have time for my family, and enjoy my life, and not have to worry about getting victimized because I'm white or because I'm heterosexual or because I'm conservative Christian. I just want to be left alone like everybody else.
Exactly.
And this whole mentality, though, Doug, they don't convince most of the black people. Most black people, from who I talk to, they all think this is nonsense. But you do get the radical fringe. And the radical fringe, we're going to see, I think, an increasing long, hot summer where we're going to see more white people targeted by crazies, the extremists. Not the average person of color, but the extremists. And they're going to go after white people. And this country is going to grow increasingly unsafe. And then more white people are going to start to have animosity towards people of color. And then it's going to be on.
Well, Dave, you know...
And then the police departments are caught in the middle. Guys, we got a really long, hot summer ahead of us.
The rhetoric's there, but it's all seeming to come out of this college and media entertainment atmosphere. I don't think it resonates with any real Americans.
I don't know.
I mean, maybe a little bit, but the rhetoric is enough. I agree with you, Dave, that it's very troubling to see this kind of hatred and division being injected into, I guess, a political debate, but now it's more than that. But hopefully it just stays on those fringes that we talked about. Hopefully it stays just rhetoric.
At the Common Sense Show, helter skelter, only white people commit crimes according to the State Department and mainstream media, as well as many other...
Well, let me explain that real quick with the State Department. Monica Wesolowski works in the pamphlet division where they create pamphlets using computer software. And the woman who runs that is Saudi Arabian and Middle Eastern, obviously, by background. And she will allow no discussion on these pamphlets, no portrayal of child sex trafficking within the United States. And all people who perpetrate crimes cannot be of color. They have to be white. And this is what Monica has reported to me repeatedly. She's challenged it, and she's been threatened over it. So that's where that title came from, that according to the State Department, the only people that commit crimes are white people. That's insanity.
TheCommonSenseShow.com.
What they're pushing us towards, in my opinion, is civil discord, civil unrest, maybe even civil war. And this is when I think the deep state will make their move and come out of the shadow government and take over. This is what I think they're working towards.
Dave Hodges, you've taken us to the end of this broadcast. Thank you, and some very chilling information. Thank you, my friend. Really appreciate your time with us.
Guys, take care.
All right,
you too, Dave. That'll do it for us tonight. Stay safe. God bless. Have a great evening. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel as well.
going on in our country today, they have an element called the news media. That is solidly in the enemy's camp. They have had decades of education to produce little Marxists coming out of both the university, colleges, and public education. We see deep state operatives throughout our Congress, throughout the State Department. Everywhere you look, these deep state operatives are betraying and undermining our republic. They're undermining our president. They're calling into question whether he's even legitimate. The very things that they have been guilty for years, collaboration with the Russians, collaboration with the Chinese, collaboration with Marxists, they're the ones that have done it and are guilty of it. We live in a country today where open political corruption, even murder, and everybody knows Seth Rich was murdered, but nothing is done. There's no punishment for it. We know Hillary is guilty as sin as far as her emails, all of that, yet nothing is done. So we have a nation that has been morally compromised and financially compromised, and those issues are about ready to come home to roost upon us.
Bob, let me share with you what my wife and I talked about. Two different conversations now. In the first conversation, when we were going through some of the tenets of the deep state, and I said how much progress we've made in exposing their criminality and so forth. And she said, well, can't some of them be made to fall away by just a sheer presentation of the facts? And I said a few, not many. And she said, why? He said, because they're dedicated to the fight. They're brainwashed. They're dedicated to just keeping the fighting going. And I said, she goes, well, then how do we stop them? I said, it's either God's intervention or we have to shoot them because they will come after us. I said, they'll come after us. And then tonight, she thought about this. I could tell. She processed this over the 48 hours from show day to today. And so tonight at dinner, I told her something new about Hillary Clinton's criminality. And she goes, doesn't matter. She'll never see a day in jail. She processed it and she realized, yeah, these people are without rhyme or reason. What do you think about that?
Well, I think you're absolutely correct. I mean, they are morally bankrupt people. They have only one drive in their life, and that is political power and the benefits that political power brings them. They are monsters, Dave. They thrive on dominating other people. They are not satisfied with just having their own life. They have to control and dominate others. It is a demonic madness that has come upon these people. And that is their whole rhyme and reason for life, is absolutely to gain more power so that they can further just corrupt humanity with that power. That's what they do. And we've reached this point in our country where nothing is done about it. From the highest levels of law enforcement, every tentacle that the Clintons have touched has become corrupt. They really will. I don't think she will ever see the light of day. She will actually eventually stand before the great judge of the universe and face that judgment, which I don't wish on anybody, but that's the only judgment that she'll face. And so as we're talking, Dave, I really want people to not sit there and just think, oh my gosh, this is bad news. I want their brains to be working and thinking ahead, 2 steps ahead of us. What do I need to be doing? See, this is all good and wonderful that we can talk and say these things and expose these conspiracies and this wickedness that goes on. But if at the end of the day we are not motivating people to take the steps that are necessary to survive, then I feel like I've personally failed. I listened to a video today, and I emailed it to you, and it was basically the gentleman who wrote the article, Are You in Hell?, the Bosnian War, and the year that Bosnia was beset with troops, and really all law enforcement had broken down, the rule of law had broken down, and it just became a horrible, horrible mob scene. And that the video in it, he was saying, this is coming to America. People were traded, women were traded for a can of beans. The smallest assets that you had would make you, but people would want to kill you just to get them, because that's how desperate they were. So our goal here is not just to sit there and expose this wickedness, which is good because people need to know this is going on in their country. But my goal, Dave, and it's my passion, it's the reason I started Ready Made Resources to begin with, is because, I mean, Noah knew a flood was coming, but he just didn't sit around thinking, oh my gosh, the world's going to end, this is horrible, you know, everybody's going to die. I mean, he had those thoughts. He realized a great purging was coming, but at the same time, he took the bull by the horns and he did something about it. And so that's my goal right now. Let's expose all this stuff. Let's expose what's going on, and let's look at it in a historical and biblical context and say, what is the inevitable outcome of this? And I challenge anyone to call me, to call you, to somehow post it, make it public. If you can show me a historical and biblical precedent where this is going to end well, where the judge of heaven is going to sit there and give us a big wink and say, oh, they don't really mean it. I challenge you to present that opposing view. I don't see it anywhere, Dave. I see a horrible judgment coming upon this country and this world. And I believe that God is a loving and merciful God, and those that have the ear to hear his voice, he's going to tell them what to do. I think a lot of it will be doing prepping. I think a lot of it will be spiritual preparation, getting your heart right with God. I think a lot of it will be networking with other people, plugging in, getting to know others, because there will be no such thing as individuals. When this thing breaks down, as it was in the Superdome in New Orleans during Katrina, they had to huddle together. I mean, there was nobody that just endured that sitting in their own lonesome. They were victimized very quickly. They had to huddle together and form groups to protect themselves. Well, this is the way, what we're going to see coming. That's the way it's going to play out. We need to be networking right now. So if these things are motivating you, if there's a little bit of fear or whatever that's doing this, let it be a good fear that motivates you to take action tonight, you know, so that you can start doing what you need to do. If you haven't started prepping, I mean, you really need to get on the ball, because the time is short. I mean, the food and the water are a given. We talk about other things, but you need to do that. If we can somehow get that video where we could listen to it, a can of beans, Dave, not to be, vulgar, but a woman could be had for a can of beans in that conflict. That's how desperate people will get. I've traveled. I've been throughout the Middle East, North Africa, Asia. I've seen very, very desperate people, and I've seen that's incredible what people will do. What they'll offer to give you, they'll give you their children for money. They really will. I've had it happen where they've offered to give me their children for money, and that's very sad. That they're in that position that they might not have had the ability to set aside or prepare ahead of time. They were born into a set of circumstances where that option wasn't open to them. I would dare say the option of doing some preparation is open to everyone listening to us right now. And need we go on? I mean, we have this thing going on in Syria right now. I mean, we are one little spark away from setting off a huge fire there, that we don't know the ramifications. Once the dogs of that war are loosed, we don't know where that's going to go. I mean, we can so over dominate the Russians, tactically with aircraft carriers and bombs and things of that nature. Russians have several ways that they can dominate us. First of all, their AI and field of intelligence and hacking is probably second to none, and they still own 7,000 to 8,000 nuclear weapons. We're going to push these people, and we're going to push them to the point they only have one option, and that option won't be good. And they've hinted at the fact of using nuclear weapons. And so, we see issue after issue after issue coming up, and it is so easy for people to be boiled alive. I posted something on Facebook the other day, Dave, and it was absolutely historically 100% accurate what's going on. And the lady came back and said, "Nice fear porn guy, way to sell your stuff." And I went,
"Oh, I get that crap too, Bob."
I went, "Ma'am, look at the history. Show me where I'm wrong. Tell me where I'm wrong." I said, "Yes, if I'm wrong, if I'm just saying this stuff in a vacuum with there's no existential threat out there, show me. But if there is, do something about it, because if not, then you're going to be, your last name is going to end in Stein or something like that, and you're going to find yourself, it's 1937, and you're going to be brought in before Henry Himmler, and they're going to be talking about your future. And if that's where you want to go with this, then that's fine. That's where you'll end up, because those that are unprepared, those that are unready for it, are going to face things that they could never imagine. But again, if we team up, train up, and stock up. I love that phrase, team up, train up, and stock up. You know, the other night you had Dave Lovell on talking about training, and that is so important, every aspect of our life. You know, I've been a trained gardener for 20 years. We had Dave come to our property where we were training with the carbine. We were training with night vision. And so that aspect of training and learning is so important. Doing it now, getting out there and starting to learn those activities again that you do with your hands, because again, in that video, Dave, where I was listening to, one of the things he said was the most valuable asset you had was what you could do. If you could fix things in that Bosnian conflict, you know, during that time, if you could fix things, if you could make things work, you had a skill that was invaluable. You know, just little things people thought about. He said, you know, they had tanks of propane. Instead of selling the tanks of propane, they were filling Bic lighters up over and over again. And he said you could make 10 times as much money just filling little Bic lighters up. So people that can think and do and are capable with their hands are going to find themselves light years ahead than the people who can all they do is push the little buttons on their cell phone and make little things move around. You know, I tell people to get rid of that thing. It's your worst enemy in a lot of cases. In most cases, it's your worst enemy. But again, so at this point, if we're talking about these issues, if it's driving people to have a little bit of trepidation, turn that trepidation into productive energy, and say, I'm going to turn the TV off tonight. I'm going to read a book. I mean, you know, one of the things that we have, if you ever come to our stores, Dave, we have shelves of books on everything you can imagine, from gardening to solar energy to tactics to weapons to medical, you name it. There are books there that you can come and read. There's so many YouTubes that you can watch today, educational videos. There's videos on how to move tactically as a group. There's videos on how to give someone an IV if you needed to. I mean, I'm not telling you to go out and practice medicine. I'm just saying you could learn that technique. There's videos on everything. So if we're motivating people to turn the TV off, to regain control of that aspect of their life where they start becoming more self-reliant, that is my goal. That is my passion right now. I want to read one more quote to you, Dave. And I've read it a couple times before. It comes out of the book, The Savage Continent. And it's the history of Italy and Germany, post-war, 45 to 48. And you have to remember, Italy and Germany were the height of human societal evolution. They produced the best artists, the greatest science, literature, every aspect of human endeavor. You look what came out of Italy and Germany, and because they gave in to doctrines of demons, you know, and from about 1939 to 1945, 11, 12 years, they went from the height of the civilized world to absolutely a bombed out, devastated country. Here's the quote I wanted to read, and this is concerning the collapse of Naples after the bombing campaign of Naples. It says, in the whole list of sordid human vices, none were overlooked in Naples during those first few months. What we were witnessing, in fact, was the complete moral collapse of a people. They had no pride. They did not have any dignity. The animal struggle for existence governed everything, and that was food. The manna. Food.
I think there's no question that that's true, and food is going to be used as a weapon. We've seen it from so many despots through the history, Bob. I mean, Stalin did it, Hitler did it. They all do it.
The great Ukrainian Holocaust. That's when they went in there and they burned all the crops. It's called the Holodomor, where 10 million Ukrainians died. They starved them to death. Stalin starved them to death. And the thing is, because of normalcy bias, that lady who commented on my Facebook page, she was experiencing normalcy bias. Because it has not happened in her lifetime, it cannot happen. But she does forget, America has had a civil war. It is part of our history. It was a monstrously bloody civil war. I believe 550,000 Americans died in the Civil War, if I'm correct. it wasn't. It was catastrophic, and still, in some ways, we're paying the price for that civil war. There's still repercussions from it, but for decades and decades afterwards, there were this. And that civil war, Dave, that we fought before was with basically a common people. I mean, they were all basically European-based people. They spoke the same language. They had the same religion. A lot of times they went to the same military academy, West Point. I mean, you know, a lot of the generals fought from the South came from West Point. A lot of them fought from the North came from West Point. And yet we had this horrible conflict in our nation. Well, today it's much worse. We do not have the same religion. We have many religions. We do not have the same goals. We have Marxism and communism and people who want liberty. We have an ethnically diverse group of people. We've brought into our country a cult religion that for 1,400 years has murdered and raped its way through history. The civil war that's coming, Dave, I think is going to be far, far worse. I don't know if you care to comment on that, but
yeah, Bob, I'd like to ask you a question on that. What form do you think it'll take? What will be the precipitating event?
It's really hard to say. I mean, obviously, the economy went. I mean, the economy is the only glue right now that holds us together as a country. The fact that there is enough, they can float enough money around to keep everybody quasi happy. I mean, even the people who are getting EBT and food stamps, they know they get a little bit of money every month, and they can go down and do what they want to with it. So that is the. Correct me if I'm wrong, I would say that is the only glue that holds America together. We no longer have the commonality of our Christian faith. We no longer have the commonality of an ethnically based people. Everything has been undermined. Everything has been destroyed. So it's the dollars. Once those dollars stop, Dave, and once those dollars, don't flow as easy as they did, the velocity of money slows down. That's going to be absolutely a huge precipitating effect upon just unmitigated violence. We could have another episode where you have just a police, where there's a police shooting. We've seen these things. Rodney Brown. I mean, where just one episode of police violence sparked a huge racial thing in this country. We had burning and looting going on. That could do it. And with social media today, those types of things can spread like wildfire. So, I mean, it's multifaceted. There could be a terrorist event. We could have an EMP. I mean, you name it. It could happen. We could have a blight, a biological thing. I mean, we could have nuclear war, terrorism. There's so many ways we could be attacked. I remember, who was it recently said, it was one of Trump's guys, I think the Department of Homeland Security came out and said, if you knew what I knew, you'd never leave your house. Do you remember that quote?
I remember that quote. I remember that quote very well.
Yeah, he said, if you knew what I knew, if you saw what I saw, you'd never even leave your house.
Yeah.
So,
Bob, you know what it comes down to also? It used to be every first-year law school student was told that the Ten Commandments were the foundation of our legal code. And it's true throughout the West, Western Europe, or it used to be, no longer. Now we've seen the rise of the loony, mentally ill liberal left, as I like to refer to them as. They don't have that moral code.
No, they don't.
Hillary Clinton was an attorney. Bill Clinton was an attorney. And these people have no moral code. And their moral code is might makes right. If I can get away with it, I'm going to do it. So what you have on one side, and this is what scares me, you have people, the masses, about 20% of all people, who believe in doing things the right way, believing in God. Or if they're not believing in God, at least they believe in equality and justice. And on the other side, you've got the same about number of people, perhaps as many as 20% of the population, who are brainwashed, and they'll do anything to achieve an objective. There's nothing out of bounds, including the murder of people like Seth Rich.
Absolutely. 52% of the population, give or take, whatever it is, including the illegals, voted for a lady who is absolutely demonically mad insane, that is a complete sociopath, that has raped, and condoned the rape of children, that has murdered and laughed about it. I mean, the whole thing about Gaddafi. I mean, granted, Gaddafi was a wicked man, but you get on TV and say we came, we saw, we killed him, and then giggle about it. That is a warped, warped mind. And the fact that 52% of America could vote for that warped mind tells you where we're at. We are at the great Civil War period. I mean, as it is in the book, The Fourth Turning, we're facing global and civil war and an economic collapse thrown on top of it. You know, again, going back to this video, if we can motivate people to take action now and to say, this is coming, don't believe me. Go to the light of history. I think Patrick Henry in the Give Me Liberty, Give Me Death speech says, I only have one light to judge the future, and that is the past. Look at the past. Look how God has dealt with nations that do what we do, that murders their children, that just defames every holy institution he has set up. Marriage, I mean, you name it, we are defaming it. You name one society in all of history, the 6,000 years we've kept history, you name one society where that society has not collapsed into utter chaos, where you have lots of body bags stacked up. And, you know, I'll admit I'm wrong, but I don't think you're going to find one. And you look at also the light of history over and over again. The record is clear. This is what nations do. And we collapse back into this utter, once the decadence sets in, once the family breaks apart. Once the family breaks apart, Dave, the nation's over with. You know, in America today, only 30% of young boys are raised by their biological father. You will not survive that.
That just is stunning to me. And you are so right about the breakdown of the family. The father of modern sociology, Amitai Etzioni, said that the family can exist without the state, but the state cannot exist without the family. And so you're seeing all these policies and procedures coming out. Yeah, I don't know if you've heard of this or not. I did a podcast on this recently. The state of Oregon on June the 8th in their Senate, now they have two houses, they passed a bill in their state Senate that allows for the dehydration and starvation of people with dementia. Now listen to this. And mental illness. So they're going to execute people who are mentally ill. And Bob, let me take you back in history. I'm sure you remember this. It used to be in the Soviet Union back in the 70s, and the Soviets took lots of international heat for this. Well, if you disagreed with the government, you must be crazy. So they diagnosed you as political schizophrenia and sent you off to the gulags. But listen to this. In Oregon, they don't want to send you off to the gulags. They want to send you off to the cemetery.
Right, it's cheaper.
Can you believe this is happening right now in America?
Absolutely, Dave. Once you undermine the transcendent belief and value that, you know, if I kill Dave Hodges, I better have a very, very good reason for doing it because God made you in his image. And if I strike at you, I've struck at the image that God has made. So I better have a very good reason to explain it to him one day why I had to do that. Self-defense is that reason. But once you undermine the fact that Dave Hodges is not a product of chance and probability, but he's a product of a divine God who made him, that preordained him to have a purpose in life, once you destroy that thought, then I ask people all the time, why is it wrong to murder? An atheist cannot answer that question. So once you've undermined the fact that we are created in the image of God, you're going to see wholesale deaths. One of the things I read, there's a book called The Black Book of Communism, and the great quote in it is like, one thing all godless societies have in common are lots of body bags. And it's absolutely true. I mean, 200 million body bags in the 20th century were caused by godless philosophies where life had lost its meaning. We've murdered 70 million children on the one end because they're an inconvenience. And if you can murder children, babies for an inconvenience, you don't think you can murder mom and dad because they're an inconvenience? If you don't believe that's going to be the case, then you're not connecting all the dots together, because that's absolutely it. And then that circle starts growing, because then it's not only the old and the young, then it's like the infirmed, and then the people we don't agree with, and then and again it ends up in just a wholesale slaughter where you just have humanity just rushes in upon itself, and it's just brutal to the core. We've seen it, and just millions and millions and millions of people die. That's what's coming. And again, so again, my goal in all this: team up, train up, stock up.
Before we go to solutions, Bob, I want to respond to a rhetorical question you asked. And I'm going to give you the non-rhetorical answer. What society, who's survived the way that we're behaving, was basically the gist of what you said. And I have an answer for you. I have two answers. The first answer, we are Sodom and Gomorrah. Okay? I live in Sodom over here in Arizona. You live in Gomorrah out there in Tennessee. And we know what God did there. But then the other issue here, well, let's have you comment first on the Sodom and Gomorrah. Do you think, well, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Do you recall seeing, you mentioned body bags. You said the states that practice this stuff, the countries that practice this, have body bags piled up.
Godless states have one thing in common, lots of body bags.
Do you recall seeing on the internet, and I've run this on my website, a picture of FEMA coffins outside Atlanta by the hundreds of thousands, and one lady in that picture? Have you ever seen that picture?
Yes, I have, Dave.
Now, that's on my website. Let me address this for a second. That lady's name is Sherry Wilcox. Now, I really miss Sherry. I haven't talked to her in a couple of years, but we used to talk and share. And wonderful, wonderful patriot, great human being. And she went looking for FEMA camps, and she goes, I found something better, Dave. And she called me one day, and she said, I'm sending you a picture to your email. I've used that in about 3 articles, her standing by the FEMA camps. And they're telling you, the deep state, by storing these things, are telling you what's coming.
You know, Dave, I want to put it in a picture that we don't often associate. Imagine a holy God looking and seeing 70 million baby caskets, where those babies have not died through a plague. They've not died through some cause that was beyond human control. Those babies died because their parents killed them. That thought is just, I mean, it's so, I can't even express, I can't reduce that to words. The fact that you have 70 million, and we think about the FEMA camps, which are going to be horrible. I mean, you get put in a FEMA camp, and they're going to be rape hotels, they're going to be just abuse hotels until you die. That's what it's going to be. But at the other end, we have 70 million caskets where the parents have taken their own offspring, murdered that offspring, called it their right, celebrated it as their right, and then have gone on to the next thing, and we think we're going to escape that. I tell you, if you think a holy God is going to allow you to escape that, Dave, I cannot express to you, I know in my spirit, I know in the light of history, I know in the light of God's word, the devastation that is coming to this nation. We have sown that blood. It's unrequited blood. God is going to require that blood at our hands. And as a nation, we've just remained silent. The Church of Jesus Christ has remained completely silent. On large, there are churches that haven't, and I celebrate those churches that have spoken up. But on large, the church has been more concerned about getting a big budget so they can build a big building than they have of those 70 million children that were murdered by their own parents. Hard words, I know, but a society that can do that, Dave, I want everybody to listen to this. So I'm not only speaking to Dave, I want to make sure everybody's listening. A society that can murder their own children can do anything that's wicked. Nothing will stop them from doing anything. That is the grossest of all wickedness I can think of, that you can murder your own children and call it a right and celebrate it.
Boy, I got to share this with you. And I've said this, I believe I said it to Joe Hagman on a recent broadcast when I was interviewing Joe. And I was stunned. On the eve of Father's Day, we went to church that Saturday night. And a lot of churches, have Saturday night services. And we had a full boat of things to do on Sunday. So I said, let's go Saturday night. We did. And it was a really good sermon, very, very nice service. And the assistant pastor gave the message. And he mentioned 2 things that almost caused myself and my son and my wife to fall out of our chairs. First, he talked about the dangers of unrestricted immigration, and it was brief. But then he said the most heinous thing, and he started going through a list of things. He said, when we permit children to be sexually abused and trafficked. I almost fell out of my chair. Do you think that Trump's abandoning of the Johnson Amendment, you can't maintain your 501(c) tax exemption if you talk about political issues, do you think this is going to cause pastors to really come out of their shell and start telling the truth again?
Dave, I hope so. I think most pastors in America have been compromised. I think they're going to fall along. I mean, just like in every segment of society, most people are going to go along to get along. If the Church of Jesus Christ, if the pastors in America have not said anything as of yet of the great Holocaust against the Lord Almighty that we are perpetrating in this country, if they've remained silent thus far, they'll remain silent all the way. They'll actually be the ones turning you in to save their hide. They will turn you in for their 70 pieces of silver.
I agree. There's a lot of Judas. I so agree. But there is a man I want to give props to. His name is Walter Mansfield. I interviewed Pastor Mansfield, 3.5 years ago. And he was a clergy response team pastor. And he trained on how to handle people in the FEMA camps. He left when they told him he couldn't read from the Bible or mention Jesus. And he sent me documentation to write the article in which it said, well, religion and the Bible in particular have been used to abuse people throughout history, so it's a good idea if you don't do that in the FEMA camp. And this man said no and began to tell the truth about what they're really being trained for. There are FEMA camps. Pastors are being trained to keep people calm in the FEMA camps, Bob, but they are real, and you're right. Most of the pastors go along with it, but there are a few, like Pastor Walter Mansfield, who did not.
Yeah, they will be the Dietrich Bonhoeffers of our day, but on a large scale, the church in America has faced a Dietrich Bonhoeffer moment and has caved. Dave, at this point, I mean, again, the fourth turning, the four chapters of what a society goes through: growth, maturation, entropy, and destruction. We're at the later stages of that destruction. I hope we've painted the picture well enough that people understand this isn't trying to sell stuff. This isn't just trying to make people fearful or create an entertaining program for people. This program, and I know your passion, and I know mine, is to say, friends, you're my brother, you're my brothers and my sisters. You're our fellow Americans. You're listening to this. I want the good people to survive. If this is not the end of the age, I think it could be. If it's not the end of the age, and if this is just another cycle of history, who do I want to survive? The people that are perpetrating this, or the people who can have a foundation built in their life, a foundation of truth and integrity, and say we can rebuild it? The destruction's coming. I think the destruction's inevitable. It's too rotted. The house is completely termite eaten, and it gets to the point you can't replace all the 2x4s because every one of them's eaten, and it's just going to collapse. But after that happens, who do we want to be the people that say this is where we go from here? This is how we rebuild civilization. Do we want the people who've done this to us to have 1,000 years of reigning, of tyranny over us? Or do we want to be able to pick up these pieces and say, we left the God of our fathers, we left the truth of history, and we paid the consequence. Let's learn the lesson. Let's come back and do it better and rebuild and create a better world for our children. That's what I want. That's my passion. I mean, that's really why I formed Ready Made Resources. I think, I've watched people over decades of doing this, and I've seen that when people really get into prepping, maybe they've bought a little retreat or they've started their gardening, I see a light in their face, Dave, when they start regaining these skills and techniques. I mean, for John Lovell, it was learning to be a protector. He is a good protector. I mean, I was kidding with John when he was up here. I said, John, I get a lot of people who tell me that during the apocalypse they're going to come up here, and I said, no, you're not. I won't let you. If you try, I'll stop you. You can take it for what I meant, And I said, but you I'll make an exception. You can come. You know, he's a great protector. So, I mean, but again, as I see people put down the TV, put down the garbage entertainment, and they start to regain the skill that God intrinsically put in us to work the earth, to dominate, to subdue the earth, and all the many aspects we can do, as I see people gain those skills back again, I'm telling you, there's a light that comes on inside of them. And once that light comes on, you can't stop it. They I do this, I want to do this, I want to do this. And then all of a sudden you can see they mourn the fact that they wasted the time, because they're starting to regain the life that God had for them of being a self-sufficient, being the provider, being the person who you know, fulfills the destiny in their life. Sitting in front of a TV set watching Dancing with the Stars, I would hardly say fulfills God's plan for your life. No, I don't think it does.
Sometimes the ladies look pretty in their dresses, but that redeeming value can only carry you so far if you're a man of God.
Maybe a few inches.
But again, but Bob, let me bring this full circle for us, because I don't want to run out of time before we talk about some critical issues. Since President Trump has been elected, the people have acted like everything is now going to be okay. We can go back to sleep. We don't have to prep anymore. Donald's going to take care of us, and I don't even know if he's going to last the summer. Is he going to be assassinated first or impeached first? And that's really the question. And so people really have to be self-reliant. And the older I get, I learned this when I was in my 20s and I was on my own. Gee, what I don't know how to do, I usually have to pay someone else to do it. So I better learn how to do more things. And then when I was in my 30s and 40s, I learned that I better learn to become really self-reliant, because I may not be able to find someone to help me do what I need to do, or I can't trust those that say they will. And that started me on the path that I'm on now. And I suspect some of that spirit is what led you to form Ready-Made Resources.
Absolutely.
And I want to take a few minutes here and talk about your company, because I'm going to say this as the host of the Common Sense Show. It is the best prepping site in America. There is nothing better. If it was, I'd be advertising with them. I'd already approached them. And I have Ready-Made Resources, because just about anything that you need for most of the situations we can anticipate are available at readymaderesources.com. So let's talk a little bit about what you have there and what you can do for people, both on an upper end scale pricing, but also you have some things that people need that are on the lower end.
Well, some basis. First of all, you're going to have to eat and drink water. You know, you're going to have to filter water. You get a waterborne disease, Giardia, Cryptosporidium, any of those, they're common if you're drinking groundwater or unfiltered water. You know, you get that, you could probably die without medical treatment, because it really just rips your intestines, and you become very familiar with your toilet bowl. I mean, you know, both ends, vomiting and diarrhea, and without medical support, you can die. So water filtration, the big Berkey, hands down for in your house. If you're going outside, I always carry a little pocket filter type device with me. Catadine makes some great ones. We sell them. Sawyer makes a little mini straw filter that you can put in your pocket and carry with you. Water is absolutely important. You know, we've talked about manna, great food, non-GMO. I don't want to be eating the garbage food during survival. If I have to, I would. But I want to eat food I know is going to put good energy in my body and not degrade my body. So, I mean, the guys over at Numanna, they do such a great job at making food. You know, we still sell several other brands, and I know you sell them Numanna, but I mean, Numanna is just a great food to have. But on top of that, one of the things I just tell people, you're going to have to learn to defend yourself. You might find it unpleasant, but I'll tell you, if you look at a home invasion, several things go usually along with home invasions, sexual assault being one of them. You know, these home invasions are going to come when failure of civility breaks down. It's going to be catastrophic for people who are not ready, people who cannot defend themselves, people who do not have firearms. You're going to wish you had. So I tell people, again, get in touch with John Lovell, the Warrior Poet Society. Great trainer. He'll lead you in the right direction as far as getting firearms, getting trained. But get a firearm, stock up on your ammunition now. It's cheap now because everybody thinks gun control will never happen. I personally think right now we're seeing a real subterfuge going on. They're going to arm the left. The left's going to attack. The left's going to do all this stuff with gun violence, and then the left is going to say, well, we need to ban them. They're creating their own scenario to ban the guns. I mean, we see for the first time in a long time a political assassination attempt in this country where the guy actually had a list of people he wanted to kill. So get armed. And again, I tell people all the time two things. You know, if you don't have night vision, I'm just telling you, in a night situation, you'll lose against a guy that does. Absolutely, it's an expensive piece of equipment. If you have to network together with people, get a piece of night vision because it allows you to operate and see at night. I'm telling you, out on my property, I have one main breaker. Somebody comes on my property, they don't like I hit that main breaker, every light in the property goes out. I own that night. I can get outside, and I mean, I can see you clearly. And I can be in total darkness. You won't be able to know where I'm at. And, you know, depending on what you're doing, I will respond to it in that manner. But you will lose in that situation. You will lose, and you'll lose badly. Again, the ability to communicate. Again, night vision's expensive. We'll work with people. I mean, if people want to buy night vision, I'll set them up on a payment plan. We'll do it. PayPal has things they can do, but I don't generally tell people to go into debt, Dave. But for that piece of equipment, I would tell you to get it because it absolutely allows you to go from a 24-hour operative to a 12-hour operative to a 24-hour operative. It is critical to acquire it. And the other thing is, as we were talking the other night, the cell phones go down, the internet goes down. If you have social disruption in this country, the government will turn them off because those groups will use the internet and social media to organize and to proliferate the violence. They'll turn them off so that that violence cannot be proliferated. It'll be an absolute must to do, turn it off. The only manner you have to communicate with people, the only manner you'll have is with ham radio. Yeah, not the store radios. The reason is because all radios work on line of sight. I think I've explained this a lot of times. Yes. But my antenna actually has to physically see your antenna. The Sweetwater repeater that I used the other day to help rescue a man who had fallen off a mountain. There's no cell phone service and fallen off a horse and hit himself in the mountains. Worked off that repeater. That repeater is battery backed up and solar powered backed up. So 2-3 weeks after the grid goes down, that thing will still be running. If I can charge my radios, I can still put probably close to 70 to 100 mile footprint out of communication in my area. That allows me to contact everybody I would need to contact. It allows me to talk to my friends, maybe people that we would network together. It's absolutely critical. I will help anybody get their ham radio license. We have a package that you can put together where you will equip 2 people with ham radios and do that. So you can talk and you can put them on. You can get as many people on it as you want, create a network. But I want to address one other thing. People say, "Well, do I need to get a license?" And some people, or they say, "I'm just going to wait till after the collapse and then I'll use the radio." No, you won't, because the radios today, you have to program them. They take training. If you think you're going to take a complex piece of electronics that you've never used and be able to program that radio to speak to somebody else, you've got pipe dreams. You need to be practicing now. Plus, I belong to the Monroe County Amateur Radio Club.
Bob, we got about 30 seconds.
Okay, W4YJ. There's an incredible resource of people there that I can ask questions about. So it's really good resource. Again, anybody who wants to call me, 800-627-3809. I'll be glad to spend as much time as you need to do that. But again, team up, train up, stock up, get your night vision, get your comm, get your food and water filtration. Medical supplies are another issue we haven't talked about. We carry a full line of medical supplies that you're not going to find at the drugstore. Right. Things that you absolutely have to have.
Bob, let's give out that number again, 1-800-627-3809. And your website is readymaderesources.com. And you'll be available during the show and after the show to take phone calls.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate you doing that. Bob, we are totally out of time. I want to thank you for joining us. This has been really enlightening, if not frightening. I don't mean to be a poet, but the bottom line is here, we live in very difficult times where the left is determined to bring us down. Bob Griswold, readymaderesources.com. Thanks so much for joining us. And to everybody else, we'll see you in the following hour.
Warning. The Savage Nation contains adult language, adult content, psychological nudity. Listener discretion is advised. And now, America's most exciting radio talk show, The Savage Nation, home of borders, language, culture. And here he is, winner of the National Radio Hall of Fame Award.
We are listening to authentic American music. This is Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign. Let's listen for a minute so you can hear real American music. Listen to the lyrics just for a minute. I know you don't want to translate. Been down since I can hardly crawl. If it wasn't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. Welcome to the Savage Nation. Born Under a Bad Sign by Albert King, 1967. Written by Booker T. Jones. That's the music. And the lyrics by William Bell. This is authentic American music. And what's interesting to me is how this music developed from gospel to blues music, mainly out of the South, where people were suffering, no doubt. And how it then moved into rock and roll, picked up by white players. And now how even black music, which was authentically blues music, which blues was authentically black music, everyone knows that, how it's gone from blues to rap in only one generation. It's astounding to me. And today we're going to talk about what part of the cultural meltdown affects you the most. I think it's an important question. I mean, we know about borders, we know about language, but I've never talked about culture to any extent. And I'm going to focus on culture today and ask you again, what part of the cultural meltdown forced upon us by the hippie left offends you the most in your daily life? What would you like to see done? What does it to you? What do you hate the most? Now, I'm going to start with an obvious subject that's in everyone's mind because they forced it down our throat. We all know about the bathroom issue. You think this came out of compassion? You are mistaken. It did not come out of compassion. Now it's moved on to when asked about their sex, some are going with option X. Big article in today's USA Throwaway by William Cummings. And it's written like this. America has slowly begun to acknowledge that for many people, gender, first wrong word, is much more complicated than simply being a man or a woman. And a growing number of Americans are seeking recognition of a third gender, neither exclusively male or female, under the label non-binary. Okay, so there's a show on Showtime called Billions. Many of you don't know what it is. It's a small show. I've enjoyed it. And one of the characters is played by an actor, Asia K. Dillon, who I think is excellent, by the way. And I really enjoyed her a lot. So she opens up by saying, in this hedge fund when she's hired, because she's particularly smart, of course, she couldn't be stupid. As you well know, the next minority in line has to be smarter than everybody else. It's always that way. They're superior in every way. The superior virtue of the oppressed, as you understand, is the watchword of the left. So the line they wrote for her is, hello, I'm Taylor. My pronouns are they, theirs, and them. That's what the character says when she is introduced to one of the show's two protagonists. And that scene introduced the concept of so-called non-binary people and non-gender specific pronouns to many viewers, meaning Showtime, HBO, never misses an opportunity to rub your nose in the fact that you're an out-of-town boob. Now, does this offend you? I don't care whether it offends you. That's not the issue, not this particular show. The real issue here is the focus on culture today. What part of the cultural meltdown offends you the most? I'll give you some ideas. Is it the open pornography that is everywhere? Is it the legalization of marijuana being sold as a medical, let us say, cure, when in fact, you know, most people are smoking it in these clinics to get high? Is it the profanity coming out of the mouth of that slime ball on HBO and the others like him who have no sense of humor, and they confuse using dirty words with being humorous because they have no humor and no brains? Is it the violence displayed in movies by Katzenberg, Hatzenberg, and Matzenberg while funding peaceful causes? Is it the attack on Christianity, the constant attack on Christianity in every sphere of our lives? See what I'm saying? So while you're thinking about that, let's go to a few calls, a few of the topics that I'm going to talk about. And you're invited to call on which one offends you the most or such. at 855-407-282. I know about the health care. I'm so not interested. The others talk about health care because it's easy. I talk about health because it's hard. And you have to take chances and you have to know what you're talking about. Today I'm going to talk about neither of those. So let's go to the cultural issue and the non-binary. Are you non-binary? Maybe I have non-binary issues. Listeners, I just got the ratings. They're through the roof again. And what percentage of my millions of listeners are non-binary? What if there's like a high percentage? It could explain an awful lot. Why do we have to hear about your sexual preference on a daily basis? What is the difference what your gender identity is, your sexual identity? Why do we care? Why do we have to be involved in your life? And the further classifications of people, that's what most of us are asking. Most people are saying, you know what, do what you want to do, leave me alone, stop forcing it down my throat. Leave me alone already with your sexual issues. Now, I want to ask you something. Why do you think all these things are happening? Why do you think all of a sudden we've been jammed down our throats with these issues of sexual identity? And it's not all of a sudden. You know when it started. It started with the gay issue. Then it went on to, transgender, LGBT. I have to remember my acronyms, lesbian, gay, bisexual. It went on to gay. Then we talked about transsexual or transgender. Now we're on to binary. See, there's always a new iteration of the same situation in order to create the procrastination amongst our nation. That's the whole story in a nutshell. But what's the genesis of all of this? A listener wrote me this. The listener said, I don't know. But what I'm curious about is which gender characteristics make someone one gender or the other, or something in between, or outside of, well, I don't know. The listener said after taking around 100 units of mainly sociology, psychology, anthropology, and philosophy courses between 03 and 16, one theme that frequently reappeared and stayed consistent throughout that 13-year time span, contrary to even our all-powerful media rhetoric to the contrary, was this. It was that gender is a social construct, that we learn which mannerisms, choices in material objects like toys and clothing, emotionality, physicality, hairstyles, hobbies are acceptable for us based on our sex, and those behavior-related things make up our gender, of which there are two, since there are two sexes. Now, there are some variations other than XX and XY and ambiguity with genitalia. But as far as I'm aware, the listener writes, the gender confusion is not limited to those with irregularities in sex chromosomes or sex organs. So this gender confusion or ambiguity doesn't correlate with sex ambiguity. And then the listener goes on. What's the fuss about? Men don't want to be emotionally inexpressive, but what? They want to twirl around in dresses and giggle instead? Robert, what do you think of that one? Robert got a laugh out of that. And women don't want to twirl around in dresses, but want to wear men's suits and be stoic? If so, why does anyone care? Why is this a constant topic of conversation all the way into the political arena? Who decided that gender is no longer a social construct, but now a biological trait? And if it's, well, you get the picture. This is the story that I want to talk about, along with the other cultural stories that are related to it. I talk about borders, language, and culture. And I think there's no relationship between what I'm about to play for you and what I just said, but it'll lighten the day up to listen to Nancy Pelosi to show you that not only do we have a problem with cultural attitudes in America and cultural confusion, but actual political confusion because there are too many old people holding on to their jobs who should have been retired a long time ago. Here is Nancy Pelosi, who is rightly being blamed for the meltdown of the Democratic Party, all their recent losses, who goes up there and has the nerve to say that you're not going to hear clip 5. Listen to this with the cuckoo clock, please.
I'm a master legislator. I am a strategic, politically astute leader. I am my leadership is recognized by many around the country, and that is why I'm able to attract the support that I do, which is essential to our election, sad to say. I have experience in winning the Congress when people said to us in 05, you don't have a chance. be prepared for
17,
a Republican permanent majority. I said, Harry Reid and I said, we don't accept that. So we proceeded. We took the president from 58 to 38. President Bush won the election.
So she's rambling on and on. Look, she's probably a decent person, a good mother and a great-grandmother and a fine Catholic. And I mean those words. I actually had Nancy Pelosi on my show when I was a local host because we agreed on something, which was the issue of Taiwan. I don't know if you know that, a long time ago. But since those early days, she's become a total cuckoo clock. She is so far to the left that she's being blamed by Democrats themselves for their recent loss in Georgia, which is a big deal. It is a huge deal. It's a mandate for Donald Trump, and everybody knows that. Because a 4-point difference in any election today is a landslide, by the way. This country is so darn divided that a 4-point spread is a landslide. Do you understand that? Okay, so now we're going to go from that back to focusing on culture. What part of the cultural meltdown offends you the most in plain English? How we've gone from blues to rap in one generation. If you listen to music, and I listen to music constantly, as you know, I love music, I play music, and I know a little bit about music. I'm certainly not a musicologist, nor did I study it, but after many, many years of listening, you get to know a few things. And whether it is the origin of the great music called jazz in America, in the African-American community, or the origin of blues music in America from the African-American community, to the degeneration of music in America in all communities, you have to ask yourself, why is this happening? Now, I happen to have the answer to that question. At least I think I can give you an answer that has relevance to you. People are asking me, well, first of all, yeah, there is a cultural meltdown. We know it started in the 60s with the hippie revolution, but look where it's going now. And if it's not stopped, where is this going to end up? Well, I know where it ends up. Just look at ancient Rome. Do I have to tell you what Caligula did with young boys after he was through having his pleasure with them, if you want to get really graphic? This is what happens unless a culture is saved by the sane people. Now, that's one point I wanted to make, but there are others. Where does this go? It goes to the worst possible imaginings in your mind. Unless there is a reversion to the basic tenets of Christianity, the morality and the ethics of Christianity, this country is doomed, in plain English. That explains and brings me right back to my answer of who's doing it. That is why low-life comedians on HBO who hate everybody, include themselves, who are very well-known drug users, almost all of them are well-known and exploit the fact that they love drugs. Every one of them hates Christianity and hates religion, with the exception of Islam. They dare not say one word about what's going on with the invasion of Muslims into Europe. Not one word, but I'll tell you a little bit about Sweden in a moment. You're not going to believe what happened to that country because of their tolerance and their ultra-liberalism. So what I'm saying to you is there's a reason for this cultural meltdown. The radical left, which really is the left, there is no radical in the left. It's all left. All leftists are radical by nature. All leftists want to destroy the social order. All leftists want to bring it all down, man. All leftists believe in blowing up society in order to rebuild it in their own image. So what these cultural Marxists are doing by debasing our minds with drugs, sex, and rock and roll, if you want to put it in simplistic terms, is destroying our moral fiber so they can replace it with their immoral constructs. That's a complete and total introduction. I can go on, and I will for another few hours. This is the Savage Nation. I'll be right back.
Join the Savage Nation. Call now, 855-400-SAVAGE, 855-400-7282. Savage.
The Savage Nation is sponsored by Swiss America, the only company I trust with my financial future. Call 800-289-2646 or SwissAmerica.com. But I'm not. I just did it in my mind. I don't need to go anywhere. It's called time travel, mind travel, my travel, your travel, his travel. So a new article just came out. Trump wants a 5-year welfare ban for new immigrants. Now, look, I'm not going to take credit for that, but it's been in 2 of my books. It's been in Government Zero and Trump's War. If you want to see where Trump's going to be going on so many issues, it's in my book, because that's the architectural plan of this revolution. They're all reading it. I know it for a fact. They're cherry picking my book. This is great. The White House had originally thought about doing this as an executive order, but now says they want to go to Congress. How many of the cowards in Congress are going to vote for this? It's a good idea because the Center for Immigrant Studies shows that 51% of households headed by an immigrant are using some form of public assistance compared to only 30% among non-immigrant families. So they're bleeding us dry, as we know. They're bleeding us dry. We, the people, know it. We're paying the bill, not the congressmen, not the elites on HBO who tell you, oh, that's so racist. That's so profiling. No, it's so sane. That's what it is. WABC, Don, what part of the cultural meltdown offends you the most? Don on WABC Line 2, fire away.
Yeah, well, here in New York on Long Island, my wife and daughter are educators in predominantly black areas. And the kids are being taught that you could only be a racist if you're white.
Okay, that's racism of the worst kind. Yeah. This is now indoctrination that is regularly taught in the schools in Nassau County?
Well, Suffolk, that I know of. My wife and daughter are out here on the island.
Well, who took over the school system there? Who's the superintendent of schools? They have to be sued. A coalition of parents has to get together and sue the school superintendent for damaging the psyche of your children. How's that? For being overtly racist against white people. That would stop it, nothing else. And I'll tell you something else, Don. If you get together 5 to 10 people, I will raise the money for that lawsuit. How's that?
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
I will raise the money as I've done for cops and soldiers. I've had enough of this. I'm going to become an activist again. I've told you I'm not an activist. I'm only a talk show host. I just changed my mind. I've had enough of this. We're going to raise money. We're going to sue school districts and school superintendents who are telling white kids that they're racist because of their race. This is going to stop. And then we're going to sue to have them thrown out. We're going to sue to fire them. We'll sue them personally for damaging the self-esteem of our children. Do you hear what I'm saying to you? I can guarantee you these cowards will crawl under the rock they came out of.
Join the Savage Nation. Call now, 855-400-SAVAGE, 855-400-7282. Savage. 8.
I don't know, it reminds me of San Francisco in the 70s, which I actually hated. But looking back, it seemed good. Isn't it crazy how you look back and think things were great when they were terrible? You're looking back, but it was a horrible time. It was awful what affirmative action was doing to me. But looking back, it seemed like fun, but it wasn't. It was terrible. Play it again just for the heck of it. I mean, I remember driving on California Street, coming up and down those hills. It's beautiful. You can do it to this day. You avert the bums, the potholes, the beggars on every corner. You think you're in Calcutta. It's like driving in Calcutta in San Francisco, but the roads are worse. That's the only difference between this city and Calcutta. Right, you have the same number of beggars, but the roads are better in Calcutta. That's because all the money gets sent home because of the wonderful folks in Silicon Valley who bring them in. They send the money on them, therefore they don't have to pay you more than $6 an hour. So we're talking about culture. What part of the cultural meltdown offends you the most? And I've shown you how we've gone from JFK to Nancy Pelosi in one generation. And why do you think the third gender, the binary situation, so-called, is being forced down our throats now? They saturated us first with gay. That goes back to the 50s. It didn't start in the 60s. Because I remember even in the 50s, now that I think about it, the first sexually, I'm trying to use the right word here without offending anybody, Christine Jorgensen was the first visual or well-known public male to have his schmendrick removed by surgery and to become a woman. And it became huge news. Every paper I grew up was reading Christine Jorgensen this. Christine Jorgensen was the Caitlyn Jenner of her time. Caitlyn Jenner's a joke altogether because that's not a real, that's like this guy's an attention junkie. If he had to become a dog to stay in the news, in my opinion. I have in my hand a picture of me in the 9th grade, Parsons Junior High School, Queens, New York. I could see myself. I'm the kid in the front between the tall, skinny Ichabod Crane math teacher and the principal who had a big head like a macrocephalic. I remember him to this day. And I was in the front row because I was not tall. I was one of the shorter kids. I'm looking at all the kids in that classroom. Look how innocent I look. I'm thinking, what would I be today if Katzenberg, Hatzenberg, Matzenberg, and Ratzenberg had not taken over the movie industry? What if there was still imagery about American heroes? What if instead of seeing Brokeback Mountain, I would still see cowboys who were really cowboys, instead of even perverting the image of the cowboy? What if instead of debasing the American soldier, they elevated the American soldier? As in my day, I'd go to the movies. I'd come out of the movies just so inspired. I love being an American. Like Audie Murphy. Remember the movies of Audie Murphy, a great American hero? They didn't show the My Lai massacre. They showed Audie Murphy. And I'm sure in World War II, there are plenty of massacres on both sides. But the newspapers didn't put down our troops to make them look like mass killers. Wonder where that kid wound up. Where is he? He's an interesting kid. That one was going to go to medical school. I remember him. He dropped out. I heard years later, he had a nervous breakdown. It was too hard. That one started to go to law school. He became a mass murderer, right? He made a decision that he had more. That one wanted to be an accountant, the one who looks like Howdy Doody in the top row. I'm looking at the junior. And he went to work for Bernie Madoff, right? What about those girls? They were weird looking. You know, girls don't look the same as they do in those days. That's the odd part. They look like ordinary, like girls, 13 years old. Girls today, it's hard to tell how old they are. They walk with their mothers. You don't know who it's the mother, who's the daughter. The mother's trying to keep up with the 13-year-old daughter. She wants to be her best friend. Women, can I give you a hint? Your daughter doesn't need a best friend. She needs a mother. That requires work. And that requires thought. That requires discipline. Something I know that most mothers don't have because they were raised by mothers who didn't have any. That's all. I'm unloading. And so, therefore, I turn it to you again, my friends. This whole binary thing. Binary, schminary, hinary. You look, there were always people like that who, let us say, were sex ambivalent. Let's put it to you that way. It's not an unusual thing. If you lived in a big city, as I did as a youth, now I don't. I live in the boonies. San Francisco is not really a big city. San Francisco is an out-of-town provincial town that poses as a big city. London's a big city. New York is a big city. Chicago is a big city. LA is a big city. San Francisco is a quaint city. Think of the trolley cars and Nancy Pelosi. Think of octogenarian politicians who confuse one president with another and then say that they're master legislators, even though they lose one election after another. That's the city I live in. Or bathrooms. You don't know which bathroom to go in. I don't even look anymore. The cleanest bathrooms, by the way, are the changing rooms. But you're not allowed to go in them, right? That's only for mothers, for changing. I don't know what they are anymore. There's like every bathroom in San Francisco. There's so many bathrooms, you need a map. If I'm in a mall, I have to go to the bathroom as a man. I have to look. I don't know which one to go into. M, MF, F, FM, a changing room. You don't know which one to go, and you're afraid you're going to be arrested just to go and do a normal thing in this city. Do you want to talk about this topic? If not, I'll blow it off. By the way, I'm giving you a warning. You ready for the warning? It's a minor one, not a big. I've been having technical difficulties, not because of anyone's fault. I run off units called Telos Extreme. They're the greatest units in the world. So last week we were getting like blips in the sound. You might hear like stuff like that, right? And so then we thought the system crashed. So we asked AT&T to run a check 9 days ago. No answer yet. You talk about a government. There's nothing worse than a monopoly. It's worse than a government, which is why do you understand why I go crazy on Google and Amazon and all these big companies, why I say they have to be broken up? Because monopolies are bigger than governments in many cases, and they're less responsive than governments, incidentally, because they have no consequences if you get mad at them. Governments have some consequences. They can get thrown out of office. Eric Schmidt, there's no consequences to. What if Tim Cook does something at Apple that you don't like? What are you going to do, sue Tim Cook? There's no go back to Tim Cook. So that's why I don't like monopoly. So what I'm saying is that we write AT&T, is that they do it. It's no answer yet. 9 days later, is the trouble on the line? So the engineer came out this morning with a new Telos unit. We put it in. I just had to adjust it during the show, during a break, and lower the gain from plus 12 to 0. If you heard the first segment, I was so loud, right, Robert? They probably got scared. They probably got frightened and ran for the hills, called a doctor. But then we heard a little brrr. So if we get a crash somewhere during the show, I'm going to go to a tape. It won't be longer than 8 minutes. I got it timed down perfectly. Luckily, I have another studio within 5 minutes from here. People say, why do you have all these studios? What are you, crazy? I have 6 home studios, not all within the area, but only 3 within this area that I pay for around the clock. 1 in LA, 1 in Florida, 1 in San Francisco. I know it's crazy. And the lines are hot and running all the time because why? It's like Napoleon, who loved chicken, told his chef to always have a hot chicken on the spit for him. The guy said, wait a minute, you're only going to come back here once in a while. So he said, if you say that to me again, your eyes will be my cufflinks. Just make a chicken, put it on the spit, and make it so it's hot. No matter when I arrive, there is a hot chicken for me. I don't want a supermarket chicken, he said to him. I want a hot chicken on the spit at all times because I like fresh chicken cooking. So they make chickens around the clock for Napoleon. If he showed up once in a while, there was a fresh chicken. I guess the other officers and the crew ate the other chickens if they had them. But no one dared say anything to him because he would have turned their eyes into cufflinks. That's the joy of being a dictator, I suppose. So that's the reason I have so many studios, is because like when this one crashes, I jump in my car and I race to the next one. And that one's solid. That's a good one because I just spent a fortune de-infesting the house of like critters that were eating the wires. That's the truth. That's the truth. They eat wires. You know that rodents eat wires? What is that about? What are they, crazy? What is a rodent like rubber for? Why can't we put some toxin in the wire, like the rubber of wire? Anyway, I'm getting off track here because it's much more interesting than Obamacare or Trump care, to be honest with you. I'm not going to do that. It's summertime. Okay, so why are they shoving it down our throats? The cultural disintegration I'm talking about. To me, the worst of it all is not pornography. It's the violence that Katzenberg, Matzenberg, and Ratzenberg, the peaceniks, put down our throats every day. And I saw it start in the 80s. It's not like the first that there were guns in the movies. We understand guns sell. In the 80s, every movie poster showed a girl actress or a girl or boy actor. It was such an ugly posturing. They always had their hips like out. Remember the pose? It was always there. And there was always a pistol in their hand with a leather jacket. They were all tough guys and murderers. That led to the violence in the inner cities, where every kid wanted a gun to look like a movie star. Thank you, Harvey. I love the guy who produces the most violent movies in the history of America. Harvey Weinstein is the most anti-gun man in the world. He wants to do a movie against the Second Amendment and the NRA. Don't you love it? Why are they such hypocrites? Is it guilt, stupidity, insanity, or too much success for too little talent? I don't know the answer. Someone writes this. Savage, don't all the things you're mentioning that are being shoved down our throats target our sense of personal identity? It's like emotional abuse. When you look at the way it seems to be causing widespread insecurity regarding sense of self and self-worth, sense of safety, and trust in other people and the world in general, common impairments in victims of abuse. Like the message is that we should question our sex and gender, like are we men and women, or have we been wrong all our lives? Our ethnicity and nationality, such as are we or are they racists because they want borders, immigration control, and immigrant assimilation? Our morals are under attack. Are they repressed or hateful for cringing at pornography and violence, or because they feel confused by same-sex marriages and families? And then the emailer writes, emotional abuse leads to insecurity and makes the abused easier to control. Now that's the rub. There it is, the answer. That is exactly how the left is operating. See, there's very little real philosophy being taught in the universities today. It's antiquated in many ways. Yes, you can still read philosophy that was written in the 19th century, maybe the 18th century, and maybe before that, when philosophy was still a fine art. But current philosophy is nothing but propaganda. The only philosophy that's left is on my show. I'm actually the philosopher of the airwaves. If I were to say the best part of my show is the philosophy of this show, whether it's me or my callers, I absolutely tell you right now there's no better philosopher in the country than me and this show. I don't do it all the time. I can goof around. I mean, my show can be like an Instagram message too. You know, I read that on Instagram, people, like the most popular people on Instagram, show their pets all the time and what they're eating. I can't believe that. Oh, that was the woman model who died when the whipped cream can blew up in her face somewhere. It was in Canada. That's unbelievable. I mean, I don't eat whipped cream, but who makes a whipped cream can that blows up? God rest her soul. The can blew up. Poor girl died. Hit her in the chest. She got cardiac arrest. But I was reading about her story. I don't know who she was. It says that she put on her Instagram constant pictures of her pets and what she was eating. So a bell went off in my head. I said, I talk a lot about what I eat and my dog. So maybe I should do more of it instead of less of it. I'm starting to think I should do that. I think I'll start posting pictures of my lunch, what I eat during the show, when you hear me gasping for breath. Not yet. It hasn't. It's only a quarter to the first hour. I'm not ready for lunch yet. Maybe the next hour when you hear me gagging and my words start to slip. I can't go do a show without eating. You don't know what a stress this is on my life. A normal person is thinking of having lunch right now on the West Coast, right? A normal person either had lunch or soon they're going to go have lunch. Not me. I got to work right through it. Look, I chose it. In the past, my show used to be later, so I'd have a normal lunch, take a nap, and do a show, boom. That was a night show. Any show after the normal hours of a day part show, which is 9 to 6, it's day part over. After 6 is a night show. Nothing wrong. I did it for 13 years. I loved it. But I love this hour. The thing is, the sacrifice is I can't eat a normal meal like a person. It's like gagging and grabbing and gagging. But it keeps me fit. Hasn't killed me yet. You know, when I first started in radio, I thought I wouldn't last a year. I thought I'd die. I remember, I got to tell you the story. I got sidetracked with culture. I don't know how. I was going to talk about the SEAL, the Canadian SEAL who shot one of the ISIS slime bags at 2 miles. No one's ever done this. And what my Navy SEAL friend from SEAL Team 3 sent me about. It's very funny. But that'll take me a minute to get to. When I first started radio, I remember thinking, first I started eating foods I hadn't eaten in 30 years for energy. I was a pretty fanatical dieter. From all the books I wrote on health, I was no hypocrite. I had to. I mean, I was slender. I weighed 135 pounds, something like that. I looked great. But once I got into radio, I had such a need for energy. You understand that radio, you have to be like an opera singer to do this right. You have to understand it's like Pavarotti cannot live on non-gluten bread. I guarantee he needed his Italian bread. I guarantee you that Pavarotti ate his pasta pretty good. He didn't look for the gluten-free pasta in Italy before he went on stage at the Met. Was this with me?
Join the Savage Nation. Call now, 855-400-SAVAGE, 855-400-7282. Savage.
The Savage Nation is sponsored by Swiss America, the only company I trust with my financial future. Call 800-289-2646 or SwissAmerica.com. Focusing on culture, what part of the cultural meltdown offends you the most? And we're talking about all of the cultural assaults upon our senses and how, although it looks as though it's individualistic and that it's just fun and games, it is not. It's part of a plan to destroy America from within. Remember that the communist movement, yes, I'll say it like it is, I've studied it in great detail since I'm 18 years old, had a full-scale attack upon the, quote, bourgeois family. And remember, the attack on the family is the key to breaking the society in pieces. And boy, have they come a long way, baby. They have done such a great job on the family. There's almost nothing left for them to do but keep up the good work that they've been doing. Thank you, Katzenberg, Hatzenberg, Matzenberg, Ratzenberg, and HBO. You've done a great job in destroying America from within. And so that's what we're talking about. I mean, are you non-binary? How does this affect your everyday life? Why is it so important for the rest of us to hear about your sexual orientation? To me, it's like digestion. I don't talk about, well, actually, I do talk about my digestion now that I think about it. So maybe we should talk about sexuality a little bit. But why is it so important to talk about it all the time? Why is that the most important thing on earth? Is it the most important thing on earth? You mean the threats to this country by North Korea right now, a nuclear power? The threats to our survival by the maniacs in the press who are trying to start a war with Russia? That's not a bigger problem than what you do to get your rocks off? You mean the threats to this nation by the Muslim invasion? Excuse me, the Islamist invasion is not a problem for you? And by the way, speaking of that, when is the last time you heard CAIR, the Council on American Islamic, whatever it is, apologize for the latest murder or attack? Like when? I don't know. I haven't seen any. Did we lose the show again, Robert, or we're still on the air? Because I'm running to the next studio during the break. It's the third time we've broken down, which means that, well, at least we ran a test and found that it's not the Telos equipment. It's AT&T. Thank you, AT&T. You've done a great job.
Join the Savage Nation. Call now, 855-400-SAVAGE, 855-400-7282. Savage. Warning, the Savage Nation contains adult language, adult content, psychological nudity. Listener discretion is advised. And now, America's most exciting radio talk show, the Savage Nation, home of borders, language, culture. And here he is, winner of the National Radio Hall of Fame Award, Michael Savage.
Oh, God, yeah. Take me to Beale Street. So today we're talking about the cultural meltdown in America. We know when it started, more or less. It really didn't start with the hippie 60s. I would say it really started with post-World War II, going back to some movies such as Rebel Without a Cause, if you want to like put your finger around a time period, 55, 56. James Dean as anti-hero was one of the early imagery of the punky kid who kind of doesn't fit in, hates his family, that kind of thing, on a minor scale. Then we went on to, let us say, later 50s, Lenny Bruce, who I admired, but he certainly was part of the cultural meltdown, even though I loved him. What did I know about cultural meltdown? I thought he was funny. So that's how it starts. It's like, oh, yeah, that's funny. But you got to understand that what are you laughing at is what you're laughing at is yourself, your mores, your nation, your family, your church, and yourself. You're laughing at your own survival, in other words, in plain English. So there's a war going on in this country, and there has been for a long while, and enough is enough. We elected Donald Trump. We have a mandate, take our culture back, period, end of story. That's really what it comes down to. So what am I calling for? Nothing. I am not calling for anything. I am not a culture warrior. I am only a commentator and an observer, by the way. You want to know what I think should be done? I would rather not tell you because I enjoy my career in radio very much. So I've asked you today about these questions. By the way, I'm in a new studio. During the break, while you were enjoying yourself, having a sandwich, I had a racing heart, a tachycardia. I had a race from one studio to another because of a crash on the phone lines. In other words, it was not the Telos equipment, which was replaced this morning, because we thought AT&T had said that they did a trouble call and there was nothing. Turns out it is the lines. Then as I'm racing up here, I see a trucks on the road, which has, men at work. So it means they're playing with the lines while I'm on there. They can knock me off again today here. Anyway, there we are. L.A. paving way for Obama Boulevard. Oh, that's great. I can't wait to never drive on that one. Which one are they changing? Are you kidding me? Wait, which one are they going to change? Santa Monica Boulevard? Which one are they changing it? Soon add Obama Boulevard to where would it be, though? Where are they putting it in L.A.? Obama? Where would it be? Between Jefferson... They want to rename it 3-4 mile segment of Rodeo Road between Jefferson Boulevard and Arlington Avenue. Are they crazy? Of Rodeo Road? I don't even know where that is. It's not Rodeo Drive. Rancho Cienega Park. Oh, I don't want to read this anymore. There's only one road that should be named after Obama, and that's a road that leads to nowhere. It's that simple. Okay, so now let's get back to today. Why is it that we're being assaulted with the sexuality business? It's bad enough that we have to hear about it, but that our children are being brainwashed about it at the same time wherever you go. So what part of the cultural meltdown affects you the most? Is it the open pornography? Should pornography be made illegal again? Is it the legalization of marijuana under the guise of medical marijuana, and we all know it's to get high? Is it the constant profanity on the airwaves and in movies? Is it the violence displayed by Katzenberg, and Matzenberg? Is it the false images of sexuality portrayed by the advertising gurus? Is it the attack on Christianity or the family? It's all of those things. What do you think it is? That's all. Now, I don't know whether this can be turned around. I actually don't know if a Chernobyl-like meltdown of a society can ever be changed. I really don't know. Certain things can be changed. We can start at the bottom. Let's talk about curing the problem. Okay, let's start at the bottom, the basic stuff that we could control, and see where that leads. New York was a cesspool after the Democrats ran it into the ground. Then along came Rudolph Giuliani, Republican, and he started with the squeegee men. The squeegee men were bums who, when you're at a traffic light, would take a greasy, dirty rag that had recently been used for cleaning a cesspool and they'd rub it on your windshield and beg for money. And you knew if you didn't give money, they'd smear the whole car. People were going crazy in New York City. I was living here at that time. Giuliani said we're going to start with lifestyle issues like bums. So he cleaned it up. He made it illegal for squeegee men to operate on corners. And then slowly but surely they worked their way up to the crime of the streets. And the city became safer and cleaner. Now that we have a Sandinista in office in New York City, Mario de Blasio, a blowhard like you've never seen, a complete fraud like every leftist, Mario de Blasio has now turned New York City backwards in time, where crime, panhandlers, etc., pimps, prostitution, drugs, overt everything is in the streets again. This is what happens with liberalism. Tolerance is killing all of us. So you can start with the squeegee men. It's that simple. But I want to ask you, the people who are listening to the show, what you think. That's the whole point of the show. That is why it is called Talk Radio. And although it is 10 minutes after 1 bell here on the West Coast, it's already 10 minutes after four bells on the East Coast, which means nothing to you but a lot to me because the show's almost over, which I don't know how it happened. Henry on KSFO, line 2. Which part of the cultural meltdown bothers you the most?
Panhandling. Michael, no contest. I am panhandled on muni buses. My favorite offender is an elderly pork bun who receives Section 8 housing, Meals on Wheels, subsidized PG&E, and she's still out there begging people for $1.
But wait, how do you know she gets all these free things? Has she told you?
I live in her building.
Oh my God. Well, she's very ambitious. She's quite a capitalist when you think about it. I mean, she's adding to her income. What's wrong with that? Isn't that free market capitalism? I'm joking.
Yeah, my favorite energy vampire also is today's energy vampire is well dressed, has sports tattoos, has a cell phone, and rings my doorbell at midnight to panhandle. I mean, it's incessant. I hate the hippies for promoting this garbage.
Well, what neighborhood do you live in, Henry?
North of the Panhandle, not far from the street, which is a sewer.
Oh, you live near Stanton Street?
No, I don't want to give my address, but
all right, but I know where you live. I know the Panhandle. It's in the Valley area beneath UC Med Center, for example, right? Would that be fair?
The kids call it Upper Haight. You know, I'm
Upper Haight.
Far from.
Look, hate is hate, no matter which way you call it, lower or upper. It's still hate.
That's right.
No matter how they peddle it, it's still hate. How do we go? This is a great line. Here's a savagism. How do we go from hate Ashbury to hate everything?
Well, 50 years of liberalism has created a situation which the philosopher...
but you sound like a guy who could be confused with the San Francisco liberal. By listening to you, I don't think you have too many friends in your neighborhood, do you?
Not anymore.
What, because you started expressing yourself and you listen to this show?
Well, very carefully. I've been listening to you for quite a while now.
But you don't tell anybody. Like when you go to your secret meetings with the secret handshakes, you don't tell them you listen to the Savage Nation. Look, I got to tell you, Henry, that I happen to know for a fact most of the Democrat leadership in San Francisco listens to this show almost every day. I was told that point blank. They listen to it because they want to know what sanity is left in this country. They don't know where to turn because they all feed each other the same rubbish. They know they're lying to each other. They know they have to say it, so they think they do. They don't even know what's right anymore. So they listen to the show to hear how the average person still thinks.
It's a redeeming.
All right. And by the way, yesterday I mentioned that I'm relaunching Trump's war because it's more important than ever. And I'll bet you didn't buy one, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm not punishing you. I'm sending you a free copy. You know how many people I meet lately who say, Michael, I'm a real fan of your show and I buy your books? It's amazing to me. But I thought about it. If more of you went and bought Trump's War now, do you realize what a revolution we could really cause? Because now that we have a mandate after the Georgia election, which we do, and I'll have to repeat this again until you finally hear me. The Democrats are saying it's not a big deal. It was a close race. That's not true. Every political race in America now, with the exception of California, which is a communistic one-party state, every other race in this country is razor thin in division. And the winner and the loser are very close. This was a huge difference of 4 points in Georgia in that special House race. That's an enormous victory for the Republican Party. And that is a mandate for Donald Trump. It's that simple. And that's a mandate for us to take back our culture. And that's why I'm doing that show today. Now, what part of the culture wars do you think Trump is actually going to engage in? I wonder. I know he put out a speech today, or a tweet, I don't know what it was, that he wants to limit welfare benefits to 5 years or something. Like immigrants can't get welfare for 5 years. That's right out of my book, which is great. But I have a chapter on culture, which I really will mention. Trump's culture wars. What is culture? That's not entertainment. Plato warned us. Trump's war for education. How academia is poisoning our culture. The bully pulpit. So this little book of philosophy, Trump's War, begins with page 91, what is culture? Let me read it. I don't know what I wrote. Let's see if it's any good. Well, no. What are my solutions? 1, kill Common Core at the state level. 2, restore civics classes at the local level. 3, abolish the Department of Education. 4, use the bully pulpit to preach Americanism. So that's what Trump should be doing. He should be doing more preaching about what America really is. And here's how I begin. No one's talking about the culture. There's almost no mention of cultural topics or issues. Have you heard anyone, even in the Trump administration, talk about pornography or the drug epidemic? I haven't heard it. We heard about the drug epidemic during the campaign. That came up for a little while when he was in New Hampshire because they're suffering greatly from epidemic overuse of OxyContin due to the evil people in the oxy business, the drug manufacturers, some of whom should be in prison for life. You talk about the swamp? We know about the swamp of corruption in Washington. That's a given. How about the social chaos that we experienced after almost a decade of the swamp creature in the White House? We don't want the same radical political leadership that caters to pornographers, drug dealers, perverts, illegal immigrant felons, and foreign competitors. Nor do we want another administration that disdains church, family, fathers, mothers, children, and decency. It seems to me that in America, justice is not only blindfolded, she has been castigated altogether. It is a perverted masquerade where the rich are innocent even when proven guilty, and average Americans are guilty with no money to prove their innocence. Their rights are mocked and their values the brunt of filthy humor on HBO. When this kind of disease appears on Earth, nature usually follows with its opposite. When the world order collapses this way, what usually happens? What inevitably follows this kind of decadence? Simply this. At some point, anarchy and social decay are followed by tyranny and oppression, as they were in Weimar Germany. But unlike in Weimar, we pride ourselves that we have a good economy and delude ourselves it can't happen here. I can give you one example after another proving that it can happen here. I'll be right back.
Join the Savage Nation. Call now, 855-400-SAVAGE, 855-400-7282. Savage.
The Savage Nation is sponsored by Swiss America, the only company I trust with my financial future. Call 800-289-2646 or SwissAmerica.com. All right, here's a shocking story to show you how sick and evil and fascistic the liberal Democrats are. It's easy to say, but hard to prove. Very easy to prove in this case. I just read from Paul Bedard of the Washington Examiner that a Democrat on the Federal Election Commission is wanting to widen the probe of Russia's interference, alleged interference in our elections, to the Drudge Report. Do you have any idea how sick this woman is? Do you have any idea how fascistic Democratic Commissioner Ellen Weintraub is? Do you have any idea how sick these liberals really are to think that they want to use the power of the government to override the states, to destroy websites that are not owned by them? This is Ellen Weintraub, whoever this creature is, saying she is doing this as a result of petitions from leftist groups, that would be groups funded by George Soros, demanding a wider investigation, and she wants the FEC to push for commission support for her idea. They want to now investigate the Drudge Report in the Russia probe? This woman is a fascist. This woman should be investigated. I would demand an investigation of Ellen Weintraub and where she gets her money from. I'd like to know who's funding Ellen Weintraub. I'd like to know who supports Democratic Commissioner Ellen Weintraub, whether they are foreign or domestic, and I'd like to know where their money comes from, because I can guarantee you, if you smelt it, you dealt it. I learned that in the 5th grade. This stinks to high heaven. This is sick. You'll talk about the culture wars. The culture wars are now spinning out into something, spinning over into wars upon freedom of the press. Period. End of story. WBSB, Connie, line 4. Go ahead. What's your comment?
Well, what upsets me is the desecration of the young people's body. And this goes way beyond only the young people, not only the young people, but the grown-up, tattoos all over. You go anywhere, you've been served your food, you see these young people, all pierced and tattoo, and I'm thinking, whatever happened to the youth? They deface.
So you're in other words, when you go to get food, you don't like someone with piercings or tattoos?
Not at all. Not only that, too, this is a very strange phenomenon going on. When I go to races with my daughter, we race a lot, marathons. I think that, and this is based...
Wait, you race marathons? What do you race?
Marathons. We run on races, 13-mile marathons, 26...
Oh, marathon. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be facetious. I thought you were racing marathons. I didn't know.
No. What I have observed is that the poor white males, this is mostly on the white guys, they're the ones...
All right. Wait, hold on. So we're just talking about what part of the culture wars offend you the most. You know and I know that no one's going to ever tell people they can't have tattoos and serve in a restaurant. That would eliminate half the staff. Moreover, if you eliminated tattooing, the military would dissolve. So I don't know that tattoos are the issue. Piercings are another story. They are a clear and present threat to our hygiene. There is no question that piercings and food service don't belong together. I thank you for that call. But, there are piercings and then there are piercings. How do you know where the piercing is? What are you going to run somebody through a metal detector before they serve you a cappuccino? So the whole thing, that's an area I would say, it's not my business. You want to pierce, you want a tattoo, I don't like it, it's your business, your skin. It's the old Lenny Bruce joke again, going back to him. He was Jewish. So he came home with a tattoo on his left arm. And he said he came home and his Aunt Minna screamed like a seagull. Ah! What'd you do? Now you can't be buried in a Jewish cemetery. She said, Aunt Minna, don't freak out. When I die, you can cut my arm off and bury it in a Christian cemetery and bury me in a Jewish cemetery. So that was a funny joke at the time. But actually, when you think about it, it was, again, a cultural assault in a certain way. Funny, yes. Brilliant, yes. But also an assault upon the sensibilities of his Jewish followers, of whom there were many. See what I'm saying? In other words, what starts out as really funny, great humor can end up with what we have today. Yes? No? Maybe. Back in a minute.
Join the Savage Nation. Call now. 855-400-SAVAGE. 855-400-7282. Savage.
So now these psychopathic Democrats, so-called, they're really fascists, want to include the Drudge Report in their investigation of Russia collusion because she lost. I think they should expand the investigation and investigate all Americans who voted for Trump to see if every voter for Trump colluded with Russia, because that would explain why Hillary lost. The far-left Democratic demons should investigate every American who voted for Trump and see if there's any ties to Russia in some way. Crazy, sickening. Well, I'm sitting here, I'm enjoying the show. Well, why do you talk about? Yesterday I talked about psychosis and what is psychosis and neurosis. The whole Democrat Party is irrational, hysterical, and psychotic. Crazy. And here's this Ms. Weintraub. Ms. Weintraub belongs in Creedmoor Mental Hospital. They should reopen it just for her and her cohorts. This is crazy. Does she know how psychotic this sounds? Miss Weintraub, who is this woman? Weintraub on the FEC wants to investigate the Drudge Report for collusion with Russia? Crazy woman. There used to be a mental hospital on Long Island, Queens, called Creedmoor. The rest is history. It's there, I guess. They turned it into housing. I don't even know what's there anymore. But this is crazy. I mean, the collusion was Obama colluding with activists, if you want to call them that, in elections in, let's see, Israel. They try to stop the re-election of Netanyahu. So there's collusion. Obama colluded in Ukraine. Obama colluded in Russia to reinstate the Muslim Brotherhood. Do you have any idea how upside down this really is? So I'm talking about cultural meltdown. Everything's melted down. Now, you can't blame Obama, but he was almost the final. He was the picador. While there were many matadors goring the American way, it was Obama who was the picador who drove the stakes into the bull and then tried to put one into the heart of the bull. I think he missed. I think that we can heal the wound. And it will only start when we try all of them for what they did to this country. How many times have I told you there has to be consequences for this activity of these illegitimi? All right, that's one statement, but I have no power. So we'll stick to the stuff that we, the little people in the peanut gallery, can talk about, which is the cultural meltdown. What offends you the most? But wait, I didn't get to that story about a sniper, Canadian sniper. I didn't know they had anyone who could shoot in Canada. Shocked to find that out. I didn't know they still train boys to shoot guns. They don't consider it too manly. Yeah, here's the story here. And I don't have a story. A Canadian sniper. Canada doesn't even have a team in the military there, but they have like a special forces sniper team because they're good shots in Canada. There's still men left in Canada somewhere. And Trudeau, believe it or not, sent a team of them over there. One of them just did the longest kill shot in sniping history, 2 miles. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot to the average gunophobe out there. It's the longest shot in history. It's the longest known kill in history. There are so many elements involved, not only distance and altitude and longitude and windage and the ballistics and this. I mean, you have to be a genius. You have to be a mathematical genius as well as everything else to pull it off. So I have a friend. I wish I could find his email. Maybe I could find it right now because it was he's a SEAL Team 3 sniper. He actually did a film of me, which we never released, and he's retired, obviously. He's now doing other things, been many years. But he said it just shows you what a steady diet of beer and meatloaf could do for a man's aim, which was very funny, because I know he likes meatloaf and beer. I've had it with him. And his aim is probably still pretty good. So that's the story today. What else is in the news? There's so many things we're talking about. That's why I'm playing music for you today, to show you how we've gone from, the blues. I said how we've gone from the blues to rap in one generation. That's an example of cultural meltdown. If you listen to the lyrics of blues music, it's sweet, it's full of heartache, it's full of soul, it's full of the soul of the artist, right? Whether it's the guitar that cuts right through you, or it is the lyrics or the voice of the musician. It's always about tragedy and loss and want and need. That's human. That's so human. And what is rap about? Hatred, murder, ugliness, stealing, beating people up. It's violent. So that's a meltdown right there. And I'm not saying we can turn that around, but where did the blues music originate? What did it derive from? It derived from gospel music, church music. Most of the early grade blues musicians worked in churches and choirs. They sang, they played instruments. I don't know if you know that. The greats, you look it up. They all came from the background of Christian churches. And they created the great blues music. And then white musicians, people loved it so much. They were very talented, don't think I'm knocking it. And a lot of white musicians did semi-blues music in a new beat called rock and roll. And that devolved now to what we have today. There's no rock and roll anymore, obviously. It's what it is. So what part of the cultural meltdown affects you the most? It's like everything, all of it. What part do you like? I mean, that would be a better question. It's like set and frame. I've been asking the wrong question, which is what part of the culture is still left? I mean, I haven't asked that. I should ask the other one, what part of the culture is still right? That's the real question. 855-400-7282, KSFO, Mike, line 8. Go ahead, please. You're on the Savage Nation.
Hello, Michael.
Yep, you're on the radio.
Hey, buddy. I'm a big fan. This is the 4th time I heard your show, and I love it. I'm a new fan. And I just want to talk about just how the widespread ignorance of the people, man, is really what's killing this culture. The principles and values that unite us all, that come from our sovereignty, the equality, the freedom and liberty that everybody's forgotten about. Because there is really no culture. We're a mixed culture. Adolf Hitler said the mixed culture can never succeed. And
I would stop right there. See, I've heard that argument before, but when I began in radio, I thought about it long and hard, and I defined our nation as defined by our borders, language, and culture. So people would say to me, well, what is our culture? America has no culture. It's a polyglot nation, but that's not true. Our nature, meaning the culture of our nation, I said it is defined by our Bill of Rights and the U.S. Constitution. That fundamentally is our culture. Do you know that?
That is, absolutely. But nobody really cares about these things. They're not willing to fight for these things today.
I understand, but that's where I say borders, language, culture. Bill of Rights, Constitution. But where did the Bill of Rights and Constitution derive from? Let's go back. First step, Magna Carta, England. Where does that derive from? Rights of man. Where does that derive from? People don't want to accept it. It comes from the law of the religion called Judaism, where rights of man were defined, and also the responsibilities of man were defined. This is what's missing in our culture today, is that everybody wants their rights, but nobody wants to pay for it. Everybody wants their rights, but nobody understands they also have responsibilities to the society. So this is what I'm trying to say to you. That's all. Rights and responsibilities. That's all. 855-407-282. 1.4 million illegals working on the stolen Social Security numbers. You talk about a nightmare. You need massive deportation. Any illegal working under a stolen SSN gets thrown out of my country. This just came out. It's on the top of Drudge. It's linked from another fascistic source because it tells the truth. 1.4 million illegals working under stolen Social Security numbers. So let's say you're a person in the middle. You're a liberal or you're undecided. Do you realize they're stealing the money from you? Do you have any idea that you are paying for those costs? This is identity theft. The IRS knows of 2.4 million people a year who file taxes using an individual taxpayer ID number, which is generally given out to immigrants who are not authorized. Who are not authorized for what? You know what I'm saying. Who are not authorized to work. But the IRS is not allowed to talk with Homeland Security to help agents identify who and where these taxpayers are. So we know at least 2.4 million people who are committing crimes who should be thrown out of the country. The migrants file their forms with their ITINs, but the W-2 forms they submit show valid Social Security numbers, which they fraudulently gave to their employer to clear an initial work authorization check. You talk about a staggering problem in America. A staggering 87% of forms filed online using ITIN showed income credited to a Social Security number and some fraudulent behavior. Now, who is advising these illegal aliens on how to do it? The lawyers. The lawyers, the immigration lawyers. You want me to tell you the solution to this problem? First, arrest all the immigration lawyers who were involved in any form of identity theft. Arrest them all. Every one of them. You want to get to the bottom of this? Start with the immigration lawyers who have been part and parcel of this fraud on the American taxpayer for well over 30 years. Period. End of story. Now, my friends, you realize the trouble that Trump is having is because he wants to do some of these things. I mean, you do realize that there's a big, big group of people who make fortunes off crime. Some of them have white collars. Some of them don't use guns. Some of them only use the gun of the law. But nevertheless, they're bigger criminals than some who use guns to hold up a store. So, my friends, Trump knows this. Trump is no dummy. Trump wants to crack down on this. He wants to deport the illegals who are committing crimes, which would be all of these millions who are using false SSNs. They may be nice people. They may be hardworking. I throw them out of the country. They committed a felony. Out you go. Out you go, clear the air, get rid of the felons. That's number one. Number two, who filled out the forms for you? Who? Oh, Lawyer X? He's going to jail. Get him in jail. Create a whole new jail just for lawyers somewhere. Put it in the Arizona desert in the summer without air conditioning and make them stay there for 30 days. Give them any kind of food they want. Let's see how long the fraud continues. You want to clean things up? Start from the bottom and work your way up to the top. Now, number two, you want me to go to 2, 3, 4, 5 to infinity? Go to read Trump's War or Government Zero. Okay, because I've been doing this for 20 some odd years. I'm a thinker. I'm a writer to begin with. I'm a philosophy PhD from a great university. So I give you commonplace philosophy for the average man. Maybe it sounds simplistic to you, but I found it a long time ago that sometimes the most concise answer is the most erudite answer. And a long-winded answer to a problem is often the wrong answer. I learned that with professors who I liked and I didn't like. I learned it later on in life as I went to graduate school. The higher up I went in academia, it became clearer to me that the best professors were the ones who could explain their complicated subjects in the most simplistic terms so I could understand it. You know, remember when you went to college, the junior professor who came in would drive you crazy with facts, with diagrams on the board, give you a lot of tests because he was insecure or she was insecure and didn't really know the subject matter that well. So they buried you with data because they didn't know what they were talking about. Then you got on in school and maybe you went on for a master's or a PhD and you went into graduate seminars where there were very few students in the seminar, maybe 3-4 people sometimes. I was lucky enough to have seminars where I was the only student, believe it or not. This was a great story. I told her once or twice I had to read Le Pensée Sauvage in the original French and discuss it with the professor. That was a long time ago. I don't speak French anymore, unfortunately. I have no need for it. But nevertheless, he was a professor from Harvard Summer School. I was his only student. So we talked about Levi-Strauss's La Pensée Sauvage, the Savage Mind, in French. But he was easy to deal with. He didn't sneer at you. He didn't try to blizzard me. It was not like he tested me. He was teaching me in the old Platonic method by teaching me something he knew something about in a way I could understand it. And I learned more from him than I did from the professor who wanted to test what I didn't know. It's the same as the cop who stops you for speeding and says, look, ma'am, I'm not going to give you a ticket. I'm just going to give you a warning because by you speeding down the Waldo grade at 85 miles an hour, even though you're driving straight, I know you're a good driver, but it's the person coming up, who you're coming up behind, who I'm worried about, the person who sees you in the rearview mirror and slams on the brakes and kills you and her and some other people. So I'm going to let you go. That's the good cop. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because that woman will never speed again. Every time she speeds down the Waldo grade, she's going to say, wait a minute, I could get killed or kill someone because a woman in front of me or a guy could slam on the brakes. You see what I'm getting at? I'm the good cop. I'll be back in a minute to talk about the bad cops on the Savage Nation.
Join the Savage Nation. Call now, 855-400-SAVAGE, 855-400-7282. Savage.
The Savage Nation is sponsored by Swiss America, the only company I trust with my financial future. Call 800-289-2646 or SwissAmerica.com. We will return to the culture wars in a moment on the Savage Nation, but I want to tell you about, well, something you know about. I have a passion for living a healthy lifestyle. I've talked about it. I've written about it, and it includes clean eating. And I told you, and I'll tell you again, Super Beets is one of the most impressive functional foods I've ever seen, and that's one of the reasons I advertise it. Blood flow, blood flow, blood flow. What do I mean by that? Beets are loaded with dietary nitrates, which convert into nitric oxide in the body. Nitric oxide helps support healthy circulation and healthy blood pressure levels. Well, Super Beets is the most convenient way to get these dietary nitrates to specifically help support healthy blood flow and circulation. You see, Super Beets works 3 times faster to give you results that you can feel, and it tastes great. I take Super Beets every day. I can feel the energy and stamina it gives me within 20 minutes, and I want you to feel it too. You can get a 30-day supply absolutely free. It comes with your first order. It's backed by a money-back guarantee. You're also going to get a free book called Beat the Odds and free nitric oxide indicator strips, which will let you see the difference for yourself, and you get free shipping. You're going to love the results you feel. They're guaranteed to get your money back. All you got to do is call 800-481-0504. That's 800-481-0504, 800-481-0504. Or go to SavageLovesBeats.com. That's SavageLovesBeats.com. I'm running out of time. Paula on KSFO, go ahead, please. You're a transgender. Tell us your story quickly.
Okay. The Obama administration gave some guidance to schools, telling them that they should allow boys to use any bathroom they wanted to do. The way this has been interpreted is that any man in a bar can suddenly decide that he's a woman and go and use a ladies' toilet. That is not acceptable. Similarly, a boy at school.
I'm not following you. Are you actually a transgender, or you're offended by the fact that there are people faking it to get into the opposite sex bathroom to be the peeping toms that they are?
I am transgender. I've never had a problem using whichever restroom.
So you're a man who identifies as a woman and presents as a woman, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you've always gone into a woman's room and no one made an issue of it, right?
Absolutely. No.
All right. So once they mandated it as a government issue, it became a confused issue. That's what I say. If I'm a woman, I'm in a woman's room, and a woman comes in, how do I know she's transgender, she's behind a stall? How do I know? I don't know anything about it. Why make me think about it? I think that's what you're saying, Paula, right?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm saying to each his own, leave me alone, that's all. I'm not bothering you, don't bother me. They have a stall in the room, in the bathroom. Why? Where do you think Leslie Stahl came from? How do you think she got her name? I'm joking. Just attracting your attention. I'll be back, be here, be nowhere.
Join the Savage Nation. Call now, 855-400-SAVAGE, 855-400-7282. Savage. Warning, the Savage Nation contains adult language, adult content, psychological nudity. Listener discretion is advised. And now, America's most exciting radio talk show, The Savage Nation, home of borders, language, culture. And here he is, winner of the National Radio Hall of Fame Award, Michael Savage.
The real issue here is the focus on culture today. What part of the cultural meltdown offends you the most? I'll give you some ideas. Is it the open pornography that is everywhere? Is it the legalization of marijuana being sold as a medical, let us say, cure, when in fact, you know, most people are smoking it in these clinics to get high? Is it the profanity coming out of the mouth of that slime ball on HBO and the others like him who have no sense of humor, and they confuse using dirty words with being humorous because they have no humor and no brains? Is it the violence displayed in movies by Katzenberg, Hatzenberg, and Matzenberg while funding peaceful causes? Is it the attack on Christianity, the constant attack on Christianity in every sphere of our lives? See what I'm saying? So while you're thinking about that, you're invited to call on which one offends you the most or such at 855-400-7282. I know about the healthcare. I'm so not interested. The others talk about healthcare because it's easy. I talk about health because it's hard. And you have to take chances and you have to know what you're talking about. Today I'm going to talk about neither of those. So let's go to the cultural issue and the non-binary. Are you non-binary? Maybe I have non-binary issues. Listeners, I just got the ratings. They're through the roof again. And what percentage of my millions of listeners are non-binary? What if there's like a high percentage? It could explain an awful lot. Why do we have to hear about your sexual preference on a daily basis? What is the difference what your gender identity is, your sexual identity? Why do we care? Why do we have to be involved in your life and the further classifications of people? That's what most of us are asking. Most people are saying, you know what, do what you want to do, leave me alone, stop forcing it down my throat. Leave me alone already with your sexual issues. Now, I want to ask you something. Why do you think all these things are happening? Why do you think all of a sudden we've been jammed down our throats with these issues of sexual identity? And it's not all of a sudden. You know when it started. It started with the gay issue. Then it went on to, what is it, transgender, LGBT. I have to remember my acronyms, lesbian, gay, bisexual. It went on to gay. Then we talk about transsexual or transgender. Now we're on to binary. See, there's always a new iteration of the same situation in order to create the procrastination amongst our nation. That's the whole story in a nutshell. But what's the genesis of all of this? A listener wrote me this. The listener said, I don't know. But what I'm curious about is which gender characteristics make someone one gender or the other, or something in between, or outside of, well, I don't know. The listener said after taking around 100 units of mainly sociology, psychology, anthropology, and philosophy courses between 03 and 16, one theme that frequently reappeared and stayed consistent throughout that 13-year time span, contrary to even our all-powerful media rhetoric to the contrary, was this. It was that gender is a social construct, that we learn which mannerisms, choices in material objects like toys and clothing, emotionality, physicality, hairstyles, hobbies are acceptable for us based on our sex, and those behavior-related things make up our gender, of which there are two, since there are two sexes. Now, there are some variations other than XX and XY and ambiguity with genitalia. But as far as I'm aware, the listener writes, the gender confusion is not limited to those with irregularities in sex chromosomes or sex organs. So this gender confusion or ambiguity doesn't correlate with sex ambiguity. And then the listener goes on. What's the fuss about? Men don't want to be emotionally inexpressive, but what? They want to twirl around in dresses and giggle instead? And women don't want to twirl around in dresses, but want to wear men's suits and be stoic? If so, why does anyone care? Why is this a constant topic of conversation all the way into the political arena? Who decided that gender is no longer a social construct, but now a biological trait? And if it's, well, you get the picture. This is the story that I want to talk about, along with the other cultural stories that are related to it. And I think there's no relationship between what I'm about to play for you and what I just said, but it'll lighten the day up to listen to Nancy Pelosi to show you that not only do we have a problem with cultural attitudes in America and cultural confusion, but actual political confusion because there are too many old people holding on to their jobs who should have been retired a long time ago. Here is Nancy Pelosi, who is rightly being blamed for the meltdown of the Democratic Party, all their recent losses, who goes up there and has the nerve to say that you're not going to hear clip 5. Listen to this with the cuckoo clock, please.
I'm a master legislator. I am a strategic, politically astute leader. I am, my leadership is recognized by many around the country, and that is why I'm able to attract the support that I do, which is essential to our election, sad to say. I have experience in winning the Congress. When people said to us in 2005, you don't have a chance, be prepared for a Republican permanent majority. I said, Harry Reid and I said, we don't accept that. So we proceeded. We took the president from 58 to 38. President Bush won the election.
All right, so she's rambling on and on. Look, she's probably a decent person, a good mother and a great-grandmother and a fine Catholic. And I mean those words. I actually had Nancy Pelosi on my show when I was a local host because we agreed on something, which was the issue of Taiwan. I don't know if you know that, a long time ago. But since those early days, she's become a total cuckoo clock. She is so far to the left that she's being blamed by Democrats themselves for their recent loss in Georgia, which is a big deal. It is a huge deal. It's a mandate for Donald Trump, and everybody knows that. Because a 4-point difference in any election today is a landslide, by the way. This country is so darn divided that a 4-point spread is a landslide. Do you understand that? So a new article just came out. Trump wants a 5-year welfare ban for new immigrants. Now, look, I'm not going to take credit for that, but it's been in 2 of my books. It's been in Government Zero and Trump's War. If you want to see where Trump's going to be going on so many issues, it's in my book because that's the architectural plan of this revolution. They're all reading it. I know it for a fact. They're cherry picking my book. This is great. The White House had originally thought about doing this as an executive order, but now says they want to go to Congress. How many of the cowards in Congress are going to vote for this? It's a good idea because the Center for Immigrant Studies shows that 51% of households headed by an immigrant are using some form of public assistance compared to only 30% among non-immigrant families. So they're bleeding us dry, as we know. They're bleeding us dry. We, the people, know it. We're paying the bill, not the congressmen, not the elites on HBO who tell you, oh, that's so racist. That's so profiling. No, it's so sane. That's what it is. We are relaunching Trump's War to rearticulate what we voted for. It is the only book available right now and in the near future that will remind you what this revolution is about. Anyone can bash liberals. It's an old story. It's been done for 25 years. Liberals are bad, conservatives are good. We all know that. But it's an old message. The world is at war. We woke up after reading that another Muslim in Belgium, suicide vest, did his Allah Akbar dance. Thank God they shot him dead and didn't bring him to justice. He got his justice. I'm sure he's enjoying his virgins. Now, this morning we read that a Muslim stabbed a cop in the neck in an airport in Michigan, screaming Allahu Akbar. But again, don't tell that to the girls at CNN. They don't want to know it's related to a certain, let us say, philosophy and political system. Mainstream media continues to bury and deny the fact that radical Islam has been at war with the West for quite a long time, and that all of our lives are in danger. Now, many of you have listened to my radio show over the years. You know that I've recognized this from the day I began in radio over 20 years ago. I have written about it. I have talked about it. Some of our presidents do understand it. Unfortunately, most of the phonies in the media, the cowards, the fake pacifists, are in denial. Deny, deny, deny. Andy Cooper puts his neck in the ground like an ostrich. And they put us all at risk. What do you think it's going to take to awaken America to the danger we are in, to stop the flood of, and I'll say it, I will say it, the flood of Muslims from coming into this country, as Donald Trump said he would do during the campaign? Yes, I am singling out a specific group of people, amongst whom there is an inordinate amount of individuals who are either radicalized before they get here or become radical once they are here. What did Trump say he would do? He would ban Muslim immigration, quote, until we can figure this thing out. It's in Trump's war. It's not only his battle for America, it's your battle for America. And as I said to you, when the book came out, it went right to #1 on the New York Times list, despite the fact that I did almost no media. Nobody would have me on with this message. But you did it. Many of you went out and bought multiple copies, and I need you. The Savage Army was just ennobled, well, yesterday with the special election in Georgia, where the Democrats poured in an inordinate, unheard of amount of money to run an unknown candidate against a Republican, thinking that this unknown stooge would win. Well, Pelosi's stooge lost. Pelosi's stooge lost by a large margin. As Lincoln said, you can fool some of the people some of the time, Nancy, and you can fool some of the people all of the time, Nancy, but not everyone lives in San Francisco. In the real America, you can't fool them all of the time. This was a mandate for our revolution. Make no mistake about it. You don't need to ask the media gurus what it was about. It is a mandate, a clear mandate. They spent a fortune. They ran a young guy, and they lost. It's a mandate for everything that Trump said he would do. It is a mandate for all of us deplorables, and we must act now. What we can do to advance our agenda now that we have strength again, simple. For one, we need to know what our agenda is. How many of us actually remember what Trump promised and what we voted for? I do. I have a memory like the elephant that supposedly represents the Republican Party. That's pretty good. It's all in Trump's war. And that is why I'm asking you to go out and get your copy, give it to a friend that does not know what the war is about. If you don't want to buy another copy, send your copy to a family member who is a liberal or an undecided. Or more importantly, and this is very critical, to someone who has voted for Trump but moved away from him because of the constant drumbeat of hatred from the phonies in the media, who are not only trying to destroy him in our agenda, but also inadvertently kill all of us by denying the war that we are in, a war that has been started by radical Islam 1,000 years ago. The war that goes on and on and on. Whether it's a bomb in Brussels or a cop being stabbed in Detroit or gays being killed in Orlando, it's always Allahu Akbar. No matter what Andy and the boys do at CNN. No matter what that creature on MSNBC does, it doesn't matter. The reality is, this is the reality. What is it going to take to awaken the world? Well, you are the Savage Army. You are the trumpets. You are an individual trumpet. I need each of you to sing as loudly as you can. And I'm imploring you, I'm asking you to go out and buy another copy of Trump's War immediately. Go and buy it in a bookstore first. I prefer a bookstore. And if it's not there, demand it, get it back on the shelves. And if you can't find it, buy it today on Amazon. I prefer a bookstore first. Why? Because that will send a message to all those people who walk through bookstores. And our message will remain alive. I'll be right back.
Join the Savage Nation. Call now, 855-400-SAVAGE, 855-400-7282. Savage.
The Savage Nation is sponsored by Swiss America, the only company I trust with my financial future. Call 800-289-2646 or SwissAmerica.com. Back with you on the Savage Nation. This is Michael Savage. The phone number is 855-400-7282 if you care to join the conversation. And we are continuing our conversation about the cultural meltdown in America and which part of it irks you the most. Is it pornography, the profanity on the airwaves, the violence displayed by Katzenberg and Matzenberg? Is it the chronic attack on Christianity? I just got an email from a listener up in Sonoma County. As you know, San Francisco is San Francisco, then there's Marin County, then Sonoma, wine country. Sonoma used to be a bucolic, beautiful, beautiful country area. Well, what happened was they invited illegal aliens in to work the vineyards. The illegal aliens had children. The children are now deeply involved in, let us say, less than wholesome activities, gang crimes, narcotics, you name it. So I just get this email. Sonoma County is cutting the narcotics, gang crimes, and community-oriented policing units in order to put that money towards services for the homeless. Can you believe what is going on in this country? In Marin County, I read the budget. You know how much of it is going towards studying rising sea levels when there's been no rise in sea levels for 1,000 years? Do you realize how stupid the people are who are running virtually everything in government from city to county to state? You realize how dumb they are? They're herd animals. What sea level rise? I'm a boater. I study nautical charts. The sea level hasn't risen by a centimeter in all the years I've been boating on San Francisco Bay. There is no sea level rise. But they're studying it to make sure that they can spend more of your money on nonsense. The emailer says it gets even worse. More of the money has been taken from the police to give to some immigrant defense fund and an Andy Lopez park. And one of the accomplishments listed in the Sonoma County budget document is, listen to this. They had a talk with 50 Spanish-speaking, undocumented immigrants about their wishes regarding Sonoma law enforcement. My friends, we the deplorables have to take our country back from these psychotics. I don't care whether they're called liberals, progressives. They're stupid. They're dangerous. They're going to get us all killed. Simple. It's that simple. And it's got to be done legally. Let me be very clear. I read an article this morning in the San Francisco newspaper online. A group of morons were blocking a street in the name of Against the Trump Care. A bunch of old liberal commies had nothing to do. They laid down in the street, blocking a street. As you well know, that's illegal. As you well know, the police would like to drag them out by their dirty hair. But their hands are tied by the psychotic board of supervisors here in San Francisco. So they can't do anything. So they let these moron leftists block a street. A guy is on a red motorcycle about a block away. He does a U-turn and goes right through the crowd, runs some of them over. Well, naturally gets arrested. It's called assault. And when they arrest him, he says, oh, you guys want health care? Well, now you're going to go to a hospital. See, you'll get some health care. Big, strapping guy, heavy tattoos, very muscled. Do I approve of it? No. Is it going to happen more and more? Yes. Why is it going to happen more and more? Because we have government anarchy. Write it down. Government anarchy. Write it down. Government anarchy. Write it down. Because we have a bunch of deadbeat grifters in government who are only feathering their own nests. The people are going to take the law into their own hands to fight fire with fire. Bad thing.
Join the Savage Nation. Call now, 855-400-SAVAGE. 855-400-7282. Savage.
You know, I've never used a profane word in 20-some-odd years, and I've had people laughing for 20-some-odd years. How is it that you can make people laugh if you have a true sense of humor? And if you don't, you wind up on HBO just telling dirty stories and dirty words, and that passes for humor. All right. So here's a new story. Sanders lawyered up in federal probe of Burlington College. What does that mean? See, Bernie Sanders, the socialist Democrat, meaning the commie liar. As you well know, all communists are liars. They're grifters from the top to the bottom. They scandalize everybody that they come near. They scam everything they can, and they claim they're for the people. He's no different. The seltzer man cometh. So he has a wife named Jane. Well, she's being investigated by the Justice Department, even going back to Obama, with regard to a land deal that she orchestrated while president of the now-defunct Burlington College. A former college employee who coordinated the school's response to an FBI subpoena in February 2016 said that Miss Mrs. Whatever her name is, Sanders, was contacted by two attorneys representing Bernie's wife, Jane, shortly after the news was broken that there was a federal probe in late April. Now, what am I saying? Well, look at the story yourself. The problem is that where there's smoke, there's fire in this case, because the college is out of business. As president of Burlington College in 2010, Sanders secured a $6.7 million loan from People's United Bank, don't you love it? Which the college used to purchase a 33-acre lakefront campus for the school. Nothing wrong with that. Well, now feds are investigating aspects of that land deal, according to insiders who said they've been contacted by the FBI. What are they looking into? Well, apparently there's the loan agreement. The loan agreement required that the college provide evidence of more than $2 million in pledged donations as collateral. She said there was such collateral. However, three donors, including the largest listed at $1 million, said later that their pledges were misrepresented in the loan documents. Now, that's a big deal. That's a federal crime. Okay, she says that there were $2 million in pledged donations. Turns out that there was less. And as a result of this bingo, the school was never able to increase enrollment, as Bernie's wife projected. It closes in May 2016, with officials citing debt from the land purchase as the primary reason. Classic bust out. Atlantic City bust out case. Sopranos bust out case. But because she's a notifiably great woman, the wife of the good man who loves the poor and the students and the immigrants, no one really touched it. But now that there's a Republican administration, she may have some real problems on her hand. Well, let's see what the truth is and where it goes from here. Now let's go to some of the callers on the Savage Nation. The phone number is 855-407-282. If you just joined the program, we have been talking about the cultural meltdown in the United States of America, which part of it affects you the most or bothers you the most. You know, my watchword is borders, language, and culture. What is culture? What do you find most offensive in this country that's not being done, and nothing's being done about? Is it the open pornography, the legalization of marijuana, the profanity on the airwaves, the violence in the movies, the attack on Christianity? That's what we've been talking about. And I began the show by playing a great blues piece by Albert King called Born Under a Bad Sign. And I was telling you about how the music developed, how it went from gospel to blues to rock and roll. And I was talking about great African-American music and how, unfortunately, in that community, it's largely gone from no longer gospel, how it's gone from blues to rap. Now, if you listen to the lyrics of rap compared to the lyrics of the blues, you'll understand how humanity has died just by listening to those formats of music. And I'm a music lover. Let's put it to you that way. Now let's go to the almost said the Killers. Great. I'm doing well. Let's go to the Killers on the Savage Nation. Let's go to the show killers on the Savage Nation. Line 3, Mike, WABC. Go ahead, please. What's on your mind?
Hey,
no one there. Oh, you're there. Great. Say it. What's on your mind?
Well, they just opened a Barnes & Noble in my town, Eastchester, New York, and I came in here to buy another Trump's War. And if it wasn't in here, I was going to make a stink. But I walked in, and it's on one of the first tables as you walk in under essential reading. So it is.
That's shocking. Normally, I would think the booksellers would have put it under women's studies.
I know.
or on the binary studies or transgender studies or on the bottom of children's books. So apparently it's a book clerk in that store who likes me.
He must. I know he must. I'll ask him.
That's beautiful, Mike. Well, stay on the line. I'm going to send you an extra one to give away to a liberal relative because I want your family to come together. 855-407-282 is the phone number. MichaelSavage.com is the website. Does anyone have a real gripe out there in the culture? A real gripe out there? Because there's lots to gripe about, but what are we going to do about it, really? You know, when society starts to change, can you really alter it? Yes, you bet you can. Look what they're doing to you. Of course you can alter it. There are many things that can be done to stop the cultural infestation. I can give you some examples, but you're not going to like me if I do. Many of you would be offended by it. You say it's censorship. Let's start with pornography. Okay? Pornography is mainstream. There was a time that it was only sold in dirty bookstores, and the people who sold it usually went to jail. I'm not, again, go back to when I was a kid. There was no pornography in America. You'd have to go down to Times Square in Manhattan. In the subway, there were magazine stores. My friends and I would go there. You know, boys will do those kinds of things. And they were nudist magazines. I was, you know, under the guise of like nudist colonies, but you know that the seedy guy, they all looked the same way. They had other magazines somewhere else. Okay. But okay, they were limited. They were closeted, so to speak. Sorry to use such a loaded term. Then all of a sudden along comes Larry Flint, perhaps the most evil influence in the history of the First Amendment, whose lawyer used the First Amendment to basically spread filth throughout the society. That's my take on this whole thing. And then there was a movie done about him, and they turned him into a culture hero. Well, let me ask you something. You think it's so culturally great to have filth everywhere you turn, where a person doesn't have to turn to his mate or her mate for sexual gratification? They could just, they're one click away from relieving themselves. I know it sounds ugly, but let's face reality. That's what pornography is used for. Do you think that is helpful towards marriage or towards relationships or to the human experience, or hurtful? Well, I would think that the religious amongst you would certainly have an answer. You know, thou shalt not covet graven images. That's believed by, it's written in the Jewish Bible. The Muslims believe in it. That's why some of the fanatics will destroy even statues in art museums. They consider art all graven images, by the way. The fanatical Islamists who were killing people, if they got their hands on our society, would burn down the Metropolitan Museum of Art, because they consider all of the art graven images. That's how crazy they are. Look what they did in Palmyra, if you think I'm making it up. Palmyra, one of the most beautiful ancient sites on earth in Syria. When they invaded it, it had been preserved through the ages. They destroyed it. They dynamited it in Palmyra. Why? Because they're sick. They're living in the 7th or 8th century. Well, thank God they've been driven out of Palmyra. We don't want them driven into New York. That's the whole point. So there is a relationship between the meltdown of our culture and the, let us say, infestation of America with ideas that will destroy us. It's really part and parcel of the same thing. It's one thing to look at pornography. It's another thing to permit terrorists in under the guise of freedom, because they're coming in under the guise of, you know, compassion for all immigrants. So this is the problem, in my opinion. That's why I'm talking about it. So I'd rather do this than talk about, you know, bread and milk or the weather. And that's why we're doing it on the Savage Nation. I haven't gotten to some good sound, and we're going to get to some of that good sound now. Here we go again to Charles Schumer, one of my favorite bête noirs, known as a bête noir. And here is Charles Schumer about the new Senate health care bill, which, you know what, to me, I never even talk about health care bills. They're so boring. I'd rather talk about watching varnish dry, because varnish takes a long time to dry as opposed to paint. I've used varnish on my boats. Forget about it. It takes a week. But here's Charles Schumer, who is so boring. I'd rather watch varnish dry about the health care bill 03. Wait a minute. Actually, when you think about it, this is good news, because Schumer stopped talking about collusion with Russia. Have you noticed that the collusion with Russia thing ended about a week or two ago? It's gone. The whole Russia collusion thing is over. So now he's attacking the health care bill. Listen to 03. This is good news.
Simply put, this bill will result in higher costs, less care, and millions of Americans will lose their health insurance, particularly through Medicaid.
We're all going to die. Right? The women, the elderly, immigrants, veterans, everyone's going to die because of the health care bill, which is basically an affordable bill. You can't afford to give everybody a gold-plated health care system. It doesn't work. Someone has to pay for it. So what Trump did was basically modify it slightly. He didn't take it away. Crazy. But thank God Schumer is at least talking about something about health care instead of about Russia collusion. What we did last week was he looked into the main donors to Charles Schumer. All of them are Wall Street banks. Every one of them are major Wall Street banks. It's so amazing to me that when you look into the donors of these big mouth leftists, you know, they're all what you think they are. A little kind of the hypocritical side. But all politicians give you the malarkey, right? 855-407-282. Let's see what's in the news. I don't know. Let's see. USA Today. I call it USA Away. Here, headline. They stopped bashing Trump. This is a new thing. USA Today every day for 4 straight months was a Trump bashing article. Today they've gone off that. Will you pay more for insurance? Less in taxes. Senate health bill explained. It's starting to sound like a newspaper. It's unbelievable to me. Then they talk about the Gong Show. They're back to their standard fare, which is why they haven't made any money in as many years as they've been in business. So you see, the news is back to what it was doing best, which is boring you with nonsense. Now, the best story of the day is the long shot by the Canadian sniper who killed an ISIS thug from 2 miles away. I told you I have a friend of mine, and I'm proud to, it makes me proud to even say I know him. SEAL Team 3, older guy, great sniper. He's been a filmmaker for all these years since. It's an interesting story how he went from being a great sniper to being a great filmmaker. That's an interesting story because you don't understand this. Just being a sniper is not being a shot. You also have to be a bit of a physicist and an engineer. You have to be really smart with mathematics. But because he was using telescopic lenses, obviously, in his work for the military, he had to learn a lot about lenses. Well, he developed new lenses, I guess, in the military. When he came out, that skill set was used in the movie industry. And I can't give any more information, but he went on to create some of the best-known animation figures in history, all because of his genius in optics. You understand what I'm saying? So when you say sniper, now what would the left make him? Oh, evil white male killer. No, that's not it. The reason the Canadians are using snipers to kill ISIS thugs, mainly the leaders, from a mile or two away is because they don't want to drop bombs which will kill innocent people who are basically used as human shields, right? So this is a very important thing. Our snipers are our great heroes, by the way. That's a great story. And as I said, my friend saw the story, I guess because I sent him that story this morning, and he sent back and he said, you see, Mike, he said, this shows you what a steady diet of beer and meatloaf will do for your aim, because that's what he lives on. This is the Savage Nation. Let's go to the callers. WMEX, Mark, line 8. What's on your mind? Go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you, Michael. I just have a quick story for you. I live up in the Boston area. I'm a Catholic. I come at the world from that perspective.
I'm sorry to hear it.
I have a distinct memory of a turning point, I think, in film. I was a big fan. I still am a big fan of films, but I'm largely disgusted by what I see. But back in the early 80s, a film appeared that I think was a turning point because it brought a new level of hyper-violence, and it popularized it. And it was Mad Max, starring Mel Gibson. I remember it distinctly because I was repulsed, and I was with a bunch of friends, and I was in my early 20s, and I said, you guys, we got to get out of here. This is revolting. I'm like, no, we got to watch the rest of it. It never got any better.
All right, so you're saying Mel Gibson, the great Christian proponent, was one of the proponents of violence in cinema.
Big time. And look at his other movies. Look at The Patriot. Look at all his films. He has a...
I see where you're going. You're very smart, Mark. I got to hand it to you. You know, I saw this coming from a mile away. It's an easy one. It's a wiffle ball. So you're like a leftist pretending you're a rightist who agrees with me. I've had this before. It's nice. Keep going. I'm enjoying it. Keep on. This is a nice track.
Just my thoughts. You know,
I'm not knocking it. I like intelligence. Keep going. Tell me more about hypocrisy in the cinema.
Yeah, it's horrifying.
Oh, wait. No, it's interesting. You should say, wait, didn't you say that even The Patriot was a movie of violence?
Sure, I'll let me...
But wait, hold on a minute. That's an interesting statement because I made the statement that all nations are forged in blood, that there's not a nation on earth that was not forged in blood. Do you agree with that or not?
I absolutely agree with that, of course.
All right, so that cinema represented the forging of a nation, meaning the American Revolution. It was not gratuitous violence. And so there's a big differential between gratuitous violence of the kind that Harvey Weinstein engages in my estimation, and a film version of the American Revolution called The Patriot. So I think what you're saying may be true to a certain extent, but you're missing the main point. Gratuitous violence, you could say, is different than showing the violence of World War II, right? Or the violence of Vietnam War, or the violence of that our men have to inflict in Iraq or Afghanistan or Syria to kill the enemy. I mean, let's face it, there is violence in the world, and we engage in violence in order to save our society. But that's not the same thing as gratuitous violence, is it?
It's how you present it.
All right, well, because I present it in my way, because I'm very clever. I'll be right back.
Join the Savage Nation. Call now, 855-400-SAVAGE, 855-400-7282. Savage.
The Savage Nation is sponsored by Swiss America, the only company I trust with my financial future. Call 800-289-2646 or SwissAmerica.com right now. All right, so as the show comes to an end, Trump says, I did not record Comey. I have a side Comey, but I did not record Comey. Okay, so who did record him? We're talking about Comey, I think of side Comey. But that's not a joke. But the thing is, he didn't record him. And Pelosi, although half her caucus is running from her, saying she's got to go, she says she's confident of her caucus's support. White House hints it's keeping its lists of dishonest media. Now let's listen to Donald Trump on the dishonest media in clip 16 on the Savage Nation.
We will never be intimidated by the dishonest media corporations who will say anything and do anything to get people to watch their screens or to get people to buy their failing papers. They are failing. These entrenched forces are fighting only for themselves and in many cases for their survival.
Okay. Don't think he's given up. This guy is just starting to fight. First of all, the election in Georgia was much bigger than you think. They were sure that if they could turn that one around, the Dems, and take that one, which is a Republican district for sure, they were going to have a chance to recapture Congress. But they lost by a huge percentage. 4 points in a deeply divided election is enormous. They took a terrible beating, and half of Pelosi's caucus wants her out. Trump swore for the First Amendment. Remember that there are people behind the lies, and I write about Soros's brown shirts. Those are the street radicals disrupting your life. Good night and good luck. This is the Savage Nation.
Savage.
I'm Chris Farrell, and this is On Watch. Susan Rice, unmasking, and domestic political espionage. Let's talk about those topics today in this episode of On Watch. If you go back to episode 12, which you can find on our website, judicialwatch.org, or our YouTube page, you can kind of get up to speed on this whole saga concerning the National Security Advisor and what was going on in the Obama White House with respect to political espionage being conducted and their exploitation unlawfully of the signals intelligence program in the country. But in this last week, there's been a lot of attention paid to a response that we got from the National Security Council with respect to what records were moved out of the White House and sent off to the Obama Presidential Library. Let me clear a few things up for you right off the top. The National Security Council technically is not a FOIA-able agency. Normally we think of the departments and agencies of the executive as being subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and that is true. The National Security Council is technically a part of the White House and is not FOIA-able, but for years they've considered themselves as an agency eligible under FOIA, and they have responded and produced records and documents. So there's a long track record of us successfully asking questions of the National Security Council. So when this whole scandal broke about unmasking and the exponential increase in the number of people being unmasked, those are U.S. persons who are picked up in signals intelligence collection. 99.9% of the time, law enforcement and the intelligence agencies don't look at U.S. persons. They're looking for foreign bad actors. But there are occasions when, hey, here's a bad guy overseas talking to an American. It may be of law enforcement or intelligence value. And then there's a request made to unmask or identify who is that U.S. person. So there's this huge uptick in unmasking requests made by the Obama administration in 2016. And it is reasonable to conclude that we're talking about a political espionage operation, a domestic one, run out of the White House. And Susan Rice has made statements on television talking about how she was involved in that. That's an extraordinary thing all by itself. That is like, the CEO of Ford Motors putting lug nuts on a car. I mean, it's so disproportionate in its level of attention at the White House compared to the domestic or the international collection of signals intelligence, there are so many steps in between. It's mind-boggling that all the intelligence analysts and all the intelligence centers that are between signals intelligence collection and the National Security Council, the NSC, the National Security Advisor, there's no reasonable explanation for why she would personally involve herself in that. Unless, of course, there's targeting of the Trump campaign, then the newly victorious Trump campaign, the transition team, and then the movement towards the administration. If that's the focal point, then certainly Ambassador Rice has an awful lot to answer for. And so we asked questions of the National Security Council through the Freedom of Information Act about Ambassador Rice's activities and the Obama administration's unmasking activities generally. And so we currently have 6 lawsuits pending, because as you well know, in Judicial Watch, we just don't ask questions and write papers, we litigate, right? That's the margin of difference between us and an awful lot of other groups. We have investigators that get on the ground and investigate, and we have lawyers that sue the government to compel production of records. So we ask all these questions through FOIA. That's in April. In late May, they respond to us and say, hey, all of those records concerning Ambassador Rice, the National Security Advisor, and the unmasking activities, and then all the other questions around that, and there were a number. But all that sort of subject material had been moved to the Obama Presidential Library. Now, you're saying to yourself, but there is no library, and that's true, it has yet to be built. But the National Archives and Records Administration, or NARA, or sometimes just shorthand referred to as the Archives, the National Archives, they have a facility, a storage facility in Illinois, where they take custody of all presidential papers from the Obama administration. This is a process that we have tremendous amount of experience in, principally with the Clinton Library down in Little Rock, Arkansas. So we've asked these questions of a presidential administration. We've investigated, we've litigated. I myself have made 12 trips to Little Rock, to the archives at the Presidential Library, and gone through countless files. Other investigators that work in my section have made trips there as well for other research. So we have lots of experience in the world of presidential archives. So let me lay out the process for you. Every president turns over records at the end of his administration. And so this process of turning over records to the archives is entirely normal at face value. It's an anticipated and expected thing. There's a process and procedure. There's regulations governing it. So no surprise there. What we're interested in, though, is the procedure, the process, and the timing of the archives receiving Ambassador Rice's unmasking information. That's the critical element. And so we followed up with that, and we've asked specific details about the timing and the process or procedure that the National Security Council went through in turning over records to the archives. That's one key question or issue. Second key question or issue is, so now they're over with the archives and they're governed by the Presidential Records Act, which is a separate piece of legislation or set of rules governing the handling of records. The Presidential Records Act normally seals records for a 5-year period, and that 5-year period allows the archivists to do their job, to make sense of these boxes and boxes of records, allows them to scan materials, allows them to make redactions or withholdings under the Presidential Records Act. There's an entirely normal, legitimate way that this 5-year seal is conducted. And as an example, I would frankly point you to the George W. Bush archives, where they made PDF or portable document file permanent records of all the materials they went through. That is unlike the Clinton administration or the Clinton archives, where they did not do that, where if you want to go see certain records, you need to go to Little Rock. And that's, I think, remarkable in and of itself. So these Rice documents were moved. We want to know the timing. we want to know the procedure or process of how that was done, we'll get that information. Like I said, we have 6 other lawsuits pending on related matters. And then, of course, there's the issue of, well, suppose somebody wants to see the records now. Suppose we don't want to wait 5 years. And that's a completely reasonable question to raise. And in that regard, there are exceptions to the 5-year sealing rule. And they're exactly the exceptions that you would expect. One, there's a law enforcement exception. So if the FBI or any other federal law enforcement agency had a legitimate request, they would go to a court or they would communicate with the archives and say, hey, look, we're conducting an investigation. We need to see those records, and here's why. So there's a law enforcement exemption. There's a congressional exemption. And so committees of Congress looking into these matters or questions, they can go to the archives and say, hey, look, we understand you're processing these records under the 5-year rule. That's great, but we want to see these records because they pertain to something that we're investigating as part of our congressional oversight. And then third, last but not least, the president can say, hey, look, let's pull those records back or let's get copies of them because the president needs to know what's going on. There could be materials in there that were not necessarily conveyed to the new incoming administration. And so certainly the president has every right as the chief executive of the country to see what those records and documents are. So the rule of thumb is sealed 5 years, but there's an exception, law enforcement, Congress, and the president. And arguably there would be a fourth exemption, and that would be people going into court and seeking judicial review or saying, look, there's a compelling public interest, there's a right of the people to see and understand what's going on here. One would like to believe that Congress would kind of get that. They may or may not. So there's a few ways to get to those records. No one should be despondent or think that anyone got away with anything. They haven't. They've done what they normally do, and maybe they're crossing their fingers and hoping that no one will look or ask for those records. If they're doing that, they're wrong, because we will pursue the records and get to them one way or the other, either through court process, through our investigative work. Administratively, they may realize, hey, look, it's in everyone's interest to release them. So there's a few different angles, a few different ways to approach this. And while it's disturbing at face value, when you kind of dig deeper and get some of your questions answered, you realize that it's not quite as bad as it sounds. I know a lot of folks, a lot of our supporters are very, very frustrated right now. They see a lot of stuff happening in Washington, D.C. They're frustrated and discouraged with the slow rate of swamp draining. There's probably far too many swamp monsters and gators out there. They'd like to see them gone. Rest assured, Judicial Watch is doing its part through our investigative and litigation work to help that process along. But there are political questions, right? There's issues of the president and his staff and what they're doing. There's questions about the Congress and whether the leadership in the Congress is supporting the president sufficiently. There's internal fights in all of these agencies and departments. So it's not neat. It's very messy. And when people feel threatened, particularly professional bureaucrats, they have remarkable skills and abilities to try to thwart or jam up the process. And that's really to be anticipated or expected. So this is, we're in this for the long haul. We've been doing this now for almost 24 years. We're not going to stop. And I think I'll shift now to some of your questions that you've submitted. And my producer here, Matt, who will be mic'd up, and you'll be able to hear his voice. We've heard your comments and questions or complaints about audio on this presentation, and so we think we've got it fixed this time around, and we're happy to take some questions. So Matt, what do we have?
And if you can't hear anything, please let us know in the comments. Thank you. We have a question from Marie M. I don't understand how they can send papers to a presidential library that doesn't exist yet. Is that the only copy of such papers? And is there any way to get a copy before the 5 years are up?
Right. I think I sort of answered that up front in my opening remarks. The presidential library, it's very interesting to look at how a presidential library is set up. So there's the library itself, or sort of the museum side of the operation, and that usually is set up by a foundation associated with the president, and it's sort of a, it's the story of the presidency, and so it's the bright, shining moments, the successes, the treaties signed, and the legislation passed, and important meetings, that sort of stuff. So it sort of glorifies the presidency of whoever it is, whether it's Harry Truman or Jimmy Carter or any of the presidents. There's a side of the museum or the library that tells their story from their view. But sitting right next to, it's not technically part of, but they cooperate and they collaborate, there's the National Archives at the Presidential Library. And so these records and documents that come out of a presidential administration, they go to the Presidential Library and they're there, but really they're still under the control of the National Archives. So every presidential library really has two entities. It's the museum library side, which is sort of the president's effort to tell history and his story his way. And sitting right next to it is a National Archives entity that actually controls the documents and papers. And so they're two separate things, but they're usually co-located, and they have this cooperative, collaborative relationship, obviously, and for all the good reasons you might imagine. But they're really two different things. Now, the Obama Library obviously has not been built, and so there is no physical structure, but there is an administrative entity that operates for the purposes of getting the library up and established. And likewise, there is a storage facility that is owned and operated by the National Archives, by the U.S. government, out in Illinois, and they have taken custody of these records and documents, and there's archivists there that are going through the papers, the documents, and trying to put things in order so that when the library and the archives at the library open, they can make sense of what the materials are. And, Judicial Watch, certainly you yourself could go to the library, go to the archives, and find stuff, right? They do finding aids, they do indices, they organize the material so that you can go in and look at it. So there's a long answer to a question. I'm just trying to, expand on what I've already said and fill in some blanks and gaps for you. Matt, what else do we have?
Catherine R. wants to know, who can change the rules on documents going to the Presidential Library?
Well, there's a few different ways to do it. Presidents themselves can administratively change it. There was an effort in the Bush administration to control or change or pass on, even to heirs of the president, the ability to control the release of records and documents. But the law itself, of course, is legislation passed by Congress and signed by the president. But the National Archives has the ability internally to regulate how they conduct their business. And so at the high level, there's legislation that says, the government shall have archives. But then when you go down to the level where they're implementing the process and procedures, the archives has the ability to make their own rules and regulations. And of course, the presidents have input because it's their work product, their documents, and they have a discretion as to how they're released. What else do we have, Matt?
Richard N. wants to know, can the current president call for them to be returned?
Yeah, he can. So as I mentioned, there's exceptions to the records and how they're managed or controlled. Law enforcement can request them. Committees of Congress can request them. And the current sitting president can request them as well. Or not request them, let's be more specific. He can order their return, or at least copies be made available. It's a better way to put it.
So following up on that from Debbie S., what is the likelihood that either Congress or the president can request these documents?
I think the likelihood is quite high. This unmasking issue, this domestic political espionage campaign, has rather grave, in my opinion, legal exposure or criminal liabilities for persons involved in it. The Obama administration, towards the end of their term, really widened the scope of who could gain access to that sort of information. But I think it's incumbent upon committees of Congress, and for that matter, the Justice Department, and for that matter, even the president, to find out, hey, what went on? Why was this change made? Who was looking at the names and identities of Americans? What was their intention? Why were they doing it? Because it's such a remarkable break from the past. Who was doing this and why? I mean, these are fundamental interrogatives that have got to be answered. And frankly, that's why Judicial Watch, why we filed our request, because we want all those questions answered. And they may try to hide the documents or, hope that nobody knows they're there. But I assure you, one way or the other, we will lawfully gain access to them. What else, Matt?
Question from Mark J. Judicial Watch, was the request for the documents made before they were taken by the Obama administration? And if so, then knowing the request was made and still taking them, would that be theft and obstruction?
Great question. I touched on this briefly in my opening remarks, but we have filed additional requests or FOIA requests to identify specifically the time when the National Security Council documents were moved to the archives. And so the question is, if we made our FOIA request and after the fact, after that request was made, they then moved them, they've got a problem because they know they were on notice that we wish to see the records and documents, and if they move them after the fact, that would look like they were trying to hide them, right? So we've asked very specific questions about their process and procedure, how the archives interacted and communicated with the White House, with the National Security Council. Were they following their normal, regular sort of timeline or procedures? That's one half of the question. And then the other half of the question is timing, right? When did they have these communications? Who made the decision to move what documents when? And when was that actually done? And so once we know all those sort of components or elements of the story, we'll have a much better idea as to whether this was just regular routine process or whether this looks like somebody was trying to hide something.
Deanna W. is asking, what would prevent Obama or Rice from destroying the unmasking records now that they have been moved to Obama's presidential library?
That would be tough. The records aren't really, moved into, sometimes people think that these records are moved into, Obama's basement or his garage or something. That's not the case. The records and documents themselves are handled by archivists, information management people, librarians, people who are trained in our professional staff of the archives who do this sort of thing for a living. And so it would take, a grand conspiracy off the charts that somehow every employee of the National Archives was somehow cajoled, bribed, whatever, to somehow mishandle presidential documents. I mean, it doesn't work that way. So it's an established procedure that's been handled for decades in a regular course of business. And the notion that somehow Obama himself or Rice could somehow get in and remove stuff or, there was an effort made by Sandy Berger, many of you will recall, with respect to the 9/11 Commission and Berger's efforts to steal documents out of the National Archives. You'll also recall that he was caught doing that. And the National Archives, in my experience, post the Sandy Berger episode, they have zero sense of humor about anybody getting anywhere near a document that they would then try to take out of the archives. They are scrupulous, in my experience. They've been very scrupulous about identifying not just who's coming into the archives and what they're looking for, but your personal possessions are searched. If you wish to make a copy, the copies are made on a different color paper. Items that you bring into the archives are stamped and numbered so that there's no extra stray pieces of paper going in or out. So I've experienced nothing but a very professional, very scrupulous effort on the part of the archivists and the library sciences people in the archives who've been dealing with this kind of material. So it's a tough one to say that somehow Obama would get in and steal something or Rice would. It's not likely at all. Next question.
I have a question from Mary F. So can these documents be altered before they're returned to us?
There could be redactions made or withholdings. So just as the Freedom of Information Act has 9 categories of information that can be withheld from the public, in theory, if these records were to be made public, then they would be allowed to make certain redactions or the blackout marks for the public record or copy. And I'll give you a great example. So let's say there's an email from the National Security Council, and in the email, one of the national security staffers identifies where his spouse works and what the address is. There's no public interest in knowing that national security staffer so-and-so has a spouse who teaches school at wherever. I mean, there's no public interest in that. So there would be a legitimate redaction made to black out or to withhold the information about a civilian spouse working at a school, let's say. There's no public interest in that. So in case a public record would be withheld, they would withhold that under Presidential Records Act Exemption P6. They almost mirror the Freedom of Information Act requests in their exemptions. And so full unredacted copies would be made available to government agencies and departments, but anything that would be released to the public would be subject to the exemptions available under the Presidential Record Act. And so that's a long way of answering your question, but I wanted to be precise about what can be released and what would be withheld.
Steve S. has a question. How can these unmasking documents be considered Obama's personal records? And they're government documents, aren't they?
They're not his personal records. They're presidential records. And so there's different categories of records and documents within the great big, government leviathan that's out there. And in this regard, it became very apparent early on that certain records and documents of a presidency certainly have sort of the thumbprint or an identification, a personal identification of the president in his executive authority that merited their historical value to the public and disclosure for the public record, but that also the president, because he's so personally identified with this work material, that he would have say, or at least his staff, his legal counsel would have a say over what gets released when. And it's entirely reasonable. It's not a stretch or reach that the chief executive would have input as to what got released when. And so they are not his personal documents. They are the documents of his presidency, but because he is the chief executive, there's a certain deference made to how the documents are handled and how they get released. But they are public records, and we do have a right to them. It's just how that process is handled.
So finally, we have a question from Len V. So who is responsible for the unmasking at the end of the day?
All right, so unmasking is an extraordinarily sensitive issue. It has to do with your Fourth Amendment rights with respect to search and seizure and identification of a person and signals intelligence. You may have heard of reference made to a law called the 702 law, and that specifically dictates the requirements and the procedures for signals intelligence exploitation, meaning the NSA and other intelligence agencies kind of vacuum up all these electronic communications, and obviously they're looking for bad guys, they're looking for terrorists and for hostile powers and their actions against the United States. But occasionally, as they're looking on that sort of radar screen, an American identity will come up on the screen. And the question then becomes, well, is there a reason to really identify this person? and there are strict procedures for how that's handled. National Security Agency has its own obligations and commitments based on signals intelligence law, but then other members of the intelligence community and the law enforcement community, to include the White House, they have obligations and burdens to meet a threshold whereby, okay, we have sufficient reason to believe that we need to see who that is, whose name is tied in with this foreign person. And once they've met that threshold, then they can say, okay, unmask and explain to me who that contact is. Now, because there was this incredible uptick in the number of unmasking requests and really the wide distribution of that information throughout the government under the Obama administration, you have all sorts of people, Judicial Watch included, asking very pointed questions about who authorized this, when, what was the justification, who was the information turned over to? Did it stop there, or did it go to that person's staff, right? So you could imagine, obviously, Ambassador Rice is the National Security Advisor. Let's say she wants to see the name behind something. Okay, well, who else saw that? Did her executive assistant? Did members of her staff see it since she had seen it? So we want real accountability here. We just don't want to know who asked for it and under what authority. We want to know who else saw it. These are very, very disturbing, troubling questions. This issue of unmasking and where it went and who saw what is absolutely critical. It is truly a threat to the Constitution if it's been abused. And I assure you, Judicial Watch will find out. I think that's our last question for this episode of On Watch. Thanks for tuning in. Join us again next week. I'm Chris Farrell, On Watch.
Welcome back. One final point before we go tonight. Senate Republicans released their so-called Obamacare repeal bill today. Finally, the bill is, shall we say, a bit disappointing. Here's the thing. Obamacare doesn't work. It's a disaster. We, the people, elected President Trump to repeal Obamacare. Remember those campaign rallies? It's a disaster, he said. Well, fix it. Repeal it. Congressional Republicans, you have a mandate. Don't back down. The polls are wrong. You weren't sent to Washington to make your decisions based on biased polls promoted by mainstream media outlets, sponsored by progressive politicos who want you to believe everybody hates you, so you change your opinion and they get their way. Remember what happened in Georgia's 6th district on Tuesday? The Democrats have already forgotten. The last I heard, they're already blaming their loss on implicit racism. The mainstream media is moving past Georgia's 6 stories too, as quickly as they extinguished their coverage on the shooting of Congressman Steve Scalise and the would-be assassin who targeted Scalise and 6 others because they are Republicans. Yep, no headlines for Karen Handel's victory 2 days after the most expensive congressional race in history. But you can bet your bucks this whole week would have been a shrine to the Wonder Boy Ossoff if Ossoff had managed to win instead of getting his os handed to him. My message for Senate Republicans is simple. All the reasons for not supporting full repeal of Obamacare and replacing it with a free market, people-centric solution are not good enough. What did we just learn from Georgia 6? President Trump's agenda is not a drag on your political viability. Polls are wrong. So stop basing your policy choices on falsified public opinion. You know Obamacare is a disaster. Repeal it already. Why Republicans in Congress aren't constantly harping on the numbers, I have no idea. Premiums under Obamacare have skyrocketed, an average of 25% across the country. In Arizona, premiums have gone up 116% under the Affordable Care Act. 30 million Americans lost their health care plans under Obamacare. 29 million more Americans are still not covered, even though Obamacare was supposed to provide universal coverage. 24 million Americans are not going to lose their health insurance if we repeal Obamacare. The CBO is wrong. They were way off on their predictions of how many people would get covered under Obamacare. They predicted 21 million. The actual number from the Department of Health and Human Services, 10.4 million. And don't just take my word for it, look up those numbers for yourself. Do you know how much that hurts everyday American families? Those of us, who are not exempt from Obamacare dictates the way our representatives in Congress are. When I say our deductibles are too high to reach and we're paying out of pocket, What I mean is we aren't able to build up savings or an emergency fund. We have to get part-time jobs on top of full-time jobs to supplement our income. We can't take vacations. We're borrowing money and going into debt. And on top of that, we can't afford the medical care we need. What is so difficult about repealing that? Senate Republicans, I'm waiting on your answer. And that's my final point. You can reach me on Twitter at Liz_Wheeler. If you liked the show, please send me an email at oann.com/contact. In the meantime, catch us here tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern. And until then, have a good night.
Hi, this is Ed. Welcome to The Outer Light. Well, before I go on, I want to thank my patrons for your continued support, of course, which helps keep this operation running. And I have some more videos coming a bit later. Sorry about yesterday's video. I didn't get that up because I had some problems. But let's go on to this right now. I think it's really important to outline all of this just in one video. So it's out there and there's a timeline of events because there's so many things going on. I think it's just important right now, given the recent events regarding yesterday, the NATO planes buzzing the defense minister of Russia's plane, etc., that at least we should have a little bit of history or awareness of where all this is coming from. So I'm just going to go into this in length, just brushing over certain aspects here. So let's start here. And this all revolves around the Russia hacked the election narrative. We've got to go to war with Russia. That's pretty much the narrative. We've got to teach Russia a lesson. So let's have a look at what the lesson's being taught here. This is from Wikileaks, as you can see there, from May the 11th. This is about the book Shattered. This book was written by embedded Clinton journalists, pro-Clinton supporters, of course, they were embedded within the Clinton campaign, built from witness testimony, first-person testimony, and of course it came out roughly in May. So let's have a look at the narrative that was being pushed within this book, excellently being exampled here by WikiLeaks. The book further highlights the Clinton-Russia blame game. So here is what happened from within the book. That strategy had been set within 24 hours of Clinton's concessionary speech. That's Clinton there. Mook and Podesta, that's Robbie Mook and John Podesta, assembled her communications team at the Brooklyn headquarters to engineer the case that the election wasn't entirely on the up and up. For a couple of hours, with shake and shake containers littering the room, and this next part is important, they went over the script they would pitch to the press and the public. They went over the script they would pitch to the press and the public. Already, Russia hacking was the centerpiece of the argument. That is, they had other arguments that they were going to push, and then they decided upon the Russian narrative, which proves logically this, that the Russian narrative is a lie, because they are looking for someone to blame. Just run that little bit of logic out. So here we are, just a reminder that went over the script they would pitch to the press and the public. Russia hacking. Let's go over to news coming out just the other day. Of course, June the 22nd, Russian Examiner here. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, FBI, DHS never contacted me about the DNC hack. Why did they not contact her? Because likely she never asked for any assistance because there was nothing wrong at the time. Why was there nothing wrong at the time? Well, let's have a look at the actual Intelligence Committee hearing on Russia-Trump investigations. This is just a sad thing, but this is where we're at right now. Let's have a look what Trey Gowdy has to say about the DNC server, etc. Remember, all of this is extending from John Podesta and Robbie Mook, who are pushing the world closer to World War III. Of course, Hillary Clinton's in there, no doubt. She's the architect, but let's have a look.
Director Johnson, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do think it's important. The last time you and I talked, I wasn't 100% sure, but I've since had it confirmed. The DNC never turned the server over to law enforcement. So twice now you have said that you could have camped out in front of the DNC, and I would say in defense of you, it wouldn't have made any difference if you had. because they weren't going to give you the server.
Just think about that for a minute. The DNC never gave the server to law enforcement. Debbie Wasserman Schultz said that they never contacted her. So think about how this plays. It's likely, and I think this is what happened, there was never any crime, there was never anything that happened until after Hillary Clinton's loss. And then, of course, they wanted to blame Russia, but they can't invite law enforcement in there to examine the server because there's no evidence Russia hacked the election.
So if you're investigating either from a law enforcement or from an intelligence standpoint, the hacking by foreign hostile government, wouldn't you want the server? Wouldn't that help you, number one, identify who the attacker was? And if memory serves me, this was early in the summer of 2016 when we learned of the DNC hack. So if they had turned the server over to either you or Director Comey, maybe we would have known more. And maybe there would have been more for you to report. So I guess what I'm asking you is, why would the victim of a crime not turn over a server to the intelligence community or to law enforcement?
I'm not going to argue with you, sir.
Why wouldn't you turn over that server? It's because you had no evidence of any crime. It's a lie. It's all made up. You have it from the book Shattered itself. They sat around the room, they conspired about how to blame the election loss, who to blame. They blamed Russia, and now look where everyone is. Because guess who picked up and tried to affirm that? Well, let's have a look at the next link. Here's a video from, in fact, Barack Obama back in October, or around October itself. It's just posted on the YouTube channel here on the 16th of December, but this is actually from October. Let's have a listen to what Obama said before the Robbie Mook and John Podesta narrative was engineered, i.e. Russia hacked the election. Let's have a look what Obama said back in October.
There is no serious person out there who would suggest somehow that you could even rig America's elections, in part because they're so decentralized and the numbers of votes involved. There's no evidence that that has happened in the past, or that there are instances in which that will happen this time. And so I'd advise Mr. Trump to stop whining and go try to make his case to get votes.
So there you pretty much have Obama's narrative can't be hacked. So what did Obama do after this narrative was rolled out by Robbie Mook and, in fact, John Podesta? Obama, who John Podesta was his chief of staff, okay, for a while. What did Barack Obama do for his person he campaigned for, which was Hillary Clinton? Well, of course, Barack Obama came out, and as reported here by The Guardian, this is happened pretty much a number of months ago now, of course. Obama expels 35 Russian diplomats in retaliation for US election hacking. Think about that for a moment. And think about what that does. Obama expels 35 Russian diplomats in retaliation for US election hacking. So there you pretty much have it. Pretty much if you go down here, I think there is a... Well, it's not in this article itself. I was just searching for something. But here you have the whole kind of narrative affirmed by Barack Obama right here. And remember what Barack Obama just said? Let's just jump back here for a second. Already, Russia hacking was the centerpiece of the argument. Just think about that. They had the script ready. Okay? So let's have a look at the next thing that happened after, of course, Russia expelled these diplomats. Around the same time, what did we have? Well, we had, in fact, sadly, Russian ambassador is shot dead. How gunmen got into gallery. This happening in Turkey. Now, how does Turkey fit into this as a member of NATO? Well, ask yourself that question. So now it moves into a more dangerous ground here. So let's have a look at something else. So just back on this Russian hacking thing, just remember this. All those diplomats are expelled, and then what did you have? Well, Barack Obama confident Russia carried out cyber hacks in lead up to election. But How's he confident? His FBI never examined any of the DNC servers. None of that information. They never investigated any of the voting machines. Where's the evidence that they investigated anything? So Barack Obama is rolling out the narrative, and this doesn't have, it's not so much to do with the DNC servers, but rolling out the narrative that it was the Russians. The Russians hacked everything. They hacked the DNC server. Of course, that's the seed for all of this, but this is just not about the DNC server. Of course, this is bending the narrative a little, now blaming Russia for everything. Because the hack of the DNC server doesn't have that much to do with hacking voting machines themselves. But do you see how you've got two things that are semi-unrelated to each other, which you can put a crossover narrative here? So first it was the DNC server, absolutely no evidence. FBI never investigated that at all. They never even looked at the servers. Debbie Wasserman Schultz wasn't even contacted by the FBI. But you say they hacked the DNC servers. Now they're hacking the election system, okay? You just use the word hack, and then you just take the other word and you put it in a different location, and suddenly they're the same thing. Of course, the evidence is actually on the other side, the vote rigging. Remember Jill Stein's recount? And the fraud that was found out was on the behalf of the Clinton establishment. Let's have a look at something else. So in case you haven't seen it, this is news over the last few days. So think back to what you've seen on WikiLeaks, think back to what Debbie Wasserman Schultz said, think back to Trey Gowdy there with the testimony, the actual facts, whereas the facts as far as they're being reported there. And now look at the headlines. Russia hacking on election more widespread than reported. NATO jet buzzes Russian defense minister's plane. RAF plane flout Russian shoot down warnings in skies over Syria. I mean, think to yourself, what do they want? What do they really want? And how that will be different from what they get. Because what would war with Russia look like? Well, it would be World War III. But they continually are pushing for it. Of course there's a wider picture at work here. You've got Qatar, you've got Saudi Arabia, you've got Iran. Doesn't like Saudi Arabia. Iran flying food to Qatar and seemingly allied with Turkey now. All of these kinds of things like this. So first time you have an arrangement, it looks like, between Iran and Turkey working together in this aspect, this modern conflict scenario here. They're all working in with Qatar against Saudi Arabia against Qatar. Russia's hacked the election. I mean, you can see how this is just really escalating completely out of control now. And of course, if you're having this kind of wordage used, and pay attention to this, RAF planes flout Russian shoot down warnings in skies over Syria. It just doesn't make sense. It just all very strange. Here we have another one. This is from the Channel 9 News in Australia. NATO jet buzzes Russian defense minister's plane. What can you say about all this? The problem is if you see someone as an enemy long enough, if you're saying they are the enemy long enough, if you say it every day, every week, every month, and every year long enough, then eventually they will become the enemy. Because every single time you're saying that, you're isolating them even further. We have sanctions against Russia now. Further sanctions, that's cut off of different kinds of exports and trades. Pardon me. Things of that nature, they just more isolate the country. So that's really what you have here. Just wanted to outline all that into pretty much, I guess it's a short video, it's only like 30 minutes, but just really put that narrative together. WikiLeaks, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Trey Gowdy, all of this is built on lies. And that's really what you have. So they just keep on pushing the narrative day in and day out, over and over and over again. So, and there's other more complicated things here with Trump's Syrian strike there with the Tomahawk missiles, things like that, which seemed like kabuki theater, only an afterthought. Donald Trump trying to repair relations with Russia. And of course, there in the news today, Donald Trump is seeming to be trying to weaken the actual length of the sanctions. The White House is trying to weaken the sanctions against Russia. And everyone's saying, well, this is a real bad thing because Donald Trump works for Russia. You know, Donald Trump works for Russia because he's trying to weaken the sanctions and isolate any nuclear power. We should try to have some relationship, right? But go and do your own research, decide for yourselves. Of course, all this information is out there. I'll put a link to the Trey Gowdy testimony since it's the most relevant. It's only a couple of days old there for you to take a full look at that so you can have a look at it. In the meantime, that will be placed in the comment section. And in the meantime, of course, go and do your own research, decide for yourselves. Maybe you have a different way of looking at this which makes more sense. If you do, let us know in the comment section. I'm open to all information. So in the meantime, though, this is Ed from the Outer Light. Stay safe, and I'll see you all later.
Iran is preparing to publish evidence that the US is supporting Islamic State. That's according to a media advisor to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard in an exclusive interview with RT.
In the past, whenever the Americans wanted to ramp up pressure on Iran, impose new sanctions, or pursue their agenda in the region, they would accuse Iran of backing terrorism. But I think that today world public opinion no longer accepts this. The world has come to realize that the US, despite leading a coalition against Daesh in Syria and Iraq, does not actually fight terrorism in practice and is in fact supporting it. There are plans to release documents revealing U.S. support for Daesh. However, they are not documents like formal contracts or written texts, but they cover activities in the field, including locations where they provided help to Daesh. They show evidence of arms, logistical and medical assistance, which are all clues to American support for Daesh. The primary goal behind the recent announcement that Iran fired missiles into Syria, both accurately detecting and hitting Daesh positions, was to show our weapons capabilities. In the past, when these missiles were test-fired in Iran, the U.S. and certain Western countries said that Iran was lying when it claimed successful launches. U.S. policies negatively affect regional security. The U.S. is not as influential a player as it used to be, and it can no longer manipulate regional politics. It now has to partner with countries like Saudi Arabia, whose dictatorship and role in supporting terrorism is known to everyone in the region. Now all the U.S. can manage to do is pick up their check and leave.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz said, what? Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Democrat of Florida, said Wednesday that neither the FBI nor any other government agency contacted her about the hacking of the Democratic National Committee's computer networks. At no point during my tenure at the DNC did anyone from the FBI or any other government agency contact or communicate with me about Russian intrusion on the DNC network. It is astounding to me that the chair of an organization like the DNC was never contacted by the FBI or any other agency concerned about these intrusions. Wasserman Schultz stated this in a statement, and again, she makes another statement. As a member of Congress, I had the unique clearance to hear any classified briefing that would be involved in such an intrusion, and the FBI clearly should have come to me with that information. They did not. So, ladies and gentlemen, what have we been spending all of this time, effort, and money with all of these hearings on supposed Russian intrusion? They're wasting time and money, ladies and gentlemen. That's what they're wasting. Wasserman Schultz appeared to be rebutting statements from former Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson, who testified today that the DNC said it didn't need the Department of Homeland Security's help when it was hacked last year. Johnson told the House Intelligence Committee he repeatedly asked if the department's cybersecurity experts had stepped in to help the DNC discover vulnerabilities in their system after the intrusion. Johnson said he was told the FBI had spoken with the DNC, which instead decided to rely on a private cybersecurity firm to help. Quote, my interest in helping them was definitely of nonpartisan interest, and I recall very clearly that I was not pleased that we were not in there helping them patch this vulnerability. Wasserman Schultz served as chairman of the DNC at the time of the hack, supposedly. She resigned in July of 2016 after a trove of emails from the DNC were leaked and published by Wikileaks. The Florida congressman said she would have accepted help from the FBI and other agencies had they discussed the hack with her. Quote, if the FBI or any other government agency ever came to me with that information, I would have gladly welcomed their help, she said. In fact, back in March, former FBI Director Jim Comey testified that he wished he had personally done more to notify the DNC of the Russian intrusion. Wasserman Schultz has argued in the past that she was never told that the DNC had been hacked. In January, the Florida Republican confronted Comey during a confidential briefing in January and asked why he never told her about the intrusion. So, ladies and gentlemen, who are we supposed to believe here? Are we supposed to believe James Comey's testimony, Jay Johnson's testimony, or Wasserman Schultz's testimony, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you for watching Culture Shock TV. I leave you a link below.
Hi, this is Ed. Welcome to The Outer Light. Well, before I go on, of course, I want to thank my patrons for your continued support over my channel and helping it and keep on running. And like I said, there will be another video there today. I have an interesting little thing that I'm going to talk about. In the meantime, let's just head over to this here. Now, as noted by a lot of people today, which made news, and has another little thing happening straight after this, if you can read between the lines. Donald Trump states, whether there are tapes or recordings of my conversations with James Comey, but I did not make and do not have any such recordings. So Donald Trump saying he did not have any recordings on James Comey. He kind of used it as a threat in order to release it. And of course we here have what is probably called a bluff, although there probably is recordings. Who really knows? The NSA probably has something on it. But anyway, that was a bit of a mind blow here from Donald Trump. Really showing his hand again, saying I didn't, when he put them down on the table, showing I didn't have any recordings, James Comey. So what happened after this happened? Well, guess who made a surprise visit to the New York Times? Well, it was none the less than James Comey. So remember, James Comey is the individual that stated in his testimony that he leaked memos to a journalist. Let's go through this and then we'll reiterate his testimony in regarding to leaking those memos. James Comey visits the New York Times building as President Trump admits he did not record their conversations and questions what else did FBI director leaked to the press. Well, of course, James Comey's probably leaked everything. He is, in fact, the former FBI director who was in essence stating he was going after leakers, but he himself was the leaker. So just a massive hypocrite in general, just a massive hypocrite. Just unbelievable. And then going after all these other leakers or alleged leakers of information that are leaking information, by the way, in the public interest. Whereas James Comey's leaking information to circumvent the United States president. He's doing it for his own personal gain. He's doing it to appoint a special prosecutor, a special counsel, in this case, Robert Mueller, who just happens to be the master of James Comey, because remember, James Comey was Robert Mueller's protege in the FBI. Robert Mueller, who's just a complete deep state cutout. He is pretty much just the face of the deep state, was in his role exactly there in 9/11, as I've stated in the past, taking on his appointment in September the 4th, 2011, just days before 9/11, and as I stated before, didn't even have a chance really to stick up his large framed picture of his Black Sun iconography or whatever he worships. He didn't even have time to put it in his office until those buildings started to fall down and he had to go into Operation Cover-Up mode or just control the flow of the investigation around 9/11. Of course, I'm preaching to the choir here. I guess a lot of my subscribers believe, as I do, 9/11 was a complete deep state job in order to escalate everything you can imagine. So let's have a look down here. So here we have the former FBI Director James Comey made a quiet visit to the New York Times building on Thursday, one of the few public outings since he admitted leaking stories to the newspaper about Donald Trump before the Senate Intelligence Committee on June the 8th. Comey kept his sunglasses on and his gaze forward as he marched through the front of the entrance of Times Square office building which houses the publication. He was accompanied by his wife, who also wore sunglasses, and you can see him there. There he is. There's no mistaking about it. He could pretty much wear a wig, glasses, whatever. I mean, he's literally 6'8" or something. I think he's 6'7" tall or thereabouts. So he definitely stands out in a crowd. But there he is in all his glory, going into the building and then, of course, coming out. James Comey there on the phone. Face-off madness, as he probably talks to whoever's down in the steel castles beneath the land about the next plan that he has going. So why would he go to the New York Times, you're probably thinking? Why would he go there hours after, in fact, Donald Trump made that tweet? Well, Donald Trump might be setting what's called a honey trap. He states he I wasn't aware of any of these phone calls. James Comey launches forward. Now he can release any memo he states, stating pretty much that Donald Trump told him to say anything. That's what he could do because there's no, according to Donald Trump, there's no audio recordings that would be a conflict to James Comey's new leaks. I mean, you couldn't even put this in a movie. Could you really put this in a movie? This person's just, I've never seen such a fall from grace ever in my life. Maybe Michael Jackson or Bill Crosby comes to mind, but this person is supposed to be beyond reproach. They're supposed to be the FBI director that holds all these people accountable. Of course, now we know this person is just an utter, complete, corrupt individual. It's really unbelievable